So, welcome to an interesting edition of Rupture Entertainment. I don't bring you usual tidings of video games and playful moments. Today, I bring you the LA Riots. Today I show you what people in my state are capable of when they feel like they're being ignored.
And no law enforcement around for these things being destroyed. Where is the fire department? So police said they were trying to get the fire department in there. My guess is that the fire department maybe doesn't feel like it's safe enough to go in there.
No, the fire
LAPD
department's not
said,
coming in.
Our partners with LAFD are attempting to enter the area. Maybe they just, feel like at this point it's not worth the risk of going in there.
So yeah, I've got a couple of different views up right now. See, I've got this one also. Oops, that didn't really work out. Let's go back to that. Anyway, this is happening a couple of hours away from where I live. Been watching people set these driverless taxis on fire. So far they've set about 5. This looks like it's the next victim. Yeah, I didn't know we had these either, actually, to be honest with you. I think it might be a new-ish thing, but apparently these there's a lot of these driverless taxis that will just stop if there's pedestrians in the road, so, these guys used it to their advantage and beat the heck out of them and tagged them up and then set them on fire, one by one. This has been going on since Friday night, from what I hear. Black Hawk helicopters descended on Friday night to drop off some service members, and a whole bunch of people were on the streets and received what was going on, and something like 41 people got arrested on site and are being detained, and we don't know anything about them right now. Somebody is really screaming. Yeah, these cars don't take long to break down. As soon as they broke a window, they just... It looks like somebody was providing water bottles full of gasoline to random spectators, and they were just throwing them in the windows. Watching them pop and explode, everybody was excited, clapping. Oh, there's another one. Yeah, they do have lithium batteries in them. I looked them up, and these WeGo auto taxis have lithium batteries in them that are subject to explosions if they get too high in temperature. But I've watched about 5 of them, burn up and go down, and not so much as a proximity pop might hurt your ears, but doesn't really look like any shrapnel. pretty safe to be around. I imagine the fumes are noxious as hell. You probably shouldn't be breathing in all that plastic and rubber and whatever the hell else is melting. Protesters destroy Waymo robo-taxis in downtown LA. Huh. So yeah, they're this is the next car to go. I apologize for anybody out there who is watching and might not like the profanity you might be hearing. But this is live, so they're not going to be bleeping anything, and if there is any violence that happens, I'm sure they'll try to turn away, but things happen. Somebody is screaming at the top of her little lungs. Oh, here comes the Bronco with the heavy metal. A must-have for this scene. Let's see, on the way. Oh, that's fine. Oh, darn. Is this car on fire? Can I not get a ride to where I'm going? Gee, that's inconvenient. I guess I'll leave. Huh. I guess I have to put stuff over that. I don't know what's going on. Let's see. Let's try this here real quick. What if I put these up here? Aha! Hi! I just figured something out. Yeah, just now, and it was that. I figured that out, and then maybe I'll just let's see. Where's my Yeah. That's not too bad, right? Now you can at least see what's going on. Hi. So, yeah. Welcome to the city where the heat is on all night on the beach. We can't actually... And besides, that's Miami. That's really not... It's not. But, anyway, yeah. LA is on fire. And not for the reasons it was on fire a couple of months ago. Like I said, these automatic taxis, these Wegos is what they're called. Wego, I guess. They've seen better days. I'm sure if you've never seen them before, it kind of looks like there's a bone pile on fire. But yeah, they look like automatic cars with giant, like, kind of GoPros on the top of them, almost like if you've ever seen like a Google car, one of those cars with the giant 360 cameras on them. Anyway, they look like that if you've never seen one. And apparently they've lit about 5 of them on fire so far. That sounded big. So yeah, by the way, this is after about 3,000 people clogged up the 101, and then and were subsequently removed from the 101 by the California Highway Patrol. But they all kind of, bled into the streets. This is L.A. Boulevard, Los Angeles Boulevard, I believe, and this is kind of where they all bled into on top of the overpass and everything, and they decided to start making some mayhem. The ironic thing is the mayor was just on before, and she was like, "Oh, I don't condone any of this. I want you guys to just, stop throwing things and, stop tagging the place and no more violence." And then they started blowing up cars. Like it seems like with every show of force, we just, the snowball of violence gets more and more. Like, they're not deterred in any way. It seems like this morning when I first started watching this, there was a very little amount of people yelling at the that little thing stopped spinning on the back of the car just now. I don't know if you noticed that. Anyway, I think that's one of the little sensors or whatever. Anyway, yeah, there's like 20 of those all over the stupid car. This thing's gonna start blowing up. There's a whole bunch of little things inside. What was I saying? This morning it really wasn't that. I mean, there was like one girl protesting, and there was a whole bunch of like National Guard standing outside of the jail, and maybe a smattering of other people. But as the hours went by, I mean, really like 100 people an hour started showing up, and it started exponentially growing, and it's gotten to the numbers that you see now. Well, you can't really see them. It's on the other screen, but they'll switch to another view of it eventually. But anyway, there's like I would say probably 3,000 to 5,000 people. More, maybe more, probably more at this point. If it's been growing, continuously, like I said, I don't see why it has reason to not be. But we've been kind of staring at this one scene now for the past, I'd say, 45 minutes. It's pretty captivating, don't get me wrong. But there's so much more going on, around this area of the city. Because like I said, there's at least a few thousand people. You can hear the protesters chanting, "Go home, go home." Maybe. Not really sure what they were saying. Oh, I should probably change this to internal. Hang on a second. There, that's better. I'm sorry about that. Here, and we'll probably hear this a little bit better if we do that. Yeah, look at me. I know what I'm doing. Totally. Anyway. If you have any questions, if you're joining me for the first time and you have any questions about what's going on right now, basically, the governor, what do you call it? Governor Newsom, our governor, basically has been denying Trump access to California. So, with the...
I'm hearing, I think, a PA announcement. Is that the police?
With the intent of basically, deporting a bunch of, immigrants, people who don't have papers, or I don't know. I'm not really sure where that's concerned, to be honest with you. It seems to be very vague. It's not just, it's not just immigrants. It seems to be, their children and, people that have been already working in this country for years and years, people that already have visas. The term seems to be very loose. And as far as I'm concerned, Gavin Newsom, our governor, very rightly has been, being on the side of people's rights. And I guess Trump doesn't like that, so some Army, National Guard was sent, which is kind of sickening to me because those people probably live here. Those are, those are our community members that are taking up arms against, unarmed civilians, and very rightly so. Gavin Newsom said that it changes their, them as service members. It changes their idea, their entire, purpose. Their whatever they were, trained to do. They shouldn't be deployed on U.S. soil, and I fully, wholeheartedly agree with that. Especially not for this. I know you haven't seen them yet, and very honestly, I actually haven't seen them in a few hours now. Most of the presidents that removed a lot of these people from the 101 freeway were California Highway Patrol and local law enforcement, police, LAPD, people like that. But I didn't, there still hasn't been any of the National Guard deployed to deal with any of this, which is kind of interesting. Just like I was saying earlier, the call for this probably came in about an hour ago. Just after they cleared the 101 freeway, they set these cars on fire, and it just was one after the other. And the call came in where they were saying they wanted some fire department, or some law enforcement to come in and try to put out the fires at least. But then, there's too many people in the streets and they're not letting them through, which is kind of interesting because here's, I see like, I thought I saw more than one angle of this. But I'm noticing now that there's at least one angle that I don't see, which is, the ingress and egress of all of these first responders they're supposed to be getting here. How come all of these cameras are, and I'm kind of a conspiracy theorist when it comes to stuff like this, but why are all of these cameras pointed at smoke for this long when there's another camera over here that is pointed at, sorry, that is pointed at the protesters from the bridge from before. Like I said, all those thousands of people that were pushed off of the 101 freeway. This is where they kind of ended up on the overpass. It looks like somebody set up a business. Anyway, hopefully you can see that. Let me see. Did that actually come up? Yeah. Okay. So yeah. Oh, my wife is calling. Just a second. Hi, sweetheart. I'm streaming right now, and no, I love when you call me. Basically, all I'm doing is covering the riots. So I was going to say I was just saying to the audience that they pushed off the thousands of people from the 101 that were literally blocking the freeway, and one of them has set up like looks like a falafel stand on one of the, on the overpass or on the off ramp. I know, right? He's just setting his stuff up. Like I'm starting to see some smoke come out of his thing. Like it's pretty fun. Yeah. And also, I mean, with the good comes the bad. So for the last 45 minutes, one of my other channels or camera angles are on the what do you call it, LA Boulevard or Los Angeles fucking Street, whatever it is. Anyway, they set a bunch of automatic cars on fire, like five of them, and they're already all burned down to their bones, black smoke and everything. I mean, I saw who it was. It was just some skateboarding teenager type kids, really. I mean, I watched them break through the windows with their skateboard trucks And then I also watched one guy give. I watched one guy after they'd set 2 cars on fire. I watched this one guy just kind of like nonchalantly hand a water bottle full of gasoline to his girlfriend, and she was like, "Really?" And like with her hand up, you could tell. Like it was funny as hell. And she throws it into the window of an already burning car, and she kind of like it kind of looked like you, like when you get really excited about something and you just kind of like Hercules, you kind of clap your hands together, kind of a thing. And like it was totally that. She was like, "Oh, thank you," and then they waited like a minute or so, and you heard a pop, and she kind of jumped up, and she's like, "Ah!" She kind of hugged her man. I was like, "That's us. If we were doing this, that would totally be us." I'm like, "Honey, you want to throw some gasoline?" You're like, "Really? Yeah." I want to do that. I want to totally do that. I only want to do it once though. And I want to jump up and down excitingly when it happens. Yeah. Yeah, that's another thing is, I mean, like I said, there's probably like 5 or 6 cars burning by now, and it's some seriously thick black, like plastic rubber kind of like carcinogen smoke. There's a lot of people around it too. They're gonna feel it tomorrow. They don't know it, but they're gonna. Yeah. That's right. No, you can't. These aren't just, these are real people. You can't just take them. You can't just descend, like, literally there's a Black Hawk helicopter flying around, intimidating the shit out of the whole crowd. There's, and it's been just circling, like, just ominously circling. There's no, like, troops or anything deployed from it. It's just, a Black Hawk helicopter, literally, deployed from the government, you can tell. Everybody, and even the newscasters are like, so, we're gonna talk about that, right? In the sky. Jesus, these cars are burnt all the way down. They look... Yeah, 22.
You know, like they try anything. Sorry.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. Oh, that was a boom. Yeah, by the way, these cars are driven by lithium batteries and they're exploding. But anyway, yeah, well, here's the thing, like I told you before, the National Guard is an arm of the state, and yeah, that's what I'm trying to say is, and Trump is using it basically in, to do this, which is kind of fucked up. So here's what happened. Fucking Newsom basically, I guess, got together with 22 other governors who, are pretty staunch believers in having, control over their fucking state military, to try to get control back over the 3,000, I guess, or no, 2,000 members that he sent. Well, okay, so it's 2,000 in all, but apparently only 300 showed up. Okay. Yeah, I know. You're not even supposed to be here today. Boom, hey, that's actually easy. that's exactly what everybody's been saying too. Like the governor, the mayor, everybody was just like, look, he's trying to provoke us. He's trying to put the state under a kind of fear. Both of them pretty much have agreed. They're saying don't feed in, but it doesn't seem to be working in LA. They just want to. Some of them just want to watch the world burn. Well, they are absolutely angry for the right reasons, as far as I'm concerned. Just like I was saying in the beginning of the cast, like this is absolutely wrong. The lines drawn between what's an immigrant and what's not is not even solidified, and we're calling down the National Guard. There's children, there's people who have lived in this country for literal decades. There's countless people that are being persecuted by this bullshit. That and they have an actual what? That's right. Yeah, they raided a Home Depot. Yeah. Yeah, the elementary school thing, and then the you won the lotto situation or whatever that they've been doing. On a list. I mean, you have to know that that's something you'll have to answer for. Like you get to go to bed with that. That's, Yep. Apparently there's somebody in my chat, so it's just some random person. They're not saying anything, it's just some random person. I just want to be, I don't want to be unresponsive, just in case. Anyway, I love you, sweetie, and, so LA is on fire. Yay. Did you miss me? Oh. Alright, let's see what this guy's saying.
Will there be any change in the law enforcement response from the city or from the state or from the federal government?
What was that? Ooh, who knows why we're... Oh, okay, we're clapping for explosions. Got it. I wonder if this other viewer is going to see it better. Oh! Oh my. Oh my. Oh my indeed.
When will we hear from President Trump again? We last heard from President Trump at 5:06 p.m., about 4.5 hours ago.
Really? I wonder what he's talking about. What he's squawking on. What's going on right here? You guys can't see? How about now?
Oh, I have another stream, I think.
There.
I have a second stream for you.
You have a
Hold on
second
here.
stream? What? That's
Hang on,
amazeballs.
second stream coming. Look at this, hold on. I have a second stream.
We might have another stream. Actually, we already do. Okay, hang on a second. Let me turn this real quick. Oh, what is that?
New stream here.
Something big, something big, something big, something big, something big. Okay,
Look,
what's
people are
going
running
on
with
this?
barricades.
Hang on a second.
They're running with barricades. Hold on.
Can't really tell here which one's the good one. So you guys need to like stay on your site. Wish I could do both. Why can't I do them both?
That is Main Street and something. Maybe Main and Temple.
I wonder if I can just land. Oh, I can't. Okay,
Look
so
at
wait.
this. Hold on. Look at this.
So that's okay. So now I can just go back and forth. But I was trying to put them both up for you. It is what it is, man.
I'm
Let me
gonna
see.
turn off this. It's too much. I'm gonna turn off the scanner for now. I don't want the scanner.
Okay, so we're not missing anything. That's probably going to change anyway. Okay, let's just do
Focus on
this.
this.
Oh.
Fuck Donald
There
Trump!
you go.
Fuck Donald Trump!
I would rather not, lady. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I think that's the Temple Street Bridge we just saw.
Come on.
Yes, this is
other
Temple Street looking towards Main Street. Temple
so
Street
you're looking at
being
Temple Street.
Los Angeles Boulevard.
Okay, this is okay. Right. Okay. So this is the same view that they're looking at, just from a different angle.
And this is
Gotcha.
look at all the police there. Wow. Hang on.
What is going on?
This is only, you know,
Stop playing with
this
it.
is only a couple blocks from the Waymos, okay? Temple in Maine is only, it's like 2 blocks from the Waymo burning, so they're actually fairly close to each other. 2 locations. Actually,
Oh my.
yeah, this road actually, it's more like a block. 1-2 blocks.
This guy is content to just film this car until it stops smoldering. Oh, I am definitely not doing that. No, sir. getting spicy. Okay, I'm just gonna stop watching that because it just keeps freezing up, and apparently it's working, so. We love stuff that's on fire. Every protest needs a drummer. Okay, well, that was her ride.
Ryan Stelter of CNN reports that Waymo will not be serving any rides in the protest area.
You think?
So, in 5 Waymo.
That's what I was thinking when I first saw like the first 2 go up. I was like, stop! The guys at Waymo are just like watching this, going, stop letting cars go to downtown.
Ryan Stelter of CNN, Waymo will not at the moment be sending any more cars to the protest area.
Yeah, probably not. Probably not. Let me turn the fan on.
Yes, Waymo, as one of our viewers just said, Waymo is owned by Alphabet, which also owns Google.
Oh, is that right now? Oh, that's just positively interesting. Hello, if you're just joining me in chat. Nice to have you here. You are the legend. Today we're just doing kind of a special weigh-in on what's going on in my neck of the woods.
These protests started on Friday. Protests against immigration raids in LA.
True story, Bob. Back to you, Steve. The protest I was watching has ended. Meow. What? Stop it.
Quick thank you, by the way, too. Quick thank you to Puddles for the memberships. Thank you, Puddles. Also, Lisa, IDK, Noel, John Doe, Jinzo Crash, Sean Ryder, Jeff Kaplan, Shake and Bake, Jen Alianos, Judge Red, Lola P, Jeff Kaplan, Freddie Lick, Yenna Vangerberg, Pierre Dubois, Spirit of St. Louis, N3 Honest, Lucy Cabana, Tammy Dank, AV Applegate, Robert S. Jordan, Sunflower Anthony.
Oh, what was going on right there?
Bird Beast,
They kept telling me that my stream had ended. Let me make sure that we are good.
Win.
My stream has definitely not ended.
Look at this. What's going on?
I'm not really sure what's going on with my phone. So, just going to do that again.
These two
Hi.
sites are just a couple blocks away from each other.
Sorry. Trying to make things work here. Welcome to Rupture Entertainment. I'm your host, Fancy Solani. Today, we've got the LA Riots. Alright, well, I hope that's working, because I'm not sure what's going on, but, yeah. So there's some stuff going on in LA, and it's bad, okay? Welcome to Rupture Entertainment.
The
Today,
dispersal order has been issued for the area of Temple and Main, which is the area of the wine shop you're seeing right there.
okay, right. Let me see. Give me just a second.
LAPD says in this area where the wine shop is, Temple and Main, demonstrators are using chairs, garbage bins, and other items to blockade the street. Leave the
Here's the
area.
other one. Hang on just a second. Sorry about that.
Hey guys.
Hey, what?
So check this out. This is about those Waymo cars
Nope,
have
that
been
didn't work.
set on fire.
Sorry.
Some of you were asking about this or talking about it in the chat.
Okay.
Look what LAPD says. To our media partners, demonstrators and others who may enter the area of Los Angeles Street north of Arcadia and south of Alameda. That would be right here, where the cars are burning. Burning lithium-ion batteries release toxic gases, including hydrogen fluoride, posing risks to responders and those nearby. Please avoid the area.
Pretty sure I just said that. I also said that there's a pretty large risk of explosion. I was wrong. Apparently, the lithium-ion batteries, while they did have a few good pops, did not really explode the way that I thought that they would. So that's good news, I guess. Especially since when they were starting to really pop, there was a lot of people around, recording. As there is likened to be. Oh, they don't give a poop about you. Did you hear that? They don't give a stool about you. Yeah, they don't give a fornication about you. They give no fornications. Not even one. On a Saturday at 72 degrees. It's nice and comfortable. After you've had a Mai Tai. Not even one. She is going to tear her voice all to heck, isn't she? She's just going to... I need to figure out what's going on over here. Looks like nothing. That's fine, I suppose.
Shut up, please. Shut her up.
Wow, she's mad. She's really mad. Tell him. Tear anything down. Alright, yeah, that's... Okay, so that was from... Okay. Oh my. Alright, let's turn that to a little one. We'll go back over here. Open this up real whack. We're gonna have to go back to that one. Let's see. Oh my.
One of my biggest dreams was to road trip Europe.
No, sir. No, not that. Thank you. Nope, that's the wrong one. Go back. Let me see. No, there's a better one, right? Protesters block. Nope, that's not it. Okay, we should go to the live stuff here. LA protests. Oh yeah. So this is the guy that I'm watching up there, who likes to do the extra crazy, lots of stuff thing. But he's got his own channel, so we're not gonna bother him too much. Just kind of wanted to see what he was looking at real quick. We'll go back. We're gonna go back. Okay. Go back. We're gonna go back. Let's go back. Wow, listen to that. Welcome to the LA Riots. So the last time the National Guard was called to California was in 1992, or during a time they also deemed the LA Riots. And we, if you remember, if you were I don't know, maybe a student of the histories, or maybe if you were alive, you might have known what happened then. I think that was, I want to say that was Rodney King. I think that was the Rodney King beating. 92. Pretty sure it was. Anyway, it was bad. I was pretty young. Wasn't that young, but I had my own problems. Let's see. Take a picture of me in front of this smoldering wreckage. Get my good side. That was a boom. A big bada boom. That was a Lilo Dallas multipass. Maybe I should make some coffee. This seems like it might go late. Yeah, like I said, before all of this started, before I started streaming, you know, about 3,000 people had flooded into the streets down on the highway, on the 101. And it's a big 5-lane highway if you're not familiar with it. I think it's actually like 6 or 7 with the POV lanes and all that stuff.
We are
Anyways,
bringing
it's a
you
big...
live coverage. What is going to happen next tonight? Will there?
Anyway, it's a big freeway, and you know, they slowly trickled down the off ramp onto the freeway and totally clogged up the entire thing. Just walked out in front of traffic, 5 lanes of freeway like they did last time, which is insane. I love them for it. That's kind of crazy. But so, yeah, so then the cops were deployed. The CHP doesn't mess around. The California Highway Patrol showed up in pretty good force, and they just kind of pushed them back up the ramp with tear gas and a little bit of force. A couple of people were detained. I don't know if they were arrested. It depends on how much fight they put up, but I didn't see much. Anyway, after they were pushed up the ramp, they pretty much all just kind of did what you're seeing here, where they just kind of stopped in the intersection and just looked around, and you know, they got kind of bored, you know, clogging up this intersection, so they decided to stop some automated taxis. And if you're not familiar with the Wegos, apparently they will stop if a pedestrian is in front of them, because, you know, they don't want to hit them. And the mob took that to their advantage and broke the windows and threw some water bottles full of gasoline inside of them and watched them burn. It's pretty epic. Looks like the firefighters are finally showing up. I don't know where everybody went. Like a minute ago, I mean, there was so many people here. It really, it looks like it's starting to kind of like die down, but I mean, it was only like 20 minutes ago that there was like 3,000 people right here, so where did they all go? Let's see what this guy's saying. He's not saying anything.
I'm hungry.
And he's saying he's hungry. Sorry, Mr. Jim, we're not here to feed you. We are here to feed our curiosity. Hi. Looks like they've pretty much burned themselves out.
See him put out the fire. Well, there's not much of a fire left on that one.
Look at him hurrying, too.
Let's see.
Hurry before more
Maybe they have to do a
asphalt
special
catches
thing
on
'cause it's an
fire.
electric vehicle.
Whatever. I like how things are just kind of returning to normal. I see cars going by and stuff. Where did everybody go? What is going on? Like, are they purposely sandbagging our camera angles or what? Hang on.
Oh, 2 fires still burning. 3 fires, actually.
Probably gonna burn for a while, bro. Hang on. Let's see. Yeah, we'll do that, and then we'll do this. Try to open up another tab here real quick. Click. Than that. Thank you. Let's see. Okay, that's the other angle. Okay. Thank you for being muted. I appreciate that. Nobody likes ads. Go to heck. Alright, let's blow this up.
They are getting ready to put out.
That's not the right one, so let's go over here to the browser and switch it over to the right one. There you go. Alright. So this is, yeah, this is the other camera angle, which looks, I mean, it just looks like there's so much going on right there, right? I'm kind of wondering where, this isn't them, like, that's all I'm saying. It's like, where did they all go?
There you go, guys. Fire's getting put out.
Meh. I mean, if anybody wants to see that, that's fine, but it's like, you ever seen a fire get put out? It's like that. Yeah. Smoldering wreckage for you and for me. Oh yeah. Yeah, this is absolutely an emergency.
Oh, I have the opposite, the other view.
Yeah, me too, but it's like, wah. Where did everybody go? How come nobody's asking the question? Where did 3,000 people disappear to? And how come they're not setting fire somewhere else? They were so adamant about burning these cars down here. No, okay, so those people out there who think that I just want to see carnage, that's not right. Wow, this is a great angle. No, of course I don't want to see...
Well, I saw a video on TV. It looked like on...
Of course I don't want to see, you know, towns that are close to me burning. I don't want to see my community burning. I don't want to see that. And this is pretty bad. This is as close as something this terrible, you know, this kind of civil unrest has been to me in a long time. To be honest with you, I'm all for the show of protest. I don't like the violence. Nobody does. Sometimes an egg's gotta get broken before somebody listens. There's ways to do that, though. There's ways to go about that don't get people potentially hurt, and don't force government or state resources to waste their time. You know, we just stop a moment and, you know, thank the universe that there isn't a giant wildfire going on somewhere, knock on wood, in California, or, you know, whatever. I mean, it is the season for any number of, you know, natural disasters, and these guys, you know, could have their attentions divided, and this is what we're doing with it. I don't enjoy putting these types of people in danger. firefighters and police officers and, you know, service members. They don't deserve to be caught up in politics. This kind of crap. They don't deserve that. Idiot. Oh, what's that? Turned up all the way. I want to make sure I can hear the drums. Alright. Yeah, so welcome to my messy room. Sorry, I didn't really set anything up before I set up the stream. I just wanted to kind of get in here, make sure everything's recorded. Kind of crazy. Drummer's keeping a good beat. What is going on now? So, smoke is what you're saying. Yeah, I think I will make some coffee. Seems like it's gonna be a long night. Is it possible you could get a better angle? Or no? I mean, if not, it's fine. That's a bum. Beat by double. Yeah, that's the same one. They're all just sitting there. Alright, so the Black Hawk helicopter's coming back. Oh, okay, here's the people. I was wondering where you guys were. Hey, you were still here somewhere. Make some coffee, so I will relieve you of my presence for a second. But I'm still here, in spirit.
Behold, this summer, a rare cosmic event will transcend space-time and traverse our observable worlds. I'm speaking, of course, of the mythical flickerworm migration. This gathering of giddy yet elusive creatures is a unique opportunity for humans to experience a true interdimensional phenomenomally.
See Omega Mart like never before in this epic, immersive performance. Get tickets at meowwolf.com.
That must be what it is. Top left. I'm going to have to eat something soon. I'm going to keep the stream going. I have not eaten a bite in, gosh, there's been so much happening. Yeah, we've been on over 7.5 hours. It's going to be a problem if I don't eat something soon. But I'll keep the stream going. I'll just probably put something in the air fryer shortly and then take a quick break and eat it. But I got it. It's getting to be that time. But again, I'm going to keep the stream going.
All right,
Well,
you
I'll
do
wait a
that.
few minutes.
I mean, I get you, man. Sometimes you just gotta eat. So drums and fires and pretty tame comparatively to the few, maybe 45 minutes or so before the whole broadcast started. I was thinking this was like ramping up, like after they stood in the frickin'
LAPD is now down at the end of the block. They're starting to stage another skirmish line along with Bennington. Down there, we still have this exit, and we still have that to the left, but they're getting all sides. We have National Guard down there, we've got Sheriff's Department down there, LAPD all the way down at Temple. Keep an eye on it, don't get cuddled.
Don't get cuddled. Okay, very smart. I like that they have tactics. A couple people with bullhorns walking around telling people what to do. I dig that. Very smart. Oh, drummer's getting tired. Oocha, oocha, Uh-oh. What's this? What's going on over there? No, it's done. Oh, I see. Never mind. Play it, dude. Look at the sparks. Alright. So, yeah. Switching up the tempo. I like it. I was going to put my face back in, but the drummer is right where I would be, so I don't want to cover him up. Oh, he's now out of the frame. Kaboom! What you got, buddy? What are you saying?
And President Trump's post from 5 hours ago. Where he said order will be restored and the illegals will be expelled and Los Angeles will be set free. But
What the
I don't know if President Trump's going to announce anything tonight. We'll have to see.
That's so inflammatory.
I'm sure we'll hear from him.
Los Angeles will be set free.
Oh, as MJ mentioned.
What?
Homeland
What does that even
Security
mean?
posted order will be restored 4
Set
minutes
free.
ago. And they Homeland Security posted photos of people on top
Hi,
of
welcome
the
back.
burning Waymo cars, or the destroyed Waymo cars.
Okay.
Again,
yeah,
we'll
we
see.
have that.
I don't know if we're going to get an announcement from the Trump administration.
So,
We'll
okay.
just have to see it.
I don't see it happening either. I feel like I feel like the Trump administration is waiting for a response from Gavin Newsom, a public response like the mayor did. Whoa! Gray. That must be the battery. I like how this car is being ceremoniously drummed to death. That guy's red in the smoke too. You can't see him anyways, don't worry. Even though my face is in the way, the smoke is completely covering him. There he is. gonna step right out on the. Hang on. Yeah. Okay. Hang on. I gotta. If they give this guy a chance, I gotta put him in the shot. I can't cover him up. That would be a travesty. There we go. Oh yeah. This guy's slowing down. Tempo slowing down. Oh. Harder, faster. Nice. Okay. Go.
ZZZZ.
How could you possibly fall asleep, man? This guy's playing a death march. He's in the smoke, though. I mean, look at him. He doesn't even give a crap. That has got to be the worst. Probably stinks like hell. This is literally the lithium-ion battery that's burning off right now, too. Like, the one thing they told you not to breathe in the fumes from. This guy is standing in it and just drumming away. Love it. Go California. I believe that beeping noise is their oxygen. This guy is relentless. I love it. Wouldn't know it if you just tuned in, but there's a drummer in that cloud. Even he's getting tired. Like the firefighter's like, okay, is this thing out yet or what? What are you saying, brother?
And that mythical, really appreciate it.
Oh, talking to his peeps. He's like, hey, you just walked right in front of the shot. What's wrong with you? How much for the rims? How much for the rims? How much for the only thing that didn't melt? Love it. There he is. The dude that smells like lithium-ion batteries forever. And playing off into the sunset. Love it. That girl right there, that girl sitting right there in the middle, this is her car. No. This is her ride. This is her ride to wherever she was going. She's just utterly put out. I called that here. They're gonna charge me. Nobody can see that, dude. Yeah. The epic wreckage of 5 burned automatic vehicles. Drone cars. Let me get some coffee. Give me a second. Alright. So this doesn't look like a lot of people. They're still kind of just chilling in the street though. You know, just acting like this isn't a busy downtown street. So what's we got going on here? never gonna change. Okay. Well, I guess this one hasn't either. But at least it's exciting. Governor Gavin Newsom, hold on.
That's his latest post.
Hold on, pause. Governor Gavin Newsom's latest post 2 minutes ago. Oh no, this is from Donald Trump. Governor Gavin Newsom and Mayor Bass, quote-unquote Mayor Bass, should apologize to the people of Los Angeles for absolutely horrible job that they have done, and this now includes the ongoing LA riots. They are not protesters, they are troublemakers and insurrectionists. Remember, no masks. Wow, that sounded huge. What was that?
Hang on.
Great. So that's how he's gonna respond. You should be ashamed of yourselves.
Gosh, is it already 10:00? It's already 10:07 p.m. Eastern time. It's crazy.
You should say you're sorry to the people of California for being bad. Oh boy. Where's my buddy Ben when you need him? I need a really good Trump impression to make people laugh. I'm not good. I don't
We
know.
have two shots, but it's basically same location.
Yeah. We've had that for like 2 hours now. Oh yeah, there you go.
I'm gonna get this one.
Oh jeez. Alright. Oh, he's close. Unless it's this one. Nope, it's this one. So yeah, this guy was just burning rubber because he can, because it's America, apparently. It's America, F yeah. Those are the tiniest. What the frack was that sound? I think I'm getting sick. Some swollen lymph nodes. Painful. I'm gonna die then. So this is where they check out their motorcycles, I guess. Let's see if they work in the middle of the intersection. Next to some smoldering wreckage. Okay, all good now. So, burnt cars, check. The one thing you need in the...
I'm posting a link in the chat of people throwing scooters at California Highway Patrol vehicles.
What?
Off the bridge over the 101.
What?
Earlier.
Where's that?
CNN video. I just posted a link to it. ASIC posted it. Yes, ABC7 is showing a helicopter shot of people putting up some barricades on the street. I think it's near City Hall. I mean, I don't know that it's not very strong barricades, it looks like some traffic barriers, and I don't know if they're made of plastic or something,
that.
but
Give me that.
I think that's, well, again, it's near City Hall, but I don't know that would be anything that's going to be really very resistant.
I like this guy. He looks like he's dressed for freaking
Doesn't look like it.
LARP.
Oops, we lost that foot. We have to go to
I'm
this
an
one. We might have lost that
investigator.
screen.
What?
Let's go
What
to
just
this
happened?
screen.
Uh-oh. What happened? What happened?
Does your wallet look like... This?
No.
Okay, let's talk about it. We've all ignored red flags before.
Our sheriff is going to be required to turn a convicted criminal who's in our jail over to them. But these kinds of chaotic sweeps and raids into people's workplaces and Home Depot, these are people who are going to work and earning a living, and may I add, are a huge part of our economy here in Los Angeles County. We depend on them. These are
This live event has ended. Yeah, I don't think so.
There are consequences, if you will, to that, because protesters are continuing.
We're just gonna go ahead and mute you guys, because we don't like you. You're not very good at what you do anyways, and we're gonna turn that off for sure. Put this up. Let's see if we can see it. Okay, there we go. Here, you know what? Let's see what they have to say, actually.
But LAPD continues to
these guys, okay, just so you know, these guys in the choppers, they speak incoherently, ad nauseum. They constantly never know what's coming out of their own mouths. They make stuff up, they lie constantly. Don't believe anything that comes out of this guy's mouth. This guy in particular, he's, yeah, what's his name? I can't remember his stupid name, it doesn't matter. There's a bunch of them. These guys are just totally untrustworthy, but sometimes they tell you what's going on. But unfortunately, what they'll do is they'll tell you what they see, and I can do that better. So we'll probably be doing that. It looks like so the mounted horseback division has shown up. Looks like we've got some Canadian Mounted World Police. Just kidding. I'm not really sure what those boxes on the ground. I think they were trying to talk about them, but they
Protective Service
are kind of dumb.
That's a agency within the Department of Homeland Security,
boxes,
and that is a part of the agency, and they're
not really sure what those cylinders on the ground. It looked like there's a whole bunch of them that look like they're everywhere. They could be water bottles, because that's pretty much where the protesters were. They could be like all the crazy water bottles that they threw, but that seems like a lot. I'm not really sure what those are. And it also looks like they came... there was boxes that were containing those cylinders, so I don't know what those are. Hopefully they'll go back to them and they'll say something coherent.
Specifically federal property, but it is interesting seeing them on scene here and them kind of driving around, because that definitely is something that is agitating some of the protesters here as they continue to see those federal officers move into the area. As we zoom back into this section, this barricade, which now spans the entire length of Spring Street, then continues to be fortified, and you see more and more protesters kind of continue to set themselves up behind this barricade, and we're just waiting to see what LAPD
are those
does
chairs, those stools?
if they continue to move forward on this barricade here and using some of those less than lethal rounds.
It is curious to me why they continue this volley of less than lethals. It doesn't appear to be doing anything. Wow. They continue to fortify their lines there. And as we heard earlier, there were calls going out, Gabe, that they are
he's
running
like,
low on these
why are they just using? Why are they using less than? Why don't they just shoot them? You know, why don't they just kill them?
See a continue volley of these.
I mean, I wonder why. I wonder why we don't just have bodies in the street right now. I just head scratcher. I have no idea.
Every canister there is another empty canister of a less than lethal on one side of the road. These are hundreds here. Throughout the day, we have seen thousands, literally thousands of these munitions sent towards these demonstrators. So that's one side of the street we're seeing. The other side is full of them as well. But again, in this situation, if you are indeed running low on them, what it is accomplishing when you're firing them at benches and chairs that are stacked up in the middle of the road.
Or whatever. Who cares?
So
we will continue makes it fun to watch.
Right. Okay. I think we're shortly going to have to excuse Gabe to go refill with Air 7.
Oh, gee,
we do have another...
I mean, that's it.
What's in this box is absolutely insane.
It's a darn shame that we don't have to hear your voice anymore. Big old shame. Okay, what's over here? Wow!
This one, no good zoom, but more stable for walking around.
We got somebody on the street. Sweet. Somebody from AXN News. Let's go AXN, shout out, big time. Where's this guy? Okay, so XN News is a channel dedicated to bringing you the raw, uncut news from Los Angeles. I mean, there's a few channels like this, by the way. Show some support by hitting the subscribe button. Always call for action. Let's see what else we have. Always on call for action. We're only funded by you, the viewer. Okay, so same old stuff. We'll give you a subscribe just because we're chilling with you, bro. Nice like. Looks like you're getting to the action. Nice to be on the ground. So this is the freeway overpass they scared everybody off the freeway from. We're still kind of on the corner here. So everybody was down this. They were down off this.
They're rotating shifts. They're rotating shifts.
What do you call it? They were down off that little connection merge into the highway. What is that moving? And then so the highway patrol scared them all back up here, and they kind of really haven't moved since. But it looks like on the other side of this street is where those cars burned up. So it's pretty much this whole This must be LA right here. This must be LA Boulevard or whatever the heck on the left of us. And then, the 101 is in front of us. So, let's see, we've got some CHP people. We've got INL, which is maybe immigration, I'm not sure. Let me look that up. What's INL? Anybody know what INL means? Idaho National Laboratory? No, that's probably not it. Bureau of International Narcotics and Law Enforcement. That's probably it.
That's your legacy. Helping little girls.
So it looks like most of these are CHP. They're Special Operations Unit.
So everywhere you look, if you notice, all the signs are tagged up. There's "fuck you" written on the floor. Fuck cops, fuck ICE.
You're gonna be beautiful.
This poor guy needs to take care of himself.
Looks like things have calmed down a little bit.
Whoa.
Except for over here, they're still shooting flashbangs at the crowd.
So yeah, if you look down, that's where they were all standing. They were standing in the freeway where all those cars are. Just about an hour ago. This dude is the ultimate drummer, bro. He is never gonna stop drumming. Boom, boom, boom.
Careful when you walk that way, they're shooting this way.
Okay, that is getting.
Hey,
Guys, BB, down the road. Okay, well, we can't follow this guy.
Where's your partners?
Let's see if there's another angle at this. Hang on.
I don't really like committing to things.
Yeah,
That's
really
This game,
super interesting.
You're not ready for it.
Let's do this instead.
People on skateboards and scooters, etc.,
There we go.
all over in pockets all throughout the city. As we look this way, you can see the
Dang, those
remains
people
there
on
of the
skateboards and
Waymos that
pockets.
were set on fire and burned.
Waymo set on fire. What? Oh, Migos. Oh. Alright, what are we on now? That's gone live. What is this? Alright, yeah. Started 19 minutes ago. Sponsored by Law Office Chain. People on the ground. Okay, that's fine. Let's get a better angle of this. Where are we here? Associated Press. This ought to be a good one. I'll give these guys a subscribe for sure. Looks like they're heading back. Oh, oh, boom. Somebody throwing stuff. So yeah, this is this is the off ramp they came up. Oh wow, you're driving really fast, bro. Calm down. What the? Seriously, you're putting everybody in danger, acting like an idiot. Look at you, and you just get out of the car all nonchalantly, like. Oh gee, everybody okay? Stupid. Everybody in danger. How many, like, was that one dude they just, like, arrested? Look at that, there's like 50 guys down there, and they're all, like, glad-handing each other because they got that one dude. Yeah, good job, man. All in a day's work. Yeah, thanks, Bob. Yeah, thanks, buddy. Yep, I'm gonna sleep well tonight. Hey, I'm gonna see you on that fishing trip. Yeah, buddy, you better believe it. Oh, wow, okay. They are pulling their weapons. Those are grenade launchers, I believe, or what? They're throwing stuff. They're getting thrown stuff. The cops are getting assaulted. Here comes all the rocks and the water bottles and things. Oh, and then I can't really tell if they're firing back or if they're just aiming back. Oh! You got to imagine that some of those bottles are filled with pee. And that's gross. But, you know, gotta imagine. Wow, why are they... What is happening? They're all like, get to cover. We suddenly don't realize that we're, you know, wearing full body armor. And those dang pebbles. They're really gonna hurt. Okay, wow, that might be all of that. Possibly. Looks like it is. Let's see what else we got here.
This is the one who helps
It is?
everyone.
Thank God, I've been looking for the one. Okay, what is this? AXN News again. Welcome back, brother. Just cruising down the street. Right on, right on. I like this guy. Oh, that looks different. What's
got the CHP
TR?
officers
obviously understanding that if they walk out from underneath of that overpass, they'll most likely be hit with these very large rocks that are being thrown.
LA protest,
we
okay,
haven't
so
seen
he's
them
just
for a
listening
while
to
there.
the news like I'm
But,
listening
you
to
know,
him
that-
listening to the news. So that's something. I guess we could just go listen to the news. Right?
Investors, a short time ago, LA Mayor Karen Bass held a press conference
I guess we'll do that.
just inside this building where these protesters were happening. Tim Caputo said you could hear the explosions happening outside. Let's listen into a little bit of what LA Mayor Karen Bass had to say a short time ago.
What we're seeing in LA is chaos caused by the administration.
That's right.
People should exercise their right to protest. That's their First Amendment right. But people should also exercise that right peacefully. We do not want to play into the administration's hands. We're working with officials, we're organizing resources, but what we're seeing in Los Angeles is chaos that is provoked by the administration. When you raid Home Depot and workplaces, when you tear parents and children apart, and when you run armored caravans through our streets, you cause fear and you cause panic. And deploying federalized troops is a dangerous escalation. But we need to be real about this. This is about another agenda. It's not about public safety. There's clearly no plan, and there is clearly no policy. I want the people of Los Angeles to know that we stand with all Angelenos, no matter where you were born. The First Amendment right gives you the ability, again, to protest peacefully. But it does not give you the right to be violent, to create chaos, or to vandalize property. And that will not be tolerated. So I call on all Angelenos to continue expressing your right, your anger, your outrage, but to do it peacefully. And I just have to say that all of you were there Friday. Everybody knows what happened Friday. A workplace, several workplaces were
Oh my gosh, look at all the stuff that are thrown down at the cars.
Now in the beginning, the administration said they were just
and
looking for dangerous fellas, violent
still
people.
just throwing stuff.
It's hard to say that
here
that's
comes
what
the cops.
they found at a
Everybody
workplace
look out.
or in a Home Depot parking lot. When this happens, it
Oh, here you go.
terrifies
It's a little
people. It sends
tear
a
gas for
sense
you.
of
How about
fear
that? You guys
and
like
chaos
gas?
in our city.
You guys like gas,
and you
huh?
well remember a few
Yeah,
years
that's
ago
right.
in the
There
last
you go.
administration,
Look at him
when
running
kids
for his
were
life. What
afraid
an
to go to
idiot.
school,
What a dumbass.
parents
He
were
went out there
afraid to
all
go
by
to work.
himself.
This impacts all of our city.
He tried to
You
throw.
can't
He probably tried to
terrify
throw
the
tear gas at them, but it bounced off the friggin'
workforce and then expect for
overpass
because
he's firing from a
So if you think about a father that went into a factory and
lowered
now his
position.
family doesn't know
What a
where
dummy.
he is, the
This is what
detainees have
happens.
not been allowed to speak to legal counsel. That is a marked departure
high
from what has
schoolers
happened
employed.
in the past. When you think of a mother that might be working in a household, taking care of children on another side of town,
Yeah.
that impacts that family as well as her family. And so this is something that I think should not be happening in our city, and I join with the governor in appealing to the administration to rescind the order to federalize the National Guard
Where are they getting
and
all these
allow
rocks
the
and
National
stuff?
Guard to come back under the control of the governor.
And that was LA Mayor Karen Bass a short time ago saying this chaos has been
Look at
caused
that.
by, provoked by President Trump and the Trump administration and their policies dealing with Los
yeah,
Angeles
she
and
said that.
immigration and immigrants
And she
in our
was
city. As we were
100%
listening to the
right.
mayor, exactly what we were talking about played out. Some officers emerged from beneath that overpass, and they were met immediately by projectiles, rocks and bottles and other
Yes, sir.
things being thrown off that overpass. And
That's
as we
right.
said, if they want to have any movement to get these vehicles out of there, that overpass is going to have to be cleared by law enforcement because these folks, something else large just
still-
got thrown. It looks like
still
a
throwing
pillow,
stuff.
but I do not think that was a pillow.
I do
given
not
the
think
force
that
of
was
what
a
is now
pillow.
sitting in the windshield of that vehicle. What is that?
It
Hey,
looks like some kind of maybe
heavy.
a bag,
A bag of
with
something,
like
yeah, it's-
maybe a bag of rocks or some kind of heavy thing in the bag.
I'm
but yeah,
hungry.
That
You
could
gotta love
be.
these
We
guys. They're
saw
just-
folks gathering things
their
on
brains
the
are
ground
a bag
for
of
long
rocks.
time. It could be they were filling.
I don't really like committing to things.
Oh, they're
I'm
no,
scared.
not right now.
But when
Oh,
Verizon
it's
announced that I
terrible
could lock in a
time to
low
do that.
price for 3 years, I mean,
Shit.
yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Oh god, no! They're about to throw something off the bridge. Okay, we're gonna have to rewind. I hope we can rewind live. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! All right, here, let's go back.
the roadway. But
see, we go back just a little
officers that remains there at that intersection,
geez, we went back
just
way far,
outside
didn't we?
at the corner.
That family as well as her family. And so this is something that I think should not be happening in our city. And I join with the governor in appealing to the administration.
Here on these vehicles that are just beneath the roadway. But
damn it.
I'm curious to see whether someone with a hammer is getting these rocks, because you see the size of the chunks of cement. And here we go. It looks like movement here. Okay, they have moved in now and broken up this barricade.
They took down the barricade.
With, benches and chairs, and the LAPD is moving now through with those mounted officers. And the demonstrators who were gathered here for more than an hour are now being pushed back Spring Street.
I wonder if the horses have gas masks.
This is south down Spring towards LAPD headquarters, ironically enough. And you can see the steps of City Hall to the left. The green of Molina Park is off to the right. And the smoke lingers in the air here as officers are working to clear this area.
But just the fact they took those benches and those chairs from Gloria Molina Park, that's just insane. It's mind-blowing. And here we have the remnants of it, I believe. Now, looks like law enforcement going in, putting those benches down. They'll be clearing that out of the road hopefully soon. But
let's go see what's happening a little further up the road. And with those demonstrators, because mounted officers are continuing to move in. Again, another stretch of roadway that's just being.
Did you see how many benches I pushed?
The LAPD.
Yeah.
Where will these demonstrators go next?
Exactly.
Has this run out of steam? It's been a long day. It's been a long weekend in Los Angeles. At what point does this end? Does this calm down and these folks go home? Is this going to continue into the night?
No, hell no.
Seen the last
this
two
is
nights
just getting started. You better believe LA doesn't even get started until the sun goes down.
And once again, we are at a showdown.
Hell
Those LAPD officers are standing in the middle of Spring Street. This is the middle. This is the main crosswalk from the park over to City Hall. You see that brick walkway there in the middle, normally full of buses making their way through, and a lot of people. But tonight, the only people that are making their way through are
a lot less people than there were when they shut down the freeway.
And right now, I'm curious to know if these demonstrators are going to go. I mean, is there
everybody
even
got hungry and went home for dinner?
Can they go to the park and grab more benches and chairs, or are they just going to stand there now? And now that they are pretty much
that's sorry. Sometimes that's about as much as I can take from those guys. I mean, there's just an alarming amount of filler that comes out of their mouth, and it's annoying. Don't worry, we'll go back to it. I'm sure you like it. I'm sure you like that annoying stuff. Oh wow, look at that. My goodness.
The overpass has been cleared. This had to happen. At some point, this was going on for way too long. Those vehicles were sustaining way too much damage, and we'll wait and see what kind of damage was done to the overpass itself. But
looks like
fireworks,
shot.
more explosives going off here, and we see a canister being kicked.
You can see there. It's this shot right here.
Oh, what's going on?
But it's
so
from the
beneath,
helicopter.
there is some movement here.
Shut up. Okay, so what you hear on the TV is, or on the other TV.
So again, those police have had stuff thrown on their cars. You can see one of them is aiming their less than lethal weapon, I assume, up at the bridge. And there are some protesters.
I thought you just said they cleared the bridge.
Right now. But people,
evidently
they actually
not. Oh,
the
blam!
police said they closed that side of the freeway because people were throwing down the cop cars. Now, are people like throwing like fireworks down at the cops? I don't know.
It seems like either that or I mean, more likely. Let's be honest. More likely, it's the cops shooting at themselves. I mean, let's be honest. They're about as competent as a pencil with no eraser.
Thank you, Beast Mom and Zero Gravity.
Yeah, no, good one. About as accurate as stormtroopers. No, absolutely. LA cops are totally about as accurate as stormtroopers. But I feel like at that point you're insulting stormtroopers, honestly. Because at least the stormtroopers, when they're done, they still have bullets left. Oh, look at them trying to move this.
Thanks also to Jen.
Oh my God, whatever. Okay, what do you guys saying?
Under it. You can see him lifting it back up to emerge back from the vehicle. So maybe putting it in neutral so they can push these vehicles out of the way, struggling to get the airbag.
There you go.
There's
some more smoky bombs.
Smoke canister thrown from up above.
Where's everybody?
On the surface. So we'll see if this
Hurry
officer
up.
is able
They're
to
vulnerable.
move this vehicle again under attack.
Look at him. Look at him. He's got his hand over it.
Of projectiles being
wow,
thrown down there.
You guys are ballsy, dude. Where are the cops?
That is assault on a law enforcement officer right there, throwing directly a rock at that officer who was not in a vehicle, exposed at the time. I believe that is the person that was doing it.
It's like the second time he's done that too. He's just walking down the street like, I didn't do anything.
On the protesters.
I'm not sure they did.
Same guy. Oh wow.
I think the officers on the surface of the
wow,
might
that thing
have
is beat
fired
up.
tear gas up above, because I don't see. Yeah, exactly. I don't see any officers up on that level. Everything seems to be down, and here we just saw something thrown, and I don't think it made it to the southbound side. It might have fallen into oncoming traffic on the northbound side.
I think they're throwing it. Friggin' moving vehicles now.
There you go. You can see something in the middle of the road that was just thrown. A couple things, cans perhaps, water, rocks, and here we go. So you see officers running because it's too dangerous to move slowly when they emerge from beneath this overpass. Just unbelievable scene of CHP officers sprinting for their own safety.
Pandemonium, man. It's gonna be craziness all night long
as projectiles continue to be thrown. We'll see from this side whether anyone manages or dares to throw anything, but this officer,
I don't dare put my face
pretty quickly,
on the camera, I put myself on camera right now because it covers up too much of the
this has been allowed to
the video.
Go on. It's been hours. You can
I would
see
hate
the
for you
amount
guys to be mad at me because
the chunks of
you didn't see who
that
threw
were
the
thrown
rock
onto the roadway here. If that hit a person, it could easily kill them.
Smoke bomb.
Another firework thrown down there. So these 3 vehicles still abandoned by the CHP. 4 of them. We'll see if anyone is able to get back in there. The one furthest to the left has the airbags deployed. I don't know if that's drivable, if they can even move that tonight.
Probably not.
But we see LAPD officers not too far away from here. They cleared those folks out from the middle of Spring Street.
Okay, let's see what you say.
I gotta eat in a minute because I haven't eaten at all.
This guy, then eat, dude.
And you talk about peaceful demonstrations. What we are seeing, that is not peaceful.
No.
The folks that are gathered on that overpass
no, it's definitely
are
not peaceful.
violent. They are
but,
not peaceful protesters.
I would argue that
tearing
families apart and and incarcerating children who don't understand what's going on, and placing people that are vulnerable like that in the middle of political bullshit. I would argue that that's pretty inflammatory. That's pretty violent too. So, yeah.
And I'm curious how many other scenes we have, how many gatherings of groups we have. Right now it looks like this is just one demonstrator, and officers seem to be firing something at this demonstrator. This demonstrator just seems to be walking.
Just challenging them to do something now. So their protection has been taken down. You can see one bench there, someone, I believe, lying down. Yep, maybe with a skateboard as protection. So these folks just kind of taunting those officers. It brings up the question that Tim Caputo was asking earlier, and quoting someone else, would these folks still be here if the LAPD had backed off at this point? But the violence kind of negates that question. As long as people are acting like this, the LAPD needs to stay here. And here we have officers on the back of this
every single time something like this happens, the LAPD thinks that they should show up with fucking SWAT vehicles and tanks and grenade launchers. So you want to show a force.
Yep.
Then you got one.
So those are LASD.
So you're going to be mad about asking or
tactical gear
about getting what you asked for. I mean, see, this is what I'm talking about. It's not.
Reinforcements are now moving in.
This is not the show of force that should be. This isn't the measure that should be
there was a call
deployed
when those CHP officers came under attack.
This shouldn't be You know, that we shouldn't be sending in SWAT vehicles. We shouldn't be sending in, you know, armored vehicles with, you know, 10 and 20 men on it. You know, this is... like, these are unarmed people that have firecrackers and water bottles filled with pee and rocks. And you're only provoking them by sending more in. I mean, here's the thing. Your problem is you think that you're going to win because of your show of force. You think that everyone's just going to disperse because you have big tanks and guns. But we'll always know that we have numbers on our side. Always. If we decided to actually get together and form ranks and shoulder to shoulder and all run at you, you can't kill us all. Those less than lethal rounds ain't gonna do shit.
Possibly tear gas. That was a pretty large crowd. Again, we saw it clear out in that large.
Okay, we want sound on the ground here. I'm trying to see. Ooh. So yeah, these explosions. By the way, the other one is a little off. So if you see an explosion and then you hear it, it was the same one. Let's see if I can bring that one up. Seems a little juicier. Oh, wow, this one is still doing this. That's crazy. Agenda free. Hurry up. Okay, that's the one. Wow, that's a great view. Steve is eating. He will be right back after. He will be right back after. He probably typed that in before he left. Steve is a cool dude. By the way, this is agenda free. I think it's just called agenda free. I don't know. Agenda free TV. Okay, yeah. We're gonna give you a subscribe because I've been watching you all day. National Guard is around. Okay, but I didn't see. Join the conversation to interact. Okay, it doesn't really say anything. It just says agenda free TV. We like that. Awooga! Woogas. Double wooga. I wonder if people are throwing stuff out of their cars on the way by.
I got tear gas earlier right now.
I mean, like, what are they going to do? Stop that car! What car? The one that threw something at me. Who threw something at you? That one. The one that's going by you right now. Which one? This one? No, that one. Ah, damn it.
It's really hard to understand you from that. I want to leave you alone.
Yeah, that's what these protests need, is a little bit of organization. I mean, I can understand how totally impossible it would be to organize this many people, but when stuff like this happens, there should be like a few people, like a group of people in the entire group, like handing out cards, right? Like, right, this is the channel to get on, this is the phone number to call, whatever the hell, like, this is the Snapchat freaking group chat to join, or whatever the fuck, right? And then, so that way everybody knows everybody.
Okay, that's the reality of things. I get you.
You guys should like organize, like, oh, the cops are coming to this, section. Everybody move to this section. you know, split up. Group 1 go this way, Group 2 go this way, Group 3 go this way. You know, Group 4 gets the Molotovs, you get it. Yeah, I would probably not be a good person to have for a peaceful protest. I'd be on the bullhorn trying to get an army together, showing people how to march. This fuzzy dude's head. What is this camera angle? What are you doing right now? What are you doing to me? Let's look around real quick and see if there's any other. Wow, another one? Damn it, we missed it. Somebody's got some serious kabooms going on, and it's pushing the cops back. They're actually scared. These guys don't care. Yeah, it's like, I wonder if I just zoom in on this highway patrol cruiser, am I gonna see another explosion? That might be a girl. The fuzzy-headed person I was talking about. Sorry about that. The sirens are totally necessary right now. There isn't a million cops on the road. See, you missed it. Missed it. That could have been another. Okay, maybe, yeah, go back over there so we can see the explosions. Beep, beep, beep. We are coming with Walter. Oh, wow, that was a big explosion that you did not get on camera. That's crazy that you did not get that on camera. And it's this guy. This guy walking up on the left absolutely did it. He is walking like a guy who just threw a bomb and is walking the opposite direction. Uh-oh. That sounded like a shotgun blast. That did not sound like a bomb. She got the shivers. This guy needs to change his angle because it's driving me nuts. Alright. You need to go someplace, my friend. Let's see what else we got. Uh-oh, something's going on over here on this side. Okay, here we go. Alright. Yeah. This is where the bombs are coming from. We can stay on this angle. missed, dude. Ow! How'd you do that? How did you do that? You threw it straight at the ground. I'm throwing this from an elevated position. And I missed. Come on, throw another bomb. Listen to me. Sound awful. Oh, that's a cop. That's for sure a cop. You guys better run. They're gearing up to do something. Blame it on the rain that was falling. You can blame it on the rain. On the stars that shine at night. There's that Bronco again. So just running around causing trouble. Things getting crazy in LA. Getting heated down here. Go back to that overpass. What was that? I'm hearing some sounds I haven't heard since war days. You hear those thumps in the background? Like distant thunder cracks? Is that just me? Whoa! Ah! It's a person! She's in the face! Lady! Oh my god! Does she even know she's on camera? Oh, I'm not listening to that. Wow, is now a good time for the interview, lady?
So I think what's on my mind is what's on everybody's mind, which is what happened next, what happens overnight, what happens tomorrow, cases of escalation, is significant escalation.
Oh, they set it on fire! Oh my god! Why are we looking at this one? We need to look at this one instead.
We can see the president potentially, again,
Sweet.
as I'm sure you've been talking about the Insurrection Act,
Insanity. They set the truck on fire, and now the cops are trying to. Oh, looks like they threw a Molotov down there. Somebody took my advice. Just kidding. It wasn't me. I didn't say that. Look at this rock. Look at this rock. Did you see that? He's just waiting. He's just waiting to throw that giant rock. Just set it right there on the guardrail. Like, here, just watch this rock for me, bro. Oh, it's right there.
Sorry, Professor. There's a split screen on the right side of your screen, and we're seeing continued demonstrations, and a firebomb was just thrown down off of the 101 freeway.
A firebomb was just thrown.
Vehicles below, which is now burning. We'll see if they're able to put that out with the fire retardant from below. There's a fire extinguisher. They're deploying, but that looks like it's going to go. It looked like it was some kind of ball.
Let's go back to this one.
Of fuel, whether it's alcohol or gas, lobbed off of this overpass.
I guess
So we're having this conversation with these scenes playing out, Professor. We have heard the president twice within the last hour refer to the people, the demonstrators, and some of them violent and clearly breaking the law here as insurrectionists.
Breaking the
we
law,
have heard Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth threaten that the U.S. Marines will be deployed from Camp Pendleton onto the streets of Los Angeles if the violence continues.
They're deploying the Marines?
Is that allowed? Can the President of the United States legally, in a situation like this, deploy under the Insurrection Act?
Just a little
US
fire,
military
relax.
to fight U.S. citizens on U.S. soil.
Okay, in a situation situation like
They're
this,
still dropping shit on it while they put the fire out.
So let's talk really briefly
awesome.
about the federal statutes at issue here. We all know that
somebody throw something at that other one.
there's
Light that other one on
something
fire.
that gives him the power to act, or
That's
there's
awesome.
inherent constitutional power. In this case, what the president is pointing to.
I know, I don't like to see the city burn, but cop vehicles? Oh yeah, burn those all day. Burn those.
To federalize the National Guard and to allow them to act in a support role for federal law enforcement.
That was a splosie.
They can help protect
and
federal
another.
agents. They can help protect federal property, but they cannot act like law enforcement officials and again perform searches and seizures.
I mean, I thought they cleared the bridge. Didn't they say they cleared this bridge? Here's the crazy thing. It's been about an hour, right?
What happens next?
They can't just send somebody up there to be like, hey guys, get out the bridge and stop breaking the cars. It's messed up, man. And they're still shooting at people with their grenade launchers. That's awesome.
Again, unless there are certain exigent emergency
What do you expect? They're throwing fire bombs.
those emergency circumstances. So for me, the real legal question is, are we in a situation where the
That's what you sound like.
point to that
What do you expect?
authority
That's what you sound
under
like.
the Insurrection Act and say, yes, we can move forward and not just have the National Guard, but have them perform those domestic law enforcement agency actions.
This is a president who has pushed the boundaries of constitutional law and law itself. What would happen if he decides these are insurrectionists, invokes the Insurrection Act, deploys U.S. military, and what is the who can stop him? He's the president of the United States. If he does that, let's say Marines show up in Los Angeles, who's going to stop them?
Well,
so
the
I
Marines.
think at that point you would have California having standing to sue. I'm not saying it's going to be a successful
Sue?
I'm saying they would have standing to sue. The argument would be that the president is infringing on state sovereignty because he doesn't have the power under the Insurrection Act. That when you pull the cord on the Insurrection Act,
this is really not
you should have cooperation from a governor. Now there have been.
Leave it to fucking somebody from California to say, you know
in our
what?
nation's
If you keep doing this, we're gonna sue you.
That was really about implementing desegregation decisions during the civil rights era. We haven't seen the Insurrection Act, in my view, used in modern times against the will of a governor, which is a long answer to your question of what would happen. California would go to court, and California would
here
say
we go.
the president doesn't have the power. And then we would be in another
trying
court battle.
to
We would
burn
have
it again.
a federal judge, likely a number of federal judges making that decision.
It is incredible that we are asking these questions in the United States, that this is even in the realm of possibility of something that could happen. But Professor Jessica Levinson, I would love to sit and talk with you more. Unfortunately, we're facing a time crunch here at the top of the hour. We're awaiting LAPD's press conference. So thank you so much. I would love to talk to you, and I hope we can talk to you about this, and hopefully not about some of the outcomes that we're talking about, our possibilities here. Jessica,
Liar.
thank you.
He wants to talk about the outcomes.
Thank you.
Okay, as we approach the top of the hour, we are going to kind of wrap up this portion of our coverage as we get ready for the LAPD press conference. We'll wait to see if California Governor Gavin Newsom will be taking part. He did post a picture of himself with the Chief of Police of the LAPD and the LA County Sheriff Robert Luna, that he is in Los Angeles. He is working with those jurisdictions to see what is going to play out and how to best address the situation. But we're going to switch over some crews here as we get ready. So we will continue to cover. You'll still see this Air 7 picture of what is happening in downtown Los Angeles. Things calming down except for that one pocket.
Wait, we're still going to get the view, but we don't have to hear you?
Demonstrators continue to hurl objects down at the CHP vehicles below. But stay with us. We are not going anywhere. We will bring you that LAPD press conference here in just about 1 minute as we continue our coverage here on Eyewitness News, streaming and online.
Uh-oh, I hear the explosions coming. What is this camera angle? Stop staring at the sky. I would show you this other one, but the dude is freaking stoned. Yeah. Yeah, those are explosions. Maybe aim the camera over there. Wow, wow. You're a special kind of special. What's this? What is that? Carrier plane of some kind. Cargo plane. About the size of Lifeline. Poppity poppity. Wow, a lot of pops going on. Oh, flashes, flashes. What the hell's going on right now? Whoa! Oh, it's alright. Turn that. Oh, that is on. Just no sound. Oh my god, no shot. You just did that. No shot. You just did that.
Now at 8, violent clashes between more than 1,000 protesters and law enforcement officers in downtown Los Angeles. This on the third day of protests over federal immigration
highlights. We love highlights.
I'm Mark Brown. Tonight we have seen protesters shutting down the 101 freeway, setting fire to windmill cars, throwing rocks, concrete, even electric scooters against law enforcement vehicles on the 101 freeway. We have seen several people pulled out of the crowd and arrested by police. The remnants of less than lethal tear gas and rubber bullets littering the streets of downtown. And beyond what we're seeing on the group, another battle playing out over the Trump administration's decision to deploy National Guard troops
while
to quell these protests that the president is calling an insurrection. We want to begin right now. There's a news conference that is scheduled with the chief of the Los Angeles Police Department, Jim McDonald.
The chief of police. Well, that should be
This is a key
boring.
element of this because one of the things that the president has been indicating is that local leaders, local officials, we don't know if he includes the chief in that, he has spoken about elected officials and especially the mayor and the governor saying that they are not responding to the protests in order to quell them.
After these messages, we'll be right back.
Jim McDonald is going to speak to the news media and to the citizens of Los Angeles. We expect that to happen at any moment. In the meantime, this has been a momentous day here in Southern California.
Oh yeah, super momentous. That's the word I would choose to describe it.
Downtown at City Hall and at the Federal Building Complex, including the Hall of Administration and the Justice Department there and the courthouse. Those two crowds merged.
This guy's freaking angle is ridiculous. He's just everywhere. Everything, everywhere, all at once.
And elsewhere, there has been violence directed at police and at members of ICE.
Here we go. Here comes the cray-cray.
As mounted LA police units are now moving some of those demonstrators out. It has been
Don't waste your time on me, you're already a voice inside my head.
Out in the middle of it for much of the afternoon. Tim, what do you see?
Well, Mark, you really nailed it on the head there. It has been a crazy day, and as the sun starts to go down, the concern obviously is things escalate from here. It's kind of interesting as you see.
I mean, it's pandemonium. There's helicopters, there's armed guards, there's trucks, there's tear gas. I mean, the only thing that could top this off is a Cher concert. I don't know. I don't know why. What helicopter is that? Anybody know? Oh, it looks... Oh, that's CHP. Narf. Or no. That's the Sheriff's Department, looks like, maybe. Sheriff's Department. How about the sheriffs? That's the Sheriff Copter. It's the copter. Mercy. Look at all this fun we're having. We're having so much fun. On into the wee hours of the evening. Oh, looks like they finally shut off the bridge. Look at you guys. So proud of you. Finally shut off the bridge, huh? No when we're throwing stuff at those cars. And they're still running. Oh, God! Ah! Wow, that was awesome. Okay, what are you saying, dude?
The street. So getting control here is almost impossible. So what they're trying to do is get things quieter, but figure out how to finally get this crowd to go home. I can tell you, Mark, from being out here on Friday night, from being in Compton last night, that is a tall order.
Indeed, there are a lot of demonstrators that they still have to deal with. Let's get more from Gabe Santos. He's in Air 7. This is over the freeway bridge under which several CHP vehicles were abandoned after people started throwing scooters and concrete at those vehicles, damaging them, placing the lives of the officers inside them in danger. Let's get more from Gabe about how that situation is now.
Yeah, Mark, this is the situation above the 101 freeway. You have a couple of bridges here. That's the Alameda Street Bridge, and then over to the right is the Los Angeles Street Bridge. And on that bridge, you had a number of protesters throwing things down on the CHP vehicles below. Those CHP vehicles were parked there from, as you see, a firework, or parts of a firework going through the
so that
Those
guy
CHP
that's actually
vehicles
trying to,
were
like,
parked
you know,
there
talk you through the
a
window.
number of hours ago, about 2 or 3 hours ago, when
He's
protesters
standing next to you while you drive like a crazy person, so maybe slow down a little bit.
Southbound lanes of the 101 freeway. CHP moved in, they moved those protesters out, and they controlled that situation, but they left a number of those vehicles there onto the freeway. Eventually, some of those protesters on the overpass on the Los Angeles Street Bridge started chipping pieces of concrete away from the sidewalk and finding other things to throw down, like bird scooters and other electric bicycles, and they started throwing them down onto the CHP vehicles below. Earlier in our live streaming coverage, you saw that CHP vehicle right there was actually set on fire. It looks as if it may not be
that one's toast, bro.
In terms of being
that one's
completely
toast.
inoperable,
We're gonna need a tow truck for this one, guys. We're gonna need a tow truck.
Under the overpass there, trying to figure out how to move that vehicle out of the way. The other vehicles, they appear to have been able to...
What's the fish?
Cramped neck would ruin her vacay.
Oh my
and
God,
by the looks of it, she's waited all year for this.
It's ridiculous when you do things like that. It's
I don't really like committing to things.
Nope.
We begin by reaffirming a core principle. The LAPD supports and protects the First Amendment right to free speech. In recent days, many protests across the city have been peaceful, and we thank the community for expressing their views and their frustration in a responsible manner. However, when peaceful demonstrations devolve into acts of vandalism or violence, especially violence directed at innocent people, law enforcement officers, and others, we must respond firmly. An act of violence, whether toward officers, demonstrators, or the public, will be met with swift and lawful action. Our goal is to maintain order without escalating conflict and to protect everybody's right to safety. Recent public statements have misrepresented LAPD's action from an incident the other night.
Wow.
Specifically, there was a claim that LAPD delayed responding to a request for assistance by more than 2 hours. When we heard that, I think anybody who's a police officer couldn't believe it, and certainly anyone with LAPD couldn't imagine how that would happen. Well, it didn't happen, and I just want to go into that just a little bit.
According to you,
LAPD was not given advance notice that the federal operations would occur in that area. As a result, we were not pre-positioned to respond immediately to unrest.
Yeah, we didn't know, guys. So
once the call for assistance came in, LAPD responded within 38 minutes, and that sounds like a long time, but I'll tell you why that is. The response was impacted by traffic, crowd density in the area with unrest occurring, hazardous conditions caused by tear gas that was previously deployed by federal agents at that location. Many of our officers, because it was put together in a mobile field force configuration without advance notice, were not equipped with gas masks. But despite these challenges, we moved in quickly and as safely as possible. At no point did LAPD ignore or intentionally delay any request for help. I also want to be unequivocally clear. The Los Angeles Police Department does not participate in or coordinate with Immigration and Customs Enforcement on civil immigration enforcement.
That would be...
We've said this over and over again, and I can't stress it enough for the people in our community who have high levels of anxiety about this issue that we want everybody to believe and be able to call the LAPD in time of need if they've been a victim of a crime or a witness to a crime. We need that. Otherwise, the system does not work. That has been our policy and remains our policy, and it went into effect in 1979. So 46 years ago, that's been the way we do business. On the other hand, however, when a law enforcement agency, any agency, requests emergency assistance to protect lives, we are obligated to respond, and we do. Public safety is our duty, and we will answer every legitimate call for
Something
help
crazy's
from
going
anyone. We recognize that immigration enforcement operations can cause a deep fear and anxiety, particularly.
Oh, they're shooting?
That's why we're committed to transparency, accountability, and treating every
lady, you don't know what's
with
going on
respect,
behind you?
regardless of their immigration status. Our job is not to
Wow,
divide
look at them just
communities
shooting
or
down the
politicize
street,
law
dude, like
enforcement.
Wild
Our job
Wild West
is
style.
simply to keep everyone safe. I want to express my sincere appreciation to all of our officers and partner agencies for their dedication and professionalism during these very challenging times. Their commitment to upholding the law, even in the face of hostility, is a reflection of the values that we stand for. We're working together to keep everyone safe, our officers and the public alike.
It's so crazy that this keeps going on, like, right when
we'll continue to support
somebody
peaceful
starts,
protests
like,
and enforce the law and criminal acts occur.
protest or
The
doing,
LAPD
you know, doing the like
remains focused on its core mission,
the press
protect
conference or
lives,
whatever, like when the
safeguard
mayor was up.
constitutional rights,
Like it
and
seems like it
serve
gets
every
more
neighborhood
violent
in
when they
Los
start
Angeles.
talking. It's so
we
weird
open it up
when that
now
happens.
for any questions you might have or any points that we can clarify.
Okay, we're probably done listening to you. You're not really saying anything.
For the ones who get it done, the most important part.
Just in time for me to turn you off. That's great. Not through traffic. Oh my god, this guy's camera angle. My god, who is the drunk person behind this camera? Ugh. Could stick a camera on my ass and fucking film better than this guy. Alright, we're good, we're back. Associated Press. You guys need to hire some new people. I'm not kidding right now. First of all, this angle, what are you looking at? The thin blue line? There's probably a whole bunch of stuff going on behind you. These guys aren't changing. Everything behind you is. Alright. Come on. Guys, come on. I always love when guys like this walk up to the line of freaking armed cops. Like, hey, can we... Yeah, I mean, is there any way I can just, you know, persuade you guys with maybe like a cup of coffee or like a donut to just, you know, just go home, man. Just stop all this nonsense, man. Stop all this violence. Just go home, man. Just go home to your family and your kids. There was one guy who was doing that earlier. He's like, man, don't you? What? Do you even want to be here, man? Don't you want to be home with your kids? I do. I want to be home with my kids. I was like, bro, you're not a cop. Just go home. It's like nobody's paying you to protest. Just go home. If you don't like it, go. Wow, look at these cars, man. They are. It looks like a friggin' elephant graveyard. It's insane. Woo! This is what is left of an auto taxi when you burn it to the ground. I gotta say, they went up and down real fast. You know, like inside of an hour, they were pretty much done smoldering. I mean, let's be honest, it was clearly the accelerant they were using. I literally witnessed somebody throw a full water bottle of gasoline into the burning vehicle. And, like, you know, that happened multiple times. So I'm sure it just really sped up the breakdown process. Lots and lots of energy. Oh, that's a big boom. It's a really big boom. A deep boom. This guy. Oh my god, this angle. This angle's gonna make everybody sick. Alright, let's go back to this one. Oh, we're down on the ground with the people setting up the barricade. Oh yeah, nice. There you go. Throw more things into the street. Set them up. Look at this girl. She's got initiative. She's like, all right, so if we build a little bridge right here, we got stability.
Mom and pop hamburger taco stand over here. They're trying to load up in their car.
What? What did he say? They're trying to do what?
I guess they're just gonna stay. They don't have a way out.
My car's beat up. Oh my! Fireworks! Oh! Wow! That is... that's a pretty big firework to be that close to. Trust me. You gotta watch out for those guys that got nothing but they got their whole face covered, just sunglasses. They are definitely gonna get into trouble. They don't want to get recognized. Oh man, I hear so many different types of engines. I hear like Hemis and helicopters and everything, man. Little scooters going by. Motorcycles. Oh, see, this is exactly what what everybody's talking about, man. You guys are tearing apart the goddamn city. You know? Oh wow, and they're taking things to throw. You guys are tearing apart the city. This is exactly what they didn't want. This is not peaceful protesting. Don't stop. Just kidding. No, I don't know. This is kids. This is dumb kids doing dumb kid stuff. You guys are not protesting. None of you are holding signs. A lot of you are not masked, which is super smart. Very indicative of the kids of today. Really, really smart kids. Super smart kids. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom shakalaka. Alright, what do you got over here?
This is, they're just trying to sell their tacos here today. And they had to get out like that.
Oh no.
They had a little taco stand over here. And they just got caught up in the middle of that right there. They got out pretty fast, but there's one more.
Why are they leaving? They could have sold tacos to all these people.
Their car is not here, so they're stuck. They got the horchata. They got the...
Oh, Jesus. That's so big.
I mean, honestly, I think the police will let them make it, just like they let the media make it. But I don't think I've drank their horchata anymore. They'll contaminate.
Why? I don't understand that statement. Contaminated horchata. Yeah, F you, dude. I don't even know who you're talking to. I don't even know if you do either. Wow. Oh, see, it's gonna get way more fun when the lights go out. That's why I started this early, because oh yeah, this isn't over by a long shot. Them shutting down the freeway was foreplay. It's gonna get big.
Thank you for that super chat.
And the longer it lasts, the more dangerous it'll become, because these people are locals, right? They can just go home and make Molotov cocktails or pipe bombs or fucking. They can go, buy, high explosives from their neighbors, and then they'll just come back to the streets. Oh! And you better believe there's a hell of a lot more people than there are cops. And no, that doesn't translate to more explosives. That just translates to more chaos. Really. Those are just snipers. Oh my god. Yeah, I got AXN News up there. The guy with the terrible camera angle. Okay, everybody's taking the. Those aren't snipers, you freaking. Wow. Just shut up there, bro. Just be quiet. Anyway, it looks like they're all moving somewhere with this fence. Where they're going, nobody knows. Stay tuned. Let's find out what they're doing with the fence. This just in. LA takes down a fence and walks across the street with it. What are they gonna do next? Uh-oh, here comes the fuzz. Everybody, fan out. Here's my middle finger. It's what I think about you, bro. Oh, look at him breaking apart. Yeah, everybody take a rock. See, I mean, like I said, these are locals. These people live here, man. They didn't just, it's not like Trump's cronies that show up from friggin' all over the damn globe, but, have nothing to show for it except for their utility belts. These guys can go home, fill up some jars with napalm and come on back. By the way, napalm is a mixture of styrofoam and gasoline. Oh, wait a second. I'm not supposed to say that. I'm telling you, I would be bad for these groups. See, I'm the kind of guy that would just plant the bug in a few of these kids' ears and just leave. Plausible deniability. There you go, kid. Here's how you make napalm. Have a nice day. You know what's missing from this? Eminem. Somebody needs to be blasting Eminem.
50 more
America!
subscribers for 15,000.
We love
Thank you guys
you.
for subscribing.
How many people are proud to be part of this country of ours? Stripes and the stars. So many motherfucking people who feel like me, with the same views and the same beliefs. It's like a fucking marching in back of me. So many lives untouched, so much anger in no particular direction, just sprays and sprays. Straight to your radio waves. Anyway.
can't control everything in the chat. Willie, I'm sorry. Just try not to engage. Don't, just let them be dumb. Nobody's believing them.
ZZZZ.
Just look at me like I'm your closest pal, a poster child, the motherfucking spokesman now! White America. Boom. It's gonna get boomy. It's gonna be a boom town in the old LA tonight. Oh, here comes the cops. People be running. All you see is bitches running up they hog to tops. Your log is shot, whether it's your fault or not.
I don't know what they're saying.
They're saying, run, motherfucker, run.
Oh, they moved on.
Whoa. Damn. Something's on fire over there.
Yesterday.
Yeah. You see these bitches running, they all the tops, all the shop, whether it's your fault or not. Here comes the cops. Here they come. Hit it. Let's go. Hit the Breakfast Club friggin', salute. Oh, come on. Don't do that. Don't do that to me. Thank you. Appreciate it. Oh my! The booms are happening. Wow. That's scary. It looks like we're being invaded. Looks like this guy is running from the aliens. Run! No, don't dance. Run. They're going to assimilate us all! Run! Bro, right now. Okay, and just so anybody's not, if you're not paying attention, this is footage courtesy of SoCal Shorts. And we're giving them a subscribe. I didn't even know we were watching them. Alright, SoCal Shorts.
Very aggressive.
Give them a like. Yeah, he's doing pretty good. I actually like this guy. Let me see what else we got. Is there another one? No, we don't have another one. All you see is just running up the hall, the tops are loud, the shot, whether it's your fault or not. Oh. anybody gets a chance to get over to Agenda Free TV, he's doing the same thing I'm doing. He's ripping off AXN though. AXN is that really bad camera angle that I had before of the guy on the floor. This is probably better. I wish he was looking around for better angles, but that's fine. He's a hard worker, I can tell. So get over there, say hello,
Tina.
Give him a like, give him a subscribe. Let's see if we have another one.
Okay.
Oh, I see.
I've already taken plenty throughout the years here, so fuck it.
Alright. Man. There's so much air in this area. Just hearing freaking helicopters. The copters, the choppers are everywhere. The choppers is everywhere. What America? Yeah, so if you're just tuning in, thank you. These are the LA riots, downtown Los Angeles. Not too far away from where I live.
So they did line up here on
Far
Main
enough.
and I don't know what street that is.
Far enough that the National Guard alarms us all.
We'll follow the press.
Alright, I gotta get over to AXN right now because it looks like something's going on over there.
Ready to lose the hat and let go of the hair?
Necessary. Alright, sorry about that. That was killing my ears. There was some smoke and some booms going on, but okay, wait, is this... Oh, this is the actual AXN news. Okay, I was... Okay, right. Talking about agenda free. Okay, so
Something
anyway.
is on fire. Yo, they look at us, bro.
We can get caught up, bro. Be careful.
Man.
Bullets got no name, bro.
They don't.
Bullets got no name.
Bullets got no name. I like that.
Yeah, man.
What's going on, Mindy?
Be careful.
What's up?
Oh shit!
That's crazy, bro.
That's insane. I mean,
There's something on fire in that parking lot.
You're trying to get shot.
Just to the right over where the police is.
It's a ticket booth.
Oh, the ticket booth?
Yeah. Where they pay to go in the parking lot.
Got it.
That's how far it's on fire.
The ticket booth's on fire.
Okay. That's a thing to burn.
Yeah, I got it. I got the whole thing.
Oh yeah. Yeah, there's been a lot of fires. Did you go to the Waymos?
Yeah, bro. No, I mean I got it with the ticket booth.
Oh yeah. Did you see the Waymo cars though?
Yeah,
They burned
I got
5
the
of
whole
them.
thing. Yeah, did you get it?
Yeah, after they were on fire.
I saw the whole
There were
thing.
still flames, but I didn't get them setting it on fire or nothing like that.
I saw the whole thing. It was nuts.
Catch it on my channel.
What is it?
Nasha.paint.
Nasha.paint?
Or Paint
Yeah.
TV.
That's on
Everybody's
YouTube?
plugging everybody.
All right.
Let's go.
I'll try to
Let's go,
remember.
Nasha.
Later.
This guy. I've seen this guy like 4 times now just walking across the intersection, jaywalking. He's like, I'm just going somewhere. I don't care about the stupid riots. I got shit to do.
We're going to try to stand here out of the way.
YouTube, where you at?
It's called AXN News.
AXN News?
Yeah.
Wait. My data's on, so I'm gonna write it down.
Oh. Glass bottle? AX and like normal.
AXN?
Yeah, there's a news that should pop up.
And then news after that?
Yeah. It'll pop up on YouTube.
Okay.
We're live. I'll try to remember Paint TV.
I'll message you. I'll say
on Instagram. Just message me. I'll remember.
Oh, you're AXN on Instagram?
Yeah, AXN News.
Okay.
LA.
Now, are you live right now?
Yeah.
Hell yeah, dude. Nasha.
All right.
Dot paint.
I'll remember.
NAASHCHAA dot paint.
Jesus Christ.
All right.
On IG. All right, bro.
I'll remember. I'll play that later.
I don't think Nasha. NAA.
All right, so we're on the corner of Main and Cesar Chavez. Looks like this is as far north as the police have come. I'm not sure. It looks like these are LAPD in riot gear. The horses. There's a front line. Some officers. There's some horses, horseback, right behind them.
I hear somebody screaming. I think it's that same girl. Still hasn't screamed her voice out yet. Let's see if we can find another angle.
This is as far as they've pushed them this way.
Oh. That's it's the same thing I'm watching. So I guess we'll go back to SoCal Shorts. See what they're doing with their lives.
They're letting them make it. I wonder if we're allowed to go to
Fox 26 Houston.
I don't know. It looks like you got to get up to that street, but I guess we could walk this way. I thought that was blocked for some reason.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but sorry.
Right? Yeah, it's blocked down that way. I don't know about 2 down, but
yeah. So we're back at.
They're on horseback down there, and they're right going.
This is SoCal Shorts. I think I said. Just kind of walking up a hill right now. Wow, but there is some stuff going on, let's be honest. He is walking towards the mayhem.
Hey, you got an extra pair of glasses?
Glasses? You want safety glasses? Okay. There's still a lot of people up here on these bridges.
Okay, so I am trying to stay ahead of it, just so you know. I'm trying to find the action.
Thank you for watching, everybody.
You're welcome, brother.
We appreciate you being civil, if at all possible.
Yeah, we got water, snacks, everybody eat anything. Water, thank you.
I'll take a snack.
Go ahead, throw into that if you can.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Where are you guys from?
Just us. Just us.
Okay, we appreciate you.
Yeah, of course.
On YouTube, SoCal Shorts.
SoCal Shorts.
SoCal Shorts.
Go ahead.
Let's see, how do we get... Oh, there we go. Okay, somehow...
And
and
Let's
arrested
keep
as they
you
worked
close
to
here.
take
Thank
off
you.
those stilts
I've been
from
trying
his
to find
legs.
a
Multiple
store that
methods
was
of
open
non-contact.
for the last 8
Police
hours.
also used tear gas, blank shot, rubber bullets from LAPD officers. We saw those protesters picking up barricades and benches and chairs from nearby Grand Park to shield themselves, setting up a barricade. This actually happened twice in 2 separate locations before
Bit of a
LAPD officers
recap
on
for
horseback
those of you maybe
moved
just
in
tuning
and
in,
cleared
or
them out. And then there
some
were
of
the
you who
fires.
maybe
Likely
see
the
this
visuals
recorded
that this
and
weekend's unrest will
kinda
be
wanna see the
remembered
extra
by.
stuff
It's
that
already
happened.
being used by members of the Trump administration and right-wing media after 5 Waymo cars were set on fire. These are driverless electric vehicles. They have those dangerous lithium-ion batteries that pump toxic fumes into the air. The LAPD sending out an advisory to people to avoid this area, not only because of the demonstrations and what has ensued from them, but the air quality, the chemicals that were being launched into the air there, the danger of being in that situation. And so 5 vehicles were burned, literally melting to the ground on Los Angeles Street. And again, it's now a propaganda tool for those who want to go against the leadership of Los Angeles and California. We are seeing those images of those 5 cars on fire today being used, a literal flashpoint in this fight between state and federal authorities, Mark.
All right, Jory Rand, your coverage will continue. We thank you for being with us on this and continuing our coverage of this unrest in down.
I don't really like committing to things. I'm scared. But when Verizon announced that I could lock in a low price for 3 years, I mean, yeah.
That's really fascinating. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. I gotta keep them separated. That's really loud. Oh, I was getting into that. Yeah, so hope you're having fun. Thank you for joining me during this special occasion. You know, I had to turn it on and find some angles of this, especially since I'm kind of, you know, I live in California, so this affects us all, but you know, when the National Guard shows up within a few miles of you, tends to get your attention. Beep, 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 beepage with more beeps and stuff. Because we're like super sighted.
It won't be the same without one kick stream.
Oh, they're starting another fire.
He's had a...
Oh no, that's... Never mind. Something else. Wow. There isn't another one? Alright, let's see here. How about... Smoke and scan? The F? Okay, so this is somebody else's... Wow, okay, there's a lot of people doing the thing I'm doing. I kind of just want the news, not the weather. You know what I mean? Shorts.
Took off. Like, I know what's coming after that. Alright, it looks like the crowd is gone. They moved them this way. More stuff coming this way. People wonder why I always shake and get startled, dude. I got like PTSD from all the fucking bombs and flashbangs I've heard and all the times I've been hit or close to being hit.
Right. Food, not bombs. I love it.
Food, not bombs.
Well, I guess in this case,
food, not bombs. How about bomb-ass food?
Food and bombs. Oh my. Oh my. Oh, that's... Please stop that. Ow.
Oh, looks like...
Oh. There you go.
We're down here where the bulk of the crowd is. Uh-oh.
Here we go.
I thought they were going to burn some rubber.
Yo, take that. Stay with it, man.
YouTube.
Block off the streets, guys. We will not sit and watch. Mr. Game and watch. I spy with my little eyes somebody who's making a bomb. It's the Wan-Wans. The Wan-Wans have shown up.
Behold.
Ow.
This summer,
That hurts
a
my
rare
ears.
cosmic event will
Yeah, thanks, but no thanks. No, thanks, though. Yeah, there you go. Good job.
Hello, Moto.
Hello, Moto.
We're gonna get some intersection stunts here.
Well, at least they're being polite. They're waiting for traffic. Boom! It's gonna get crazy soon. I can just feel it. Come on! Where are all these giant explosions coming from? That's what I want to know. Like, everybody just setting off random booms. Those guys all need to just, like, coordinate.
This intersection right here is where the bulk of the crowd is. Looks like it's probably like a little bit over 100 people here. Maybe 200 if you had everybody up on the outside. Cars are still driving up and down the street though. cops are just kind of staying put. They move forward only. I don't know if they're going to move forward from where they're at. I think only if they keep, if the crowd goes towards them and starts throwing stuff and launching fireworks at them, then they'll push them. But if the crowd stays like where they're at right now, a block away, they're just probably going to wait there. Most people are thinned out. A lot of the crowd got spread out. Shit. I'm taking fire over here. You want to see the worst crime of the night?
Yeah,
those gas prices should be a felony. Man, my hand is getting so tired of holding this up. Not my hand, my arm. Both of my arms. So this is the entrance to Alvera Street right here. World famous taquitos. Established in 1930. Hey, ¿puedo agarrar unos tacos? ¿Hay unos tacos ahí adentro? Alvera Street. See if we can get close to the police over here.
Okay, we'll go back to that in a second, but let's check what's going on over here real quick.
And break the cinder block apart, and that is why there was just a lot of supply, easy supply of rocks, or I guess pieces of cinder block, where those people, the bad actors, the instigators, whatever you want to call them, agitators, could from that that area over the freeway just lob those hard rocks, pieces of concrete over onto the CHP and those vehicles. Wow, this lady sounds
so coherent, doesn't she?
You know, and then he also pointed something else out, which is very disturbing, that his police officers are getting hit by some kind of liquid, and he's not sure what that is. His officers are going to be worried about what is it that I got sprayed with. And so he pointed out that was no good. And he has said what a lot of people have said, including Bill Sater, the U.S. attorney, that thanks to social media, thanks to the fact that everybody has
That was
phone
no
in their hand,
good.
that there's a lot of photo and video documentation, and that people will be prosecuted.
They said that they were throwing bottles of unknown liquid at us, and that was no good. That was no good.
That are just beyond. This is not a sign of protest when you're spraying police officers, when you're breaking up cinder blocks, etc., in order to be so destructive.
Well,
and Matthew, you and I have been downtown many times.
So smart.
It is remarkable how much graffiti there is. The difference between Friday to today is really remarkable. Every wall that can be marked up, now marked up.
Wow,
yeah, there's a lot of graffiti, a lot of vandalism. I heard you talking about the cinder blocks. We saw people taking hammers and breaking pieces of looked like concrete or pieces of the sidewalk, and that was what they were using to throw onto the freeway on top of those
Pay no
CHP
attention to how
vehicles.
smart they are.
And just looking
If they
around
make
right
you
now,
feel,
you can see
dumb,
benches
I
that
mean,
have been thrown
I totally
everywhere.
understand.
You've got
I feel
the
it. I feel
graffiti,
you.
and then not to mention, we've been talking about those rocks that were being thrown at members of law enforcement today. It's definitely a very intense situation. As these protesters have moved now beyond City Hall from where we are right now.
Well, it looks like those sheriff's deputies, they do have the riot shields with them, but clearly they are in a relaxed position. They don't feel the need to use those riot shields. But again, if you're just joining us now, we have LASD deputies on site in downtown LA in the jurisdiction of what would be LAPD. So clearly there's a coordinated effort now between LAPD and LASD.
Joining you back now, Matthew Cedar. Hi, it's Christine Devine here. We are watching, looks like some kind of medical vehicle coming through the streets on the top of our screen. Not sure where that's headed or if it's tied at all to these protests here. Some kind of ambulance, it looks like, hoping everybody is okay. Also looking at a picture here with a lot of people on motorbikes. We know that's a big Southern California pastime to have bike clubs, motorcycles of all sorts, hoping they're not planning anything, that is other than just enjoying a ride on a Sunday night here. Obviously, we know a lot's going on downtown, a lot's happening, a lot of unrest, a lot of people that are looking loose, and others doing things like this, setting something on fire there. So it is a night of confusion still in Southern California. And if anybody's watching from another part of the country or the world, this right now tonight is limited to the downtown area. I know I had somebody call me from out of state asking if I'm okay. People have texted me, am I okay? Right now, the only unrest we're seeing has been in the downtown area on this Sunday night.
We want to show you some video from earlier today. We've talked a lot about the fact that the 101 freeway was shut down and the fact that Jim McDonald pointed out people were coming to the downtown LA area with cinder blocks in their backpack, then breaking them up, and that is...
Wait, shush. I thought somebody in that top left-hand picture, I thought somebody was... Wait a second. Are they putting fuel on the fire or putting it out? These are all confusing. These new angles are dumb. I think that the original people are going to sleep. Do. I don't know what's going on here. Yeah, you can stop doing that, thanks.
That's three warning shots. Let's see if this truck gets one.
Guess not.
Yeah, if they don't move, they'll hit them. So I think some of you guys might be a little behind. Make sure you drag the slider all the way to the right. drag the slider all the way to the right and make sure drag the slider to the right, and if you hit that little gear thing, you can make sure the setting is at 1080p.
So what you're trying to say is drag the slider
Shooting at 1080 right now.
To the right?
If you don't hit it, sometimes it'll put you up to 360 or 480p.
He's right, but that's only because YouTube allows...
The gas station has gone dark. This is like LA's most expensive gas station here, Chevron. Gas prices are like in the 780s.
Hang on. YouTube...
I don't know if they did something to make it go dark or if
by default
person working there
goes
just
to
turn off the
auto
power.
when you put it to quality. You see that? So if you really want to watch something at 1080p the whole time, you have to go to the little gear down there and actually force it to go 1080p HD, so that way it takes it out of the auto. Because what auto does is basically it'll switch between these during times of like bandwidth fluctuation, and you don't want that. And because your bandwidth is sometimes going to fluctuate, it just happens sometimes. So just force it to go to one of these, and you won't have that problem.
Remind me to get me a helmet. I don't know what happened to my press helmet.
Standing there, a number of people just sort of walked on by as if
Oh, the sheriff's took it when I got arrested.
Sure many people are. And then in the background, you see typical heavy flow of traffic moving back and forth, and a fire that's inching its way, toward the street. And then you have folks either taking photos of it or otherwise starting
I see. All right. So we need to get to that. Where's CBS News? We need to get to that. Just
LAPD's moving.
Yeah.
Rolling it up.
Okay. We have a patrol cruiser here. He's got the sirens on, but he's going the other way. And that's exactly right, Leslie. And that's one of the big concerns here is, I don't know if the people that are starting these fires understand how they're putting innocent people, at risk here. Because the fire could easily, we just went through the biggest fire in California history just 3 months ago. And these fires are very serious, and they can catch other things on fire very quickly. There's a lot of trees over here.
That's giving me everything.
It's just a really dangerous situation. And again, you have people
isn't that just isn't it just like this stupid thing? K-Cal News. There it is. Look at you. I'm so proud of you.
Active tonight. And Geo taking their phones out, just capturing all this. They're not involved in the protests. They're not involved in any of it. They just want to be a part of the scene here and capturing it. But in doing so, they're also putting themselves at risk. You heard the police chief earlier tonight saying how dangerous it is out here, not only for his department, but also for people. It's a very dangerous situation.
So dangerous.
Lauren, thank you. We'll be sure to check back in with you as we keep an eye on obviously this fire and everything else that's going on around the area right now. Is the live view from SkyCal on the left side? I just want to confirm whether or not that's the same exact shot, just from overhead.
Yeah.
When we first ran into the motorcycles over there.
Okay, we want to get Mike Rogers' mic. He's going to work on getting that because he has some information. I was asking, hey, is this the same as the first fire that we saw a couple of minutes ago? And he was working to find out those details for us. So we're going to let him get mic'd up here. There you go.
All right, so yeah, it is still First and Spring. It's that same location outside of LAPD headquarters, and it's funny because, or not funny, but interesting because as you talk about spectators, the reason I can tell that the ground shot and the live shot or the helicopter shot are the same is because people are standing there taking pictures. And you can see there's people in construction vests, hard hats, that are all standing there, being spectators, if you will. I know that's the word that was, being used, but that's what they're doing. They're taking photos, and it's hard to tell what's being burned. But
Okay, I made a mistake by allowing them to talk. And let's see. Okay, you guys.
Security, can I hire you too? How much?
Not really much going on over there, but we can listen to them and watch this at the same time. Oh wow, and they're just throwing fuel on the fire. Don't flip me off, I didn't do anything. You big
a trash can? It's either a trash can or a car. Looks like there's trash cans.
He hasn't made it to the fire yet. I think he's somewhere down the street. Yeah. He's walking up. We get two angles of this. Right on. Mr. AXN News. And
Where'd they go?
behind you. Oh wow, a dumpster fire. A literal dumpster fire. An actual dumpster fire. Awesome. Kumbaya, my lord.
Said someone got a gun.
Kumbaya. That's not copyright music, right? Kumbaya.
I heard someone say that he's got a gun.
What?
What happened? Somebody had a gun?
No, the minivan. The minivan's trying to hit people because someone's special.
Oh, really? Did he have a gun?
That minivan's trying to kill people.
He had a gun, though?
Yeah.
No way. They're saying this guy has a gun in this minivan here.
Oh, my God.
He's spinning around because people are breaking his windows.
Oh, my God.
Oh, shit. Does he have a gun? Get out! Shit, he's getting out. Look like some dude with no shirt. Did he take off?
Well, we came to the right angle in time.
Oh, shit.
However, the news has this guy.
Was a dude in a van? I don't know.
That person also throwing things.
Hey, what happened with that guy?
Take a look. They're
what happened?
Trying to make their way
Nothing? He didn't shoot though, did he? He just tried to run away? He shot with the... He shot shots?
You know what?
Yeah, no, I got you. Yeah, I didn't know. I heard that people were breaking his window. He started running people over.
Can you see the fire?
He tried to.
Can you see the car on fire?
He took off. He took off.
Sorry, it's a trash can.
Yeah, we can see that trash can.
Oh, shit.
We do want to keep our eye on this minivan that's driving.
You gotta watch out for this minivan.
Mike, this is a very dangerous situation.
I don't know. This guy says he heard gunshots. He knows gunshots. I didn't hear no shots. I saw a lot of fireworks.
He's stuck.
But the crowd suddenly started
transitioned into chaos.
suddenly started running.
Yes.
And I just heard guns, so I went for cover.
Really hectic location where Rory is at.
And
now you've got this minivan that is
then we see the dude doing donuts. I don't know if he hit anybody.
The right side of the picture is now Lawrence Posen's live shot where that fire is growing in size as
people
well.
are trying to break his windows.
My concern is this minivan says.
Look out, look out, look out. I just heard a gunshot.
Oh shit. Van?
He's back.
Yes, he just came right at us. Just came right
Is he
at
coming again?
Lori should probably get away from that area.
Driving in reverse right now down the street.
I don't know if it's the same van. There was a van though.
It's the same van, man.
Huh? I don't know. Did you hear shots?
I did.
He did shoot? I seen him going in circles, like trying to run over people.
Without a shirt on?
They got out and they're moving. They're trying to move the trash can.
This person is out to cause harm.
And now he's driving into
Oh
traffic.
no, I guess I think that might have been another van.
No, it was the same van.
All right, remember to invest in a bulletproof
And he's coming
vest,
back. He's coming back.
Helmet, and we're gonna need a bulletproof.
Oh my God.
So I don't know if he tried to force himself through the crowd or something. And oh shit! I think they're saying he's back.
I mean, you got people chasing just straight up to the front.
Oh my God! Stop following him, you guys.
This person is
He's gonna kill somebody.
I just seen the van doing donuts.
He's coming back around. He's coming back around. These guys are insane. What are you doing?
We had seen that same
Fire's getting bigger over here.
over near the overpass. It was
I don't know. I think any van that comes through,
they're just
light
sitting in
colored van. I
traffic.
think it was silver or white.
and they kept trying to tell him to get out of there, get out of there. He just kept
People are gonna be on guard.
That's the same guy. So obviously something's happening with him. This is.
I know I am. Any van I see, I'm fucking ducking.
I mean, look at this behind me. This is.
He's coming back really fast. Blowing stop signs. He's coming back through the same
whoever that
curve.
was. Hey, thanks to everybody who's hitting the thumbs up, sharing, and especially those super chats.
He's coming back. He's coming back. He's coming back, guys. He's coming back.
I'm on the move, on the run, and I can't really. I'm not like looking at my phone too much. I'm keeping it too close to my body, like I'm not reading the chat at all.
Yeah, I think he was. Oh my God, those are workers right there. Those were people like using forklifts and, you know, just doing their job, and this psycho goes running through. Those are cops, maybe security.
Maybe at the end of the stream or tomorrow we'll go through the list of everyone that donated, man. Thank you guys. What's up, bro? I get scared. Did you hear shots? People were saying he shot. I didn't see no shots.
I didn't hear that.
I didn't hear receive, but yeah, I seen the donut part. Where were you?
I was right here.
Yeah, I was over here, and I heard gun, and I just took cover.
He was down there earlier, and I was
Did you actually let him get away?
People were yelling. He's got a gun. He got out of the car. But I don't know. It could have been just the
I got this.
fireworks.
I got this out of it.
It's amazing he didn't hurt anybody.
What is it? Canister?
Oh, it's still live?
No.
Oh.
Souvenir?
Souvenir. I also got a beanbag round and a 40 backpack.
What else has been going down?
Yeah,
Anything?
Where's the next spot?
Yeah, Leslie, that's
I think this is like the last, unless they went back towards Broadway. Once they cleared everyone on this side of the freeway, this is the only spot.
That was crazy.
You haven't heard anything about Broadway and like the 101?
I had the radio off for a bit.
Yeah.
People kept looking at me funny.
Yeah, you don't have that shit on. Want to get a shout out for your channel?
That was so insane.
Want to get a shout out for your channel? There's a lot of people watching.
Oh my God, they got him back. They got him back.
LA Nightlights on
They found
Instagram.
Check out LA Nightlights Instagram. You got some good pictures. He takes good pictures out here. Oh look, something's burning over there. White smoke.
Somebody bust his freaking headlights.
Give him a
at least
follow
so
on
we can-
Instagram.
So we can identify him.
He's out here almost every night, just like us.
I'm about to freaking donate to this guy so we can to tell him to
I don't know what this is.
tune
White
into
smoke.
CBS News so he can see
I
this
think
guy
someone's just
like,
spraying a fire extinguisher.
getting ready. Here he goes.
See what happens here. A lot of people just walking by, kind of taking this all in. Here come the patrol cars. I'll let you take
What's
a
happening at 6th and Broadway?
Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Four patrol cars.
Insane.
And you can see what I'm talking about here. Now, well, see, the traffic is still going, but, you know, usually when you got patrol cars behind you, you have to move out of the way, but that's not happening here. I also hear people revving up their engines over where the fire is.
Crazy. So just so you know,
patrol cars.
we've got I've got two sets of sound running. One is from AXN News, who's on the ground. watching the fire and almost got shot, I guess. The other is from CBS News, Los Angeles. Both audios are running. I don't want to miss anything. One of the audios is lower than the other, like naturally, so it's easier to pay attention to what's going on. See.
That's when I was in Atlanta. People were
so his is louder because he's closer to everything. Probably just has a better microphone also. I don't know. Anyway, dumpster fire. Full screen. Everyone loves a dumpster fire. A good dumpster fire. Anyway. Nobody likes a bad dumpster fire. Whatever that means. It's a pretty good fire. As fires go. It's a pretty good fire.
Hey, Duran! Duran!
Keeping an eye on that minivan because it's going
Hey, what happened? Hey!
Okay, they
6th and Broadway. Did you hear anything?
Yeah.
6th and Broadway?
I don't even listen to any other.
Oh, okay. Someone said 6th and Broadway. Something's happening.
There's that man.
Thank you.
Oh my gosh! If you're just tuning into this, this is insane. By the way, first of all, second of all, that van that
you guys
we're
go follow
following
Duran on
was
TikTok too.
trying to hit some of the protesters by backing up in a circle, and then we heard a gunshot, or at least I did. Oh wow! Almost friggin' T-boned that car because he's driving like an idiot. No reason at all. Almost like he's just running from the cops. Which he probably really is, let's be honest. I don't know if there's anybody behind him actually following him, but...
I need to reach for a drink of water real quick.
Yeah, I know. Hard to be a commentator when all you drink is coffee.
I'm fucking tired of everything, dude. Tired of walking. We had like a 12-hour stream yesterday.
Yeah, dude, you've been hoofing it today too. He's like, I'm just gonna take a seat and watch a dumpster fire.
We'll take a little break here.
I'm with you, bro. Thank you. I mean, huge shout out to AXN News. Oh, what's that?
No shots? Sounded like not good, like, I don't know, like shots, but not like a gunshot. Pellet gun, maybe?
Okay, so, yeah, I was going to say, shout out to AXN News for being our boots on the ground. Appreciate that, dude. Big, huge shout out. I already gave you a big old subscribe, and I suggest anybody watching this, if you're seeing this on a recording, please subscribe. This is his angle.
What was that? What did you guys think it was?
This is... crap, did we miss it?
They didn't have like the right pitch for gunshots,
Look at that.
But they had the right...
They're getting out of the car. It's a guy with no shirt on.
Someone squeezing the trigger a bunch of times.
Let me turn this up real quick and see if there's louder.
We saw massive.
It's a guy with no shirt on. He's opening the...
I don't know if you can hear me.
Opening the back. He's grabbing something.
Making their way to
pulling something really hard. He's shaking out, what, a jacket, maybe? Just putting the jacket over his bare skin and taking off. Oh!
But I can tell you that
I hear shots. I hear shots.
Oh, I'm not sure about that, but I can tell you that tear gas has been deployed. We can feel it again in our throats. Not as intense.
Did he just go get a gun?
But definitely you can taste
I'm on
it.
edge, bro. Right there.
No, he's getting in a he's getting in another car.
He's switching cars.
I'm trying
switching
to get
cars.
reconnected right now.
That guy's van is done.
Lauren, while we reestablish that connection with you, we'll give you a few minutes if you need it.
Let me turn this guy off real quick so we can hear what's going on with the news
left
guys.
side of your screen with this minivan. Yeah, Mike, were you saying he was switching cars? Is that what we were looking at right now?
Yeah.
So the van, and I don't know what he's doing, but so you got the van. Oh, here comes law enforcement.
Yeah, they got him. They got him. They got him.
Okay.
Well, that's the best thing that could have happened.
Yeah.
Oh wow!
It truly
Awesome.
is. He was talking to some gentlemen there.
That dude
they have
better go to jail for a long
put
time.
Him under arrest here.
Attempted vehicular manslaughter.
Detain him.
Couple
Mike,
accounts
for a
at
moment
least.
there, he did turn the lights on
a
different SUV,
Yeah.
and we thought he was going to get in that one.
And it looked like, I mean, he got in the back of the van, he took out what looked like a coat or something that he was kind of waving off, and then he walked over to what looked like a white SUV and started to get into that one and turn the headlights on like he was about to go, get into that car. Thank goodness this is sheriff's deputies that came in here and are able to take him into custody now.
Man, it's crazy.
Yeah,
they
well,
just
at least
walked
this
right up
comes
to him. I mean,
to an
I
end
know
here,
there was
an especially dangerous
a
situation
call that
that
he
could
was
have been
armed.
cataclysmically
They
worse.
didn't care at all. They were just like, "Hey, what's up, dude?"
For this, these
You're
last
under
half
arrest.
an hour,
He's
these
like,
last 20
"Okay."
minutes or so. Let's go back to Lauren right now because we're obviously
Where's his
monitoring
gun?
two situations at once, including this
I
one.
swear,
the other
I
one.
know I heard a
Lauren, you were
gunshot.
saying that tear gas was being deployed, not quite as intense as last night, but what's the situation like right now?
We kind of got the drift of it, the aftermath of it, wherever it was deployed. I couldn't tell you where it was, but you could just taste it in the air. I'm assuming it was a block up from where we are. I didn't hear it or see it, but I can taste it, and my eyes are watering again, but nothing as to the level as I experienced last night. I can tell you that fire is still burning, and there's a lot of honking going on, but that fire is still very much a thing down a block from where we are here, just beyond the police headquarters here. But let me tell you that tear gas, it is potent. You can just it goes right up your nose and right into your throat. Fortunately, we weren't as close as we were last night, so it's not as bad, but it's still bad.
Looks like they're coming in with the fire department.
Lauren,
The
thank you
dumpster
so
fire.
much. We're going to continue to monitor this situation and seeing something
Okay,
from
so-
LAPD.
That's actually surprising.
Now, Mike,
Turn up the noise. Oh yeah.
I want to get a.
And back to AXN News. Coming to you with the action.
Downtown Los Angeles has a
Oh, that looked like a bomb. I literally just said I think he's telling those cops to suck his wiener.
Yeah, they're getting.
Demonstrators who
They're getting pelted, dude.
started to gather. There are now many
The
people
damage
that
to the
are
cop
you can
cars
hear the honking
today is
coming by
fucking
as
crazy.
But then
They didn't even.
crowds of aggressive agitators seem to be centered around
my
that
gosh.
Chevron station.
That is-
They lit that garbage can on
They didn't even
fire.
put out the fire.
And LAFD has just moments ago arrived on the scene. They're going to try and take care of that. LAPD responding now in force to this area because there's just a lot going on. People starting to do donuts and
I don't know why they came. Maybe they came to
and
check them.
people throwing rocks
Because they got the call of the shooting.
Let's check in on this guy real quick.
They didn't even put out the dumpster fire.
as they
I thought that's why they came.
Wait, what?
a lot of young people I will say
Maybe they just didn't want to risk
compared to the crowd that we
getting
saw.
pelted with rocks there.
Helicopters above
The firefighters probably checked it out and they're like, it's just going to burn itself out.
but this is really
I mean, it's contained.
much different than the city.
That's not going anywhere. And it's not blocking traffic.
Did they catch the guy with the van?
Yes, they did, buddy. Yes, they did. Caught his furry
Oh, the
little
van dude.
tuchus.
I didn't see what happened. I just heard someone yell gun. He's got a gun. Everyone running. They took cover. And someone said that they were like attacking him, breaking his windows. And he popped out with a gun. And then this, I'm pretty sure most of his glasses
seems to be really caught up in this entire situation.
That's what happens when you put explosives into a
And then this dude was doing donuts right here towards the crowd. Where is the van guy?
He's in jail. Or at least on
Where'd
his
they
way.
catch him? If you guys know, let me know the location.
I don't know the location. Let's see. It's already cleaned up.
Yes.
That got done. They just tracked him all over the city. They were like, okay, you're good. Gotcha. I thought they lost him for a second too. I was like, that would be perfect.
Where you at?
Remember that crazy shit that happened in Florida with somebody who drove through the protesters?
Where you at, fool?
I thought we were.
You out here?
We were seeing that again, man. That would have been chaos. Oh, that made me so mad when I saw that the first time. I mean, really mad, man.
Where you have the entirety of downtown just gets pushed
That fire is getting bigger.
Did they catch him at Union Station or something so we could walk over there?
He's gone, man.
We can get pictures of the van.
Maybe.
We try to park and get in on. Chat's moving so fast. First and what?
Bringing in the troops. He should right now. Don't let these thugs get away with this. Make America great again and again. That is what President Donald Trump goes.
So this is what's going on the other the other feed here. They're actually picking up those beat up CHP cruisers and finally taking them off the freeway.
Where's that?
Had to get some flatbed trucks for that though. They were pretty beat up.
Let me look it up, see if it's walking distance. You know if they cleared them out and everything, or is the van still there? The van's still got to be there. Savannah and cleared.
Then it goes back to what the governor and Mayor Bassett said. So it's ever-evolving kind of thing where he was asked about that and said, sure, they could help, but you have the mayor and the governor saying we don't need them.
Imagine like taking that long to take a picture of a dumpster fire.
Specifically cited the sort of the communication chain, right? That they were being
sounded like
agencies working with
why
each
are you
other.
ripping a tree out of? What did that tree do to you? Come on. That is a living thing. Come on,
Never mind. It's too far. It's 10 minutes. It's 10 minutes via vehicle.
I mean, the fence and the concrete, that's one thing. But I mean, that tree didn't do nothing to nobody. It was just trying to feed everybody some oxygen, just doing its friggin' tree thing, and you had to. That is not cool, man.
It's a 55-minute
with
walk.
that. You leave that living thing alone.
That's a no-go.
Look at you. That's right. I hope it's hard for you to rip the roots out. I hope it's really difficult. I hope it holds on until your fingers bleed. Sure.
I thought they caught him here on First
How would
Street,
you like it if somebody tried to pull you out of your skin?
Savannah First too far.
Jerks. This is unnecessary.
connector from the tree. I don't know if they're trying to break off more slabs of concrete. You can see some pretty big ones there in the middle of the screen, but it's anything that these guys can get their hands on. We've seen park benches, we've seen trees, we've seen all kinds of things.
Guys, don't do it. Please don't.
Tree, I guess?
Wow. Wow, was that
Where else have you
necessary?
guys heard of stuff happening?
Look at that guy. He's like, look at me.
I heard Broadway
Look
and
what I
Sixth.
did. I'm a strong guy. I'm a big, strong.
I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna check
guy
the
now.
helicopter map to see if we can see something.
Oh man, it's just wasteful. Wouldn't you like if somebody just burned you alive for just standing there?
All right, hold on.
Fucking bullshit. Come on. Protest, that's fine, but leave the damn trees alone.
After another green fireworks that went off over here. And here comes a patrol car going through. Assume he's going that way where the fire is. My executive producer wanted me to paint a little bit of a picture in terms of the graffiti down here.
He's still just sitting down.
All right, man. I know I got like fucking 100 Instagram messages.
Nearly every single
yeah,
I respond to them eventually, bro.
1, 2, 3, 4 of them. And they're going
Don't get mad if I don't respond. If it doesn't require a response, dude. I get so many messages now. That's crazy.
in graffiti from City Hall. The side we were on is okay.
And a lot of them are just more like comments or like messages.
He's
a popular guy.
There's a lot of profanity being used. The sidewalks also
somebody's running for some reason. Well, you see just running up that hall to the tops.
There's trash all over. There's glass. There's it just looks like a hurricane came through and just kind of lifted everything up off the ground and then dumped it on the ground. That's how messy it looks. And then you add the graffiti. It looks like Graffiti Row when you look at the federal buildings. And there we go, another. I'm going to call that a firework again. Another firework. Another flash mob. There we go. Flash mob or fireworks going off over there. Do you guys want to wrap me? I don't know if you want to say something. That's what it's like down
bus
here.
Yeah, because Laura, the other thing too, I noticed there with and there's another one that's going off.
It's the 4th of July.
Live shot. It's just you see and just across the screen there. It's one person
another truck.
Night, and then a group of people really congregated toward that fire, just seemingly scattering for a moment. Then coming back, it just sort of seems like it's chaos for chaos' sake, as opposed to and we sort of expected this because as it got darker and later into the evening, who knows what was going to happen, and then we've seen multiple fires and a lot of different pockets of chaos happen around the area, even as an unlawful assembly has been declared in all of downtown LA, and we'll see what law enforcement starts to do here over the course of the rest of the evening and the next couple of hours as well.
Yeah, and really quick, and we're going to try to get eyes on it here from SkyCal in a second, but apparently the protesters have now moved into LA Live. So LAPD Central Division posting on X a minute ago, demonstrators have marched to the LA Live area and are blocking all lanes of traffic at Figueroa and 11th. And then reminding everybody, the entirety of downtown Los Angeles has been declared an unlawful assembly, and you're to leave the area immediately or risk arrests or less than lethal enforcement against you. So, but now, I mean, that's going to create a significant problem for the Los Angeles Police Department, because that is a very geographically that is a big distance from LA Live to where we are here on the border of Civic Center, Chinatown, that kind of area. I mean, that's the whole other side of downtown. So, I mean, that's going to be a whole additional challenge for these guys to deal with.
Which is what they were saying, that this group that started, through the Civic Center area.
He's like, I can't even see
splintered off into tiny little groups, but very disruptive individuals.
Wow, he looked really
And
suspicious.
we're seeing some of these mini bikes. We weren't seeing them
that guy
earlier.
looked over his shoulder,
so you wonder
and
if
then
this is
looked
a new
over
group of people just coming down here to.
He's like, I just got away with something.
Be a part
cool.
of
I'm gonna act like I'm on the
what
phone.
they see as a chaotic situation. Earlier, we heard from Chief Jim McDonald with LAPD saying, a lot of these people that they're seeing at night especially are people that are being told on social media by different groups, hey, come down here, come down and join the chaos, and essentially just to incite this and inflame this situation here. And take a look, you can see some of the people walking walking by. I was trying to make out what this person was holding, but it looks like just a sign.
Yeah, just a sign.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot going on in that situation. Thanks again to Lauren. We'll check back in with her in a second. We want to get back to Lori Perez because we've also been chatting with her here over the course of the evening and the afternoon. Lori, what are you seeing right now?
Okay, so good news from where we are here at Cesar Chavez and Main Street. Things have died down considerably. Oh, of course, as soon as I say that, there's some more fireworks
everything's
going
died
off.
down.
Every now and then, of course, we do still hear those fireworks, but a lot of the people have at least moved out of the area, and I don't know whether that's good or bad because they seem to be fluidly looking for other places to kind of occupy as a large mass. In fact, we've had people coming up
Why do you
to
think they
us
would
asking,
stay?
hey, where did everybody go? Where's the protest? Where are we headed? You know, and
where's the
it's
next
hard
place?
to tell because there are so many people scattering in so many directions. But there is a small group still here on the corner across the street near the Chevron. People who are waving flags and certainly trying to get the attention of the drivers as they're going by. People who in cars who are waving their own flags and shouting out to the crowd, shouting support, etc. But such a much different situation than the last time that you came to us when there was so much chaos, when the dumpster was burning and that out of control car was
still burning.
Driving through the streets, scaring everyone. People were running and fleeing and trying to just stay safe.
Wow.
Choppers still are overhead, still shining down here, trying to track where the crowds are going. So there's a couple in a few different directions, so we can tell that the crowd has splintered off. And are keeping law enforcement busy as they kind of move in different directions in large groups. But here where we are, thankfully, a much calmer situation than the last time you came to us, which is good news, even though we do continue to hear those fireworks. But for the moment, things relatively calm, which is good. Guys, back to you.
Certainly, that is good news, Lori. Thank you so much. Oh, keeping an eye on this situation right here, where it looks like law enforcement's established a bit of a line here. Not a lot of protesters, really. I mean, you have some folks here waving the flags and signs, and keeping it peaceful, at least from what it looks like from our perspective. You zoom out and you see a little bit more, but overall, law enforcement outnumbering people, demonstrators, protesters on this particular corner. Right here.
Somebody start dancing.
Yeah, but we're hearing that the demonstrations now stretch all the way down to LA Live. We're trying to make out what our...
Yeah, that's a person up there in dark clothing,
sneaking
directly
up
on the high
people.
ground of law enforcement.
Oh, shit.
Somebody's got a laser on him.
Shit.
There you go. Running away now.
So I wonder if he was throwing stuff at the cop.
Want to pass your certification exams first time?
He's all,
and exam topics, we've got you covered.
LAPD chopper that has the
No, it would be somebody on the ground.
Oh, okay.
And it would be, you see, okay, so I see the laser keep pointing. I can't tell exactly where it's coming from. Generally, law enforcement doesn't use that unless it's on the other end of the gun, which would, not be ideal for that person.
These guys don't have a sniper
but that
put up
laser
somewhere?
was certainly enough to scare him off and get out of that area on that hillside.
Good bet.
Yeah, I think even that person was surprised by what was going on in that situation. So, just it took off at a moment's notice. But just a lot to keep track of right now as law enforcement and just a scattering of protesters and demonstrators are all over the place right now.
Yeah, we want to go back out to our Lauren Posen, who is on near First and Spring. Lauren, can you tell us what you're seeing? Is that fire still growing there?
Yes, the fire is still growing, but I turned my head for 1 second, and then I turned back again, and then I noticed that someone tagged in front of all these officers the signage in front of LAPD. We can't show you all that it says, but it starts with all cops. It says all cops, and then I'm not going to repeat the rest of it, but it is right in front of LAPD headquarters there, and again, right in front of all these officers, too. They were able to tag the building there. Now, I am noticing, okay, they're just doing a switch out.
The infamous
But again, yes, the
ACAB.
fire, it is still growing. It's still there. We're seeing a lot of hearing and seeing a lot of honking, a lot of people still down here. Not sure what everyone's role is down here, if they're just here just to take this all in, or if they're part of the demonstration. I'm not sure. But that fire does seem to be gaining some energy. A block from... Oh, and there's another firework. I should say, too, we did see a coyote that was in here, and he got really scared by all this, too. So for the people that are passionate about animals, there are animals down here. There's people that live downtown that have dogs and cats and animals, and fireworks are not good for them, as we talk about this every 4th of July. Plus, you have all this going on here, too, with it's really just quite a mess down here. I can't stress that enough. A mess and a very dangerous situation.
Yeah, Lauren, because you have so many people here commenting on the number of folks with dogs and everything else. We've seen a number of them walking.
Anybody want this souvenir?
And in some cases, when we were drawing attention earlier to the minivan that was going awry, the driver being incredibly reckless around the area, there were people walking their dogs and going about their night as normal, and that's blending into the situation that we're all monitoring.
37mm
lines and rows of law
black
enforcement
powder
established on street corners and on intersections, and then protesters that are nowhere near the size of what we saw when it was earlier in the afternoon near the 101 and the overpass and everything else, but still being incredibly disruptive in these pockets, even as LAPD and other law enforcement start, declaring unlawful assemblies and moving.
To be used by trained law enforcement,
correctional, seeing it right there, Lori's seeing it,
and military personnel do not use for operations. After 5 years from data manufacture.
Yeah, it's these pockets that are the problem tonight, right? And it's just a small, well, at least where I'm at, a relatively small group of people that's causing a lot of disruption here. And I wish I could see who's throwing off these fireworks, but I just, I think they throw them and run. But we can't see from where we are. Because again, it's dark.
There's some fighting going on right now.
Really quickly, left side of your screen. This is at LA Live. There's a fight in the middle of the street. And somebody is on the ground. And they are attacking that person.
That person in that mini bike, right?
Yeah, and I can't tell. I don't know where that. Did they get up? I can't tell if they're.
Yeah, they got up,
everybody.
and someone's coming back and swinging on them again. They're gonna try to break it up there.
And
you see that guy just go, "Why'd you hit me, dude? What'd I do?" What are you mad at, dude? Who's that guy mad at?
Yeah, and the person
like
getting
everybody
up there seems
or
a little
what?
wobbly, obviously.
Oh,
no, and then hit by, it looked like somebody else,
okay.
too.
Yeah. Everybody's mad at
He's
that
doing
guy.
his
Okay.
best to get out, yeah.
But he's clearly
I
injured
see. He
and
rode
is
into the
not,
crowd.
Doing a good job of getting out of there.
And they beat
and
the
you
hell
look,
out
you
of
know
him.
What's disturbing, and I saw it just now in the chopper shot. I saw it earlier. Is
good.
So many smiles on faces down there.
Yeah.
I mean, people think this is funny. They think that they're having a great time down there as they pummel that person in the middle of the road, start fires in the street. It's just really, it's not. Whatever message anybody was trying to convey earlier is certainly not being conveyed now.
No, and if anything, the difference is even more stark, right? Because you saw so many people protesting with signs and with flags and doing it peacefully and lawfully,
that kind of
but
stuff
it's those moments of
honestly,
severe agitation
this is
and,
insane.
And reaction, like throwing rocks.
This is the kind of stuff that happens when a large group like this gets together.
Off into these
There's always some
here
kind of like
where it's
opposition,
just so obvious
protest.
That one is wildly different
and
than
it's
the other
always
and doesn't
one
represent
or
what the
two
majority of people
idiots
are doing.
that
However,
like
with that said, it
try
still
to
becomes
drive
incredibly
vehicles
dangerous and
into a
serious to
crowd.
monitor
Like,
and to
how
take
is
care of,
that
because
gonna help?
Not just people, like we just saw that person on the bike getting pummeled for seemingly no reason, but then law enforcement as well, because there were so many close calls earlier in the evening of rocks and serious items being this close to hitting them in the head, or their cars, engulfed in flames before getting knocked out. It's just a lot to deal with.
I want to make sure that we're not missing anything on the other
at
channel.
this point, that crowd has really kind of broken off. They're still taking over the street there.
What is this, ABC? Okay.
And
take a look. You can make out some people
somebody
on
else
bikes.
is down again, or if
Looks like a small group has congregated there.
Yeah, it's hard to make out what's going on there, but obviously some yelling.
Yeah, I think that's in Lauren's shot, so we might want to be careful. Yeah, we want to be careful with Lauren's shot, just because we could hear people's profanity there.
And you also have traffic here. Like there were some cars that were stuck in those groups, and we know how dangerous that can be, especially if you're not really moving all that often. Here's more of it right now, and they're just kind of drifting along. Really, this group.
There are a few people holding signs. There are several people waving flags there.
This is crazy. It's already getting too crazy.
And then you have people that you wonder if they are a part of the protest, or if they're there just to, disrupt. But at this point, it looks like they're turning around and walking back.
It doesn't look like. I was just looking at Crypto.com Arena. I don't think there was any events there tonight.
Okay.
So that's good, because the last thing we would need is a stadium full of people funneling out into downtown right now, especially where this group is. And this is why they declared that unlawful assembly for the entirety of downtown, is because these guys are moving all over the place. And now, as we mentioned, geographically, you're pretty far from where LAPD has the vast majority of their resources.
You'd have to imagine at this point, given the fact that all of downtown.
That's somebody calls me an Uber. So Ubers and Waymos are no-goes right now. How you doing?
I love it. 5 Air 7. There we go. There's a third view.
I'm just gonna go to where the helicopter light is.
They're either already breaking and destroying things, or violence is imminent. It's about to go off, and so the incident commander, or whoever's on the front line there, who has the decision-making authority, can give the command to give an unlawful assembly. And then people fail to leave, then they could be arrested for that. Now, I heard earlier in some other channels, maybe it was yours, about the issue of people wearing masks. Why do they need a mask? It's not illegal to wear a mask, but it's illegal to wear a mask after you've committed a different crime, and that being the failure to disperse.
A different crime?
And then you can be arrested and add charge with 185 of the California Penal Code, which is wearing a mask.
As long as you don't commit a different crime.
Interesting. Okay, so that is something that's in your bag of tricks, as it were, when you're dealing with people who are being unruly.
These guys are just listen to how nonchalant they are about people.
We're going to monitor if they're able to.
There's more fireworks on the right side of your screen there.
Fireworks!
Go off.
Just in time for the
fireworks. No, it's a reminder of what we saw
love the fireworks.
About 24 hours ago, just last night, when there was one single law enforcement vehicle left alone after they started to clear out in front of the Federal Detention Center, at least in that part of downtown LA, and one was left by itself and tried to make a right onto traffic as opposed to reversing out with the rest of them. And then we saw a large group of people surround that vehicle, try to open doors, throw things at the back windshield, at the front windshield.
They were able to. A large object at the back windshield, shattered it.
And it just became incredibly dangerous for that one single vehicle. And this is what this moment reminded me of just now.
Yeah, you hope that this officer is prepared to leave this area. You see them backing up now, and that is something that they're going to want to do, because we've seen crowds surround the vehicle, and we're hoping.
The scary part is obviously with traffic and then this large group of people, because now it almost feels like it could get surrounded at any moment.
Look, they're throwing stuff now at the vehicle.
Oh,
and here's the thing, some people will stand in front of it and not let the officer move by.
If these guys get boxed in, that's going to be a really bad situation. I would assume some incident commander is
big hits.
Going to notify these patrol units to stay out of this area until they can get a mobile field force or some other group in here to deal with this. What is wrong? Looks like two different groups on the.
Yeah, I was trying to make out who that was, but it looks like possibly more demonstrators there.
I'm really
lined up near Pico Boulevard.
Stretching into essentially every lane of traffic right now. I mean, you hear the honking from other vehicles just trying to make it through right now as they continue their march over there. You even hear some more in the background. Hard to tell if that was fireworks or
less lethal projectiles, and they are explosive devices.
Yeah,
we've had some uniforms burned. We've had ears. People had hearing issues afterwards. Had to get medical treatment for it. So it is a difficult position to be in to try and facilitate First Amendment peaceful protests, but like I said earlier, when they're creating havoc or destroying things and being violent, they are no longer peaceful. They have removed themselves from First Amendment protection. Or if violence is imminent, they can declare an unlawful assembly. And then if they fail to leave, arrest for that. And if they're wearing a mask, arrest them for also wearing a mask.
Right. Okay. Well, Brian Mueller, retired sheriff's deputy, we thank you for your insight. What we're looking at here is right near crypto.com arena. And we got word that...
I don't really like that broadcast.
Sent on that because I can't fully see it. It's, you know, I still see some flames. There's a little bit of flames in the distance there. Not
Some
as big as
flamage?
before, but there's also
Is there some
a whole
flamage?
bunch of people kind of standing around, so it's hard to tell. There's been an extreme amount of fireworks the last 3 minutes here. People
an
just shooting them off
extreme
again
amount of fireworks.
and really just kind of jolting everyone. LAPD, the signage has been tagged. This done in front of a row of officers here on motorcycle bikes. The entire downtown here by headquarters. I'm looking at the building right across from the headquarters. That's tagged. The sidewalks
so
are tagged.
tagged.
Everything is tagged. We can't show you what the tagging looks like because there's bad language on it, but I'm sure you can imagine what it says there.
bad words.
Just a very you know, it's weird because, you know, traffic is moving. So, like, on one hand, you think, okay, well, it's almost back to normal, but it's not because you have all this chaos kind of going around you here. And especially, there's another firework going to go off here. They just threw it. See, there's a group of people on the side of the street there. It's a big group of them, and they're still congregated over there, and they seem to be the ones that are throwing off these fireworks into moving traffic. There we go.
Yeah,
There's
you hear 'em
another
again
one,
there.
too. Again, it's hard to tell what's being amplified. If it's because we're downtown, that's what making it sound louder, or what. But I mean, it's very
quickly and as safely as possible. At no point did LAPD ignore or intentionally delay any request for help.
This is earlier.
I also want to be unequivocally.
Well, I say that and there's more poppers going off. But, you know, it gets quiet, but then it gets loud again. It's a really, as you've been saying all night, it's a fluid situation here. But it's definitely not over because there's still these pockets of people wanting to be disruptive. I mean, let's call it like it is here. They're being disruptive. They're putting fireworks into the road. They are setting things on fire.
Be quiet in the back
this is
of the
not what the
class.
governor and the
You're being
mayor
disruptive.
has expressed they want to see. They want people to protest peacefully, and I think that we've gone beyond that this evening.
Yeah, we're just
certainly,
so beyond
especially in those pockets. You hear it again there in the background. I mean, that group is still huddled around that same area. You've been keeping an eye on, Lauren, and then on the left side of your screen, for those watching at home, you have this large congregation of folks just continuing to
really
move
big going
through traffic.
Honestly, the biggest things that have happened so far are those two jackasses that have tried to drive through the crowd.
We don't know where they'll end up, but there's another large bang in the background. Is that more fireworks?
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Yay! Ba-boom, ba-boom, ba-boom.
Yeah, so fireworks, and I see now there's people right in the park over here. They're shooting from the back and they're throwing them.
Just as I say, it's
throwing
kind
them
of
to where the
tame.
cars
They're
are.
just like, let's start a
See,
fireworks
there's
throwing
another
match.
one. I mean, they are just like launching them. I don't know if you can launch I don't know how they're doing it, but they are launching them.
Wow. I mean, are those at the cops or are they at?
And now I'm seeing. Yeah, hang on, guys.
And they're
possibly
throwing things
the
back.
sheriff's department might be moving in here that I can't fully see from my
I think he
vantage point,
picked
but
up
I'm
a
hearing
tear gas grenade and
that the
chucked it
sheriff's
back.
department might be moving in here.
Like,
Mike,
you know,
maybe if you could help me
they're wearing
confirm that.
gas masks.
It's dark out here. It's
Yeah.
hard for me to make everything out.
Boom!
And we have all these. Oh, wait, you know what? I see with a white hat. Okay, like, yeah, right in front of, we might be having, now the patrol cars are coming out here too. They don't have their
Complete a
sirens on.
sentence.
But here go, it's got a lot of patrol cars
With a
coming
white
by
hat,
here.
she says.
2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, probably more than a dozen, or right at a dozen.
Bang.
Yeah, and Lauren, that does, to me, from this vantage point, well, that's a firework, obviously, on the right, but what we were listening to earlier did sound more like maybe law enforcement sending some tear gas or some, potentially smoke ammunition. We'll have to see. But it did kind of look like that, though you don't really see a heavy law enforcement presence over there.
This guy.
So we do have SkyCal coming back into that area, so we'll try to get a vantage point from there too to see if we can get a better kind of picture of who's watching
from
what.
his own fart.
And can I just say one more thing, too, because, Gio, we were talking about this earlier. I'm looking at this park here, and I see so many people walking their animals. As if
let's get this straight. Local law enforcement didn't need help. 2. Trump sent troops anyway to manufacture chaos and violence. Governor Gavin Newsom.
Tweet tonight, the war of words between Governor Newsom and President Trump escalating tonight. This is also a photo that we got from the governor's office, him meeting with Chief McDonnell and Sheriff Luna. This happening earlier today. We're not sure where this meeting took place. It looks like a situation room of some sort. And Governor Newsom tweeting this: joined LAPD, LA County Sheriff's Department, and state emergency officials in LA as we respond to protests provoked by chaos from Washington. We're here to keep the peace, not play into Trump's political games. Again, that is a direct quote from the governor. The president saying that there is chaos
and many others versus the picture that's been painted by people like the mayor, the governor, congressmen and women that we've talked to throughout the evening.
And setting fires. He's saying there are insurrectionists, and that is, as we have been pointing out tonight, not a randomly chosen word. That is an important word because
because they have to know what to charge them for when they arrest them.
Invoke the Insurrection Act of 1807,
and I'm sure he's loving that too. I'm sure he's loving using that word after what happened.
States and against its government, so that the president could then deploy troops to put down that insurrection, and that's the threat from Defense Secretary.
Amazing that he had all those people pardoned.
From Camp Pendleton could be
the January 6th people. It's crazy that he had them pardoned.
U.S. Marines,
and these guys are going to get persecuted for protesting.
Contain U.S. citizens and be involved in enforcement action against American citizens. LA Mayor Karen Bass speaking earlier today about the history and the challenges.
All the amazeballs-ness that are going on today.
Because our city has always had a very robust.
All right, we heard you before. Let's see what else we got going on.
Minivan make their way through the streets, and that was a wild situation. They were driving on the sidewalk. Luckily, a sheriff's patrol car was able to stop that person.
Agreed.
And no one was hurt there. So there have been other situations that have popped off from the situation and the tensions really just rising here in downtown LA. I know we do want to go to our Lori Perez. Lori, where are you? What are you seeing?
Lori Perez.
So we've now moved right in front of Union Station, and really just some unbelievable scenes playing out here. I want you to take a look down towards that light. You might be able to see that fire there in the lane of the road.
Fire.
That seems to be the starting off point where they are shooting off a continuous show of fireworks. I mean, as if you're at the 4th of July show. We keep seeing that every few moments. Obviously very startling for drivers along the road and startling for people here who have assembled in this corner. This seems to be the area where a lot of those people who were on the 101 overpass have kind of congregated at this point. They are continuing to shout, and every time any sort of law enforcement car comes by, whether it's LAPD or sheriff's deputies, they are launching
moving.
Rocks and pieces of concrete and bottles, etc., at those cars, which
pretty
is
much moving
a really dangerous and scary situation. At this moment, kind of quiet, but lots of honking going on, lots of people driving by with their windows open, waving flags, waving and shouting support to this crowd. But maybe, who knows, maybe this might be kind of thinning out a bit. Of course, LAPD overhead still continuing to monitor. And there you saw that. I mean, that is very scary when we are as close as we are, and that's happening. Look at the cars just so seconds from going through it. That's got to be really terrifying if you're driving down the road and then all of a sudden that goes off right in front of you.
Kind of exciting.
So, you know, a lot to still try and keep control of down here, and a lot that still could escalate, certainly if this crowd does not dissipate. You mentioned about the order that has been put into place, telling these people that they need to get out of here or they need to go home or face
Is that dude armed?
Possible arrest. Either they don't have that word yet, or they are ignoring it, because we have not really seen much movement. But hopefully things will get under control soon here. If not, we of course will still stay here on the scene and bring it to you as we are seeing it here live on the ground. For now, Bias, back to you.
I wonder if they'll
Lori,
find
thank
that guy
you.
that got his
And
ass
as
kicked
we
for
continue to keep an
driving
eye
that
on the situation,
little
it doesn't look like
scooter
much has
into the
changed
crowd.
there on the right side of your screen. There's another couple dogs getting walked by their owner, I presume. There on the left side of your screen is that live shot.
Wow, thanks for that. That's just riveting news right there.
The group
there's
of
some people,
demonstrators,
there's some people walking their dog right there.
Sort of
I don't know if you noticed it, but
forward,
yeah, right there.
in
Dogs too. The dogs are white. I want you to know the dogs are
after
white.
Initially,
I'm getting
we
word that the
saw,
dogs have hair too. They're
law
furry
enforcement,
dogs.
one vehicle or two vehicles separately drive through and then having things thrown at them, engaging with these protesters, or I should say these protesters were engaging with them, and things got a little hairy there for a moment and scary. But they came out the other side just fine. And yeah, it's hard to tell exactly where they're going to go. But you know, at this point in the night, we're just sort of reacting and seeing what's going on at any moment's notice.
Yeah, Mike Rogers, do we know, is this the same group that was on their way to LA Live that we're looking at from SkyCal?
Yeah,
okay.
they've been slowly kind of marching
Mike
to the
Rogers
north,
and the world of
away
tomorrow.
from LA Live. I haven't seen a whole lot of clashes since then, but they are still starting to march to the north near LA Live, where that whole incident happened. And I am looking at our other chopper, where he was looking at a fire just a second ago where Lori Perez was earlier, where that van was driving like a lunatic. John, there's also a fire over at Union Station, if he can look at that too. So we're just kind of giving him some direction there. On the right side of your screen, that's the shot we're talking about. The left side is a different aerial shot of that group near LA Live. There you see City Hall. And look at that really long line of police cars that are moving through John's shot right there.
Wow.
It's just, there's so much law enforcement around here. And no matter how many there are, they're still stretched thin with the geographical area that they're trying to cover. Here is that gas station where Lori was earlier, where it looks like that group is still there.
But the difference being, in case someone's just seeing this for the first time, that earlier when they first were congregating around the Chevron, the lights were on, things were happening, and then it looks like power was, and the lights were shut down. There's the two trash fires that were still, I guess they're still going on. I mean, they've been going on, what, for at least a while.
So I guess this is the long line of cars that they were talking about. This is AXN News again, the guy that was walking on the ground. Uh-oh.
She was loud as shit. Alright, see, I don't think they're shit at City Hall. Looks like all the cops they're planning to move over by where the gas station where we were. That was a Storm from LA County Unleashed. Follow her on Instagram.
Don't know which started first.
This is what was going on earlier.
Because when our camera got onto him, it was kind of just starting there, but we don't know
this freaking crazy person tried to
hit him first or whether he started driving erratically first.
Drive into the
erratic
crowd.
Driving we know continued after that. This is a guy that had no shirt on,
throwing things
and
out.
Appeared to be very agitated because he took off
Then,
at a high rate of speed, as you see here. With all the people on the streets, law enforcement officers,
he actually came back, by the way. I don't know if they'll show it, but he basically just rolled all over the place, like putting everybody in danger. Not even people that were part of the what do you call it, the protest. He just kind of just drove some crazy places, tried to get away from wherever he was being chased from. He thought he wasn't being, watched by the cops, so he just pulls over someplace. He gets out, starts walking toward the cops. They walk up to him and arrest him. Just that easy. That's all that happened to that guy. What's going on here? Back to AXN. They're starting a new perimeter line. This is live, by the way. All live. Back live. We're back live. Boots on the ground. Seeing some crazy stuff happening on the other camera angle.
They're setting up a new line here.
On.
I don't know if it's to prevent the crowd from coming up this way and possibly moving towards City Hall, or if they're going to go towards the crowd and try to push them
There's
out.
some more shenanigans going on over here.
Shit.
Not sure what's going on over here.
It looks like the crowd is
Optics
coming to
thrown,
meet them.
But for the most part, first of all, the crowd was small and it was almost completely peaceful with one or two exceptions. The ICE officers put out a call. Look at that. That's the fireworks we've been talking about that have been thrown at police.
You gotta love those well-timed
ICE officers put out a call for help because they felt that they were going to be overwhelmed by the people who were around. And that was when the LAPD responded, not in time, not as quickly as the...
oh my God, stop. Just please stop. Please. Wow. With your verbal freaking vomit. Just quit it. He's so nervous looking too. He's like, oh God, now I'm on camera. Yeah, everybody just heard what I said and now they get to see my face. That's friggin' wonderful.
Pointing to in why he has brought in members of the California National Guard under his control. Tonight, the governor of the state of California is now in direct confrontation with the president of the United States. The back and forth continues on social media. Last night, the president federalized 2,000
fireworks tonight, and they keep getting bigger and bigger too. Now I am seeing, looking at the headquarters here, I'm seeing a group of law enforcement walking. I don't know where they're going, but they're walking out. And again, in terms of the graffiti downtown, it is all over. In fact, the headquarters of LAPD were tagged right in front of these officers here. Even though there are barricades out, they were still able to tag the signage there.
Yeah.
And we have people, I don't know if you can see your spectators too, just taking video, taking pictures as all this is happening as well too.
Yeah, it looks like LAPD officers are staging right along that barricade that they've placed in front of headquarters there. But you can see it looks like this group on our right side that KCAL has been, or SkyCal has been monitoring.
That's back at the gas station and the trash fire.
Are they running from law enforcement?
I can't tell, John. Were you able to tell what they kind of took off from?
What it
is
pushing
in right there.
Gonna be quiet.
Oh yeah, there's an officer, a line of LAPD moving through there.
Oh, okay, there you go. You have the mountain unit back out, and you see the officers there. One has a bullhorn, and you can imagine they're probably giving those dispersal orders, saying, hey, you got to get out of this area. We are going to start making arrests if you do not. And many of those people now just taking off running in the other direction.
Yeah, there you go.
There's still, what, fireworks?
See,
smoke over there.
Yeah, smoke over there. The dumpster fire's over there. And you're right, number of law enforcement surrounding
this entire area here,
So then we play this game of where they're going to move to, what's the next thing they're going to go do. Now, the only hope is that every time these groups move, they'll start to splinter.
Yeah.
And they get smaller
people
and smaller.
People will start making that decision to leave and go home.
Then maybe as it gets later, just tire out and decide, all right, we've had enough for a day.
Nope. They're all just gonna stay.
But you can see CHP completely, not CHP, excuse me, law enforcement, LAPD most likely just stage along Cesar Chavez, taking over where that Chevron is, and we saw all those people standing moments ago. Let's go to our Lori Perez. Lori.
Definitely joint operations by this point.
That's absolutely right. I mean, that was a really welcome sight for us when all of these officers came in and really took over this intersection, pushed back a lot of those people who had started to congregate.
Ooh.
We can see that they have not been able to get a hold of the group that continues to put.
Let me put up this guy real quick. He seems to be a lot closer.
Oh my God, it smells like horse shit.
That's because those are horses and they're taking a shit.
Horse shit, bro. Be careful.
There's the booms.
Did you hear the helicopter pilot?
Yeah.
He was talking shit to them. He's like, I thought you guys, he was like clowning them.
I found this though. So it's some gas smoke.
What it is, I'm hungry.
So this is where that dumpster fire was and where that van incident happened. It's straight ahead past those street signs over there. You can see the dumpster is still burning a little bit, white smoke.
Crazy. That's how they tracked him down.
FD for? Hear that?
Maybe the dumpster fire?
Oh, yeah, I said roll FD right away.
I heard.
Thank you. Well, the question, if we had had a little bit more time with the mayor, I would have asked her, where are the federal agents, or rather the National Guard right now? We saw them earlier today. Yeah. Captain Paul Vernon wanted to make the point that the National Guard was not engaging, was not a part of trying to police the streets, but at the same time, where are they now?
I talked to her about that earlier.
Okay.
And she said that they are guarding federal property because that's their main goal right now. And that part of the challenge has been that so many people were focused on the national. This is something that Governor Newsom said, that so many people were so focused on the National Guard as a target that they actually had to use the CHP and the LAPD to protect the National Guard because they have the signs on there that say National Guard.
The Army National Guard, you can be used by
in the streets of LA keeping order, which we have in the past. I mean, you bring up a good point, and you think about 2020 when we had those riots, and there was some controversy of when the National Guard should be pulled in. Some thought they should have been called in earlier, but when they did arrive, they helped to restore order. We saw them after the fires.
After the fires,
National Guard came in. Both of those instances, the governor approved it and called for it. That's the big difference.
And lauded them for their duty.
Right, and now the National Guard
As you
are
see, are being
in,
hurled at
and
them. They are
the governor
using
doesn't want them to be there.
flashbang and less than lethal projectiles to try to clear intersections and clear crowds away. So what you're seeing is kind of a pyrotechnic display on both sides of this situation, in which one side is trying to keep the peace and others from the other side are bent on continuing to agitate against it. Worth noting as well, there was a crowd of several thousand people that were gathered at City Hall and at the Federal Building complex in downtown
I guess
Los
we can get a better
Angeles,
view
the
at
Royal
the
Federal Building, Federal
fireworks
Court
light
Building,
up the night.
and the detention center that is
must be just
is
so
there.
smoky
and,
that we're getting a
those
whole bunch of
crowds merged
pixelation.
and then began to move around downtown. Some elements of that crowd, the crowd numbering several thousand, some elements of the crowd spilling onto the 101 freeway,
they're only
causing the
broadcasting
shutdown
at
of the
720.
freeway. Now, my understanding is LA Mayor Karen Bass is with us now. Madam Mayor, are you there?
I certainly am.
What a day this has been. Can you describe the situation now in terms of whether or not the law enforcement agencies are gaining the upper hand?
Okay, I describe it as by a...
The Los Angeles Police Department has gained the upper hand, but one thing that happens sometimes, more than not, after a protest, a peaceful protest, then people who are involved in that protest or didn't even participate but come so that they can wreak havoc is what is happening now. So you have people dispersed running through the streets in different places in downtown.
When I've got havoc, I wreck it.
In some cases, vandalizing
I wreck
property.
That havoc.
And I just
get
hope
wrecked
that they
havoc
understand
is what
that
I
it
say
is not acceptable.
when I wreck havoc.
And you might not get arrested tonight, but that does not mean that you won't get arrested in the upcoming days when the videotapes are reviewed. You know, for those same people who say that they are against ICE and they don't want federal government involved, and then they go about wreaking havoc in the city and
my goodness, please say it again.
justifying the need for what the administration is doing, which I disagree. And but they are reinforcing that, and I think that is a real tragedy, considering the situation that the city is dealing with.
The governor has said that the president is essentially deliberately provoking the response by some elements of these demonstrations by sending National Guard troops into Los Angeles without their being requested here. Do you share that view?
I absolutely share that view, and it's just perplexing to me as to why the administration did this. I tried for days to appeal to them that this was not necessary, and my big concern
things down there. We'll get.
Was it used
Let's get to her right now, Lauren. We heard you say there that something might be happening. What's going on?
I mean, we have to
Yeah, there's some activity here. Some patrol cars have pulled up. They have their sirens on, and you can see people are still lighting off fireworks. Let's see here where they're going to go.
Things are happening. There's cars moving,
okay, well,
and
as I'm looking in the distance here, I see
breaking news.
There's
Trump.
still a handful of people at that building right across from the police station, and I've been hearing that they possibly have been trying to set that building on fire, and that's why they're all congregated over there, and that's something that law enforcement is watching very closely. And I'm also been observing here that it looks like we have a chopper right above us too. It's not a news chopper; it's a PD chopper.
Your ears.
I don't think it's the Black Hawk we saw earlier today, but you know we got this marine layer. It's hard to see exactly. That the sheriff's department has formed a skirmish line right behind City Hall here, and they were making advances on that crowd that had that trash can fire.
Looks like
and then
we're building another
we moved back
barricade.
as well, and they did, you know, as Mike said, deploy that tear gas that we caught a whiff of. But you know, we have a lot of helicopters above us now. It's getting really noisy. Trying to. Looks like they may have their eye on something or someone, that being police, but it's hard to say right now. Because it's really, you know, got a lot of things going on. We got traffic moving. We have the police in front of us here. And then, of course, we have that. It looks to me like somewhat of a large group in front of that building there as well, right across the street from where we are. Mike, I'll send, and Leslie and Gio, I'll send it back to you guys. Maybe, Mike, maybe you have some more information as to what's going on. It's hard for me here on the ground with what's going on here to kind of get answers.
Yeah, and we're going to move, John, I'm going to have you go over to kind of Lauren Posen's location, and I believe still in the area. Lauren, are you still in the area, Main and Temple, or where are you? Is that First and Spring still?
Yeah, right. I'm at Main and First, actually. But yes, Main and you know, yeah.
So he's swinging the camera around right now, and we'll kind of look and see what's happening. Again, this is back where that original fire was.
Oh my God.
I'm a mechanic, and I've been hearing a lot of people talk about this new diagnostic tool called Fixed. I'm a little skeptical, so...
Go fuck yourself.
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling.
Right now we have a code 4. I do have my squad deployed on the outer perimeter, and we got a crowd now.
This is wild. On the ground with AXN News. Trying to stay ahead of the firing line.
Oh damn, they fucked up these cop cars. Fuck!
AXN News, literally right next to the gunfire, getting pushed by the cops just to walk down the street.
They slashed the tires.
Yeah, I bet they did. Broken windows.
They slashed tires. They shattered a lot of the glass.
Look at this guy just walking back. I love it. Ow. What are they doing? Oh, trying to kick it out so they can't see through it, so they're trying to kick it out.
Well, they broke out the glass here. They're trying to kick it out so they can drive away.
Did you see that girl trying to grab it while he's kicking it? It's broken glass. She's like, I'm just going to grab it with this hand and pull. Wow.
Everybody get back! Get back!
Yeah, don't watch us, don't watch us. This is taking a long time and we're very embarrassing at what we do. We have no idea what we're doing, by the way. We could have just stuck our heads out the window, but this is totally necessary. We need our aggression taken out, so we're gonna keep doing this, because this is... You guys are... Wow. You guys are something else. They are covered in glass now, by the way. They're covered in tiny bits of glass. All over their parts. All over their fingers, their neck, their weapons, their gear. Covered in glass. Covered. Literally powdered. And then this guy's gonna sit in it. Drive his car like friggin' police academy. Remember those old movies? That's good stuff.
So they broke out the glass of a bunch of cop cars while they were over there. They came back. They left the cars unattended. They broke out the glass on this one, so the LAPD is breaking it out so they can drive away, I guess. And they also said they slashed some of the tires of the other cars back here.
Did they just do all that damage to that car not to drive it away?
Shit. They caught him slipping. Caught him slipping. We're on Cesar Chavez and New High Street, or North Spring Street. This is where North Spring Street starts. Cesar Chavez and Spring.
Oh, that was something. Let's see what else is going on.
Man.
Huh. He just went silent. How about that?
Officers from the LAPD
this is
pushing
from earlier
everybody
today.
back.
Things are slowly but surely calming down. After the protest that was predominantly peaceful several hours ago, a number of people stayed around and unfortunately were committing violence, in the form of defacing buildings, throwing bottles, throwing cans, and that's just unacceptable. And they need to understand that when the LAPD declares an unlawful assembly, they need to leave, not scatter around the city creating violence or graffitiing up buildings. This does not help anything. I think about those families that are terrified right now because they don't know where their loved one is. They don't know if their loved one has been taken to another country, another city, and this is not helping anything. This does not promote the integration and acceptance of immigrants.
Wow.
This pits Angelenos against each other, and I just think that it is completely unacceptable and uncalled for.
Mayor Vass, you know, earlier today you tweeted that you met with the governor, the police chief, LAPD, the sheriff,
people from other states too,
as well as other law enforcement partners about how to keep Angelenos safe. What is the answer here tonight? Because as you mentioned, we've been monitoring this situation for hours. We've seen CHP cars get destroyed. Officers get pelted with
all my devices are down. All my devices are dead batteries.
Uh-oh, his devices are dying.
I'm probably gonna go there.
Might not have a choice but to move on.
Bro. Huh? No, I got a Tesla.
We were over this a few years ago during demonstrations and protests in the wake of the murder of George Floyd.
Well, that looked like a drug deal. That was weird.
We saw somebody running into that store.
Maybe they're just fist bumping. Yeah, they were just fist bumping, see?
Up and going in, and we'll see if that is in fact happening.
What?
There have been lawless elements that have been taking part in this protest, or not taking part in the protest, but perhaps exploiting it for their own ends, like people you see here that are looting the
there's
store.
looting.
They're stealing sneakers, and they're going to be selling them, and they're being caught on video from various locations on both sides of the street. And
yeah,
so
I don't
there's a
understand
good
how
chance
they do
that,
that. I mean, there's cameras
their faces will
everywhere.
be recognized, and that their little spree of theft will be rewarded with some accountability that will land them in jail. That is what
so
is
there's some
being
looting going
by the chief,
on.
by the
I
mayor,
definitely
by the
don't
sheriff,
approve of
that,
this.
people who
Look at
take
this guy
advantage,
just
people who are
strolling.
involved in violence, vandalism, theft, will be held accountable. If not tonight, as the mayor just said, it will happen down the road. Don't think you got away with it just because you haven't been arrested.
There's a camera in every damn corner of this place. You guys are dumb as hell.
The projectiles that were being hurled at the police.
What? Did you guys drive your scooter into the place?
See rocks scattered about. People get those rocks because these demonstrators are coming from various parts.
Cops on your ass already.
Various parts of the country, or just who are people who are intent on causing harm. They bring hammers, and they hammer away at the concrete and chip away their own rocks, and they use those and throw them at the police. They'll bring cinder blocks in backpacks, and they break those up and throw those at police. So there are people who do this for the sake of doing it. And as we see now, the LAPD responding to this store, and we're going to try to get the name of it and the location. But I remember almost an identical shot a few years ago from Air 7 over this exact location that was being looted. So they
people
are
like
618,
sneakers.
Thank you. 618 South Broadway, where that store, apparently a sneaker store, is being looted. And now the LAPD has responded. They are going to go in. They're going to clear the store. Anybody who's inside is going to get arrested, likely. Anybody they catch with items from inside the store.
Look at all these cops that showed up.
Going to get arrested as well. It's interesting.
I thought they were all doing something.
To the officers, perhaps helping with the cleanup.
That's kind of crazy.
There is that as well. So this whole thing that is happening tonight, chaotic, but officers are responding.
I'm the daughter of two immigrants from El Salvador, and so I'm here to speak up for my community and to protect them, do anything I can to let them know that they have a voice, that they have people that care about them.
Breaking news now at 10:30. Chaos in downtown LA as immigration protests get out of hand for the third straight day. Protesters facing off with police all day on Sunday, things getting intense at times.
Someone's throwing the bottle.
Using random items to protect themselves. Protesters facing off with police all day on Sunday, things getting intense at times. Protesters seen using random items to protect themselves from police, while others taking aim at CHP officers and their stranded patrol cars on the 101 freeway. People here throwing things, trying to set the patrol units on fire. They were able to set one on fire. All of this while Governor Gavin Newsom continues his public criticism of President Donald Trump and the White House, blaming the administration for exploiting and inflaming the situation that's unfolding right now in Southern California. Hello, I'm Mark Brown. We're continuing our live coverage on Eyewitness News at 10, live on ABC7, Hulu, and wherever you stream. The number of people we have seen on the streets has dwindled quite a bit, but chaos has taken place after otherwise peaceful
fireworks coming in, incoming.
We do love our
There's
fireworks.
not a lot of people though.
What if your website success was marched to the LA lot? They're now blocking traffic on Figueroa and Air 7, catching multiple items on fire, dumpsters, parking attendant booths, and then there was this, a driver doing reverse donuts while other people in the crowd were throwing objects at the car. Officers later took that driver into custody. CHP says 56 people have been arrested since yesterday, including one for throwing a Molotov cocktail at officers. LAPD Chief Jim McDonnell expects those numbers to rise. They're going to review the video from multiple crime scenes of multiple crimes. 17 of the 56 people were arrested from the 101 freeway today. Protesters taking over the freeway after officers broke up a large crowd outside the federal building in the early afternoon. That crowd numbering in the thousands. President Trump posting to Truth Social, quote, "Looking real bad in LA? Bring in the troops." We have several Eyewitness News crews covering all of the breaking developments tonight. We will begin with reporter Tim Caputo live in downtown LA, where police are trying to disperse what's left of the unruly elements of that crowd. Tim?
That's exactly right, Mark. I'm looking to my left because fireworks are going off just up the street. It's interesting how quick
any of these storefronts. I do see, you know, those officers standing there, sees a guy on a phone who looks to be, you know, upset about something. I just can't tell, John, I don't know if you can, if there's any damage to any of the storefronts there. So we'll look for that. But yeah, we don't know the extent of it, but we do know that the officers were responding. Oh yeah, look, actually, I'm so sorry. They're standing right in front of a broken window. It looks like that shattered on the floor or something like that. I can't tell if that was the door. As John kind of moves around a little bit, we'll try to get a better idea on that. But you know, this is obviously another escalation in this. You know, we had graffiti, we've had clashes with officers, and now if businesses are being looted, that is just another, you know, terrible escalation in what has gone on in downtown Los Angeles tonight. And again, to the mayor's point, to, you know, everyone's point that has brought it up, it totally dilutes whatever message was trying to be spread. And it looks like it's a shoe store, I believe. I see the Jordan logo there on top. So that is common. I mean, those shoe stores are the ones that, you know, kind of get hit frequently. They've got some very high-priced items in there that go in, and yeah, it does look like that door is actually super just flat.
Yeah, no kidding, right?
On the front.
Welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for joining me.
Or what exactly happened?
Yeah, that's a door.
I can't tell if that's what's on the floor right there, but that definitely looks like
we just went through that, dude. It's a door.
Now, as these officers have to investigate this, and yeah, you can see shoes kind of all about. I can't tell if that's bags or exactly what that is laying down on the floor, but definitely something that went on. And when you look, you know, I just happened to notice, you look at the police cars that are out front, and I can tell by the numbers on top of them just how
apparently
far
this place,
away from different parts of the city these officers are coming from.
Gotta get
that
them,
one
Jordan.
right there, that
I was going to say,
is,
apparently this place is
Pacific
one of the
Station.
same places
There's,
that got looted the last time.
I mean, so this is truly like
they shut
from
down
all
the
over the
101.
city are now in downtown LA having to deal with this mess.
It says bad Luca. I think you just got bad luck.
But earlier in the day, much earlier in the day, just trying to
Or
get
good
as many
shoes.
LAPD resources down here. But I just asked the mayor, you know, is there any chance of now calling in mutual aid, which means that the LAPD could call upon the sheriffs, who could call upon other local city agencies.
Still doing that
she says
thing.
that the chief, if he needed to do that for LAPD, he would. He has not, and she does not feel in their conversation earlier today that the department or officers were overwhelmed by the situation.
Yeah, and we've seen situations where, like, the quote-unquote bad actors, right? They'll take advantage of the chaos of a situation and then do this exact thing that we're now seeing here.
Shut up. Oh, wow, look at that. It's Christmas in June. Don't you think I look cute in this hat? All right, so this
Oh
is
my God,
coming
yeah, are we back?
from John Hicks.
Bro, I don't know what's going on. I'm
We're
just
gonna
losing
give John
service. I think if
Hicks
it
a
drops out again,
subscribe.
I'm done for the night.
And like, he might be out for the night.
There's a lot, like there's a ton of people up here compared to when we started, so.
They started jamming.
Really? Interesting.
It started jamming. Okay, so what he
Hear
said.
that, chat? We're getting signal jams.
Yeah, signal jams. So basically, what happens is, yeah, the cops send out a couple of units to jam all of the electronic units, like phones and things in the area.
It's a crazy scene down here, though.
So that way they can disperse people like this from live streaming. Insurance company was watching that store footage like.
Watch out, this one screws up. I'm gonna take the bod and we're gonna go home.
Agreed.
We had a cool 6 hours done earlier. So we'll see.
That guy looks like somebody we used to employ here. Awesome stuff. Let's see. Are they still looking at it? No, wait. That one, yeah, still looking at it. Just saying.
Katie, we're on the overpass back at the 101 City Hall. You might be able to see over here is lit up for Pride Month. And things are pretty empty around where we are. We do still see LAPD staged over here to the right.
Uh-oh. Crazy people behind the reporter. Watch out. Did you see her looking behind her like, what the hell is he doing?
Towards City Hall. That's why they are staged there. And in the meantime, though, we do see...
Okay, so hang on a second. Trump deploys 300 National Guard troops.
That are both to the north of us.
There's some serious breach of state sovereignty.
To the south of us. So still a lot going on here and a lot of staging going on along each of these overpasses. We've seen CHP and LAPD.
Your voice is getting drowned out by helicopters. Lady, speak up. Use your diaphragm.
Around the federal building. We don't want them anywhere near them. From where we were over on Olvera Street, that crowd has since dissipated after LAPD came in force. We do still see and hear some fireworks going on to the north of us, which seems to indicate that there are groups that are still assembling in that direction.
I took the camera off because you can't really see all the different camera angles going on behind my face, but I'm a person. I'm alive. Anyway.
On the situation for you. Now I'll send it back to you guys.
Yeah, it was a little hard to hear Lori there, but you can hear the helicopters overhead.
Hello, hello,
a blue hello going off, and then she was saying that law enforcement has pretty much staged all around the Civic Center area to prevent anyone from going back
LA.
in. We were seeing that
right? Everybody
store that was
loves
looted there.
LA.
Looked like law enforcement was making their way through. I believe we have a soundbite really quick from Chief McDonald with LAPD.
We don't need a soundbite, lady. Come on, man. Where's that? What am I looking at up there? What is that? Third night of ICE protests. What is that? It looks like they're
in this store in downtown Los Angeles.
They're inside the store. The store
so,
has an inside,
an
indoor.
You've got all these different incidents happening.
Basketball court,
at the same time.
which is interesting for a shoe store.
Let's go back to Matthew Seedorf, who's our reporter on the grounds. We're doing such a great job all day long. You're located now near City Hall and near the LAPD headquarters. What are you seeing from your
that's
perspective?
Fox? Oh, no. No. We don't do that. We don't broadcast Fox here. Let's see. Is there anything? Oh my goodness. All right, let's do another one here then. Let's see. Which one is this one? This one is. Yeah, I guess it's Fox. Dang it. All right. It's another angle. There's so many angles. Oh, do I have this one going? I don't know where this one went. Where did this one go?
It's gonna fall out.
Yeah. That's what someone's gonna get hurt.
This one's SoCal Shorts.
Around a burned up car.
Yeah, that's the most dangerous shit. It's the drinking and it's the
right.
It's the driving like crazy.
Right. So I guess they close this down. No avenue.
So okay, so these are the crazy angles to have. Like, I just noticed that because, like, if you were here a minute ago, you would have seen live that crazy guy try to back into the crowd and do donuts. And then, like, there was one guy who also, like, drove a scooter into the crowd, and everybody beat the hell out of him, and he actually got out of there. So, like, watching these on the ground, you know, fuse, they end up turning into something. This is pretty much where most of the people have congregated too. Also, like,
Amazon is the same.
Seems like there's a lot less people.
Bull, oh yes, you can order bull horns all you want. They have cheap ones. They have little ones for like 20 bucks. They do pretty good. They got big ones.
Yeah, it might be. It might. I mean, I don't want to not. I don't want to jinx it, but it might be. It might be. You know, might be calming down a little bit. But there's always the calm before the storm. I feel the worst for the horses. They have out.
We thought there was a fire in there. They sent the fire department in there,
you know what?
They
That's
barely
the first
went
thing
in
I
and
said.
came straight back out.
Literally, the first thing I said was, I wonder if
just had to check.
I wonder if the horses have gas masks.
They were gonna try and go through.
Probably not.
And
there's a lot of gas.
I guess it's blocked off now.
And then there was a couple of views where they were like using the horses to like beat people, like they were like running over people with horses, kinda. No. And I was like, no, I don't think that's a good use of that animal. What is going on up there? Oh my gosh, what is that? The Fox Local's got the serious crap going on. Okay. Which one is this? This is just that. Okay, let's go to Fox Local. Where is it? Fox Local. What the heck? Jeremy Reed? No, not that guy.
We're almost at 15,500. We need 24 more.
Turn to free live TV. Humans. Freaking humans. I'm right with you, man.
So we go back towards Staples? Is that still happening down there?
Where is it? Let's see, let's go to live, I guess. I don't know.
24
CNBC?
more subscribers for 15,500.
Aerial shots, maybe? I don't know. Let's try this one. Humans. Stinking humans. Oh, see, this is the thing I was just talking about.
In and around, yep.
This is the replay of this crazy person that literally backed through the crowd, and then like.
This may be an enclosed area. This may be some kind of a.
Those are workers.
Oh, those are the railroad tracks.
This idiot. This is at the end. This idiot just pulls over, and like walks toward a couple of the cops. Like, I didn't do anything. I don't know what you mean. Anyway, the crazy part is over here. I'll back up a little. No, never mind. Can't back up. I guess. I don't know. No.
Newscopter here.
It's apparently live TV, but it's not live TV.
Yeah.
Poor weather guy. I'm watching another one, and this poor weather guy like is being sandwiched.
Yeah, that's the tracks.
In between all these shots, he's just like smiling, like, so weather, and we'll get you right back to the GTA.
Bigness and botch it. Bigness and botch it.
That's another fire.
O'Shea.
I think.
In the toolbox, that is a strategy that we deploy without hesitation, but it has to be the right time for the right circumstances. And I can tell you this, that myself and other county and city leaders have been discussing that as an option.
Okay, and if that were, so if we have, say, another night that looks like this, is that something that we're likely to see?
Okay, this one seems
high
like
probability, and we may not even wait till tomorrow night. So we'll see.
The action
we're definitely keeping
center
that
here.
option.
All right, we have We have seen your deputies in particular.
Okay,
It was a very
so for
high-profile
Air
arrest
7,
that they made of a guy that was driving a minivan in a crazy fashion around downtown, nearly hitting people, doing reverse donuts in an intersection, drove erratically, went to Alvera Street. Two of your sheriff's deputies went through and found that person and arrested him. What other do you have a tabulation of the number of arrests? The number
I got a lot of tabs open right now.
If God forbid any deputies have been injured in this.
That's a burning car right there.
Any numbers along
and that would
line?
be, I think, number 6.
First of all, there's a saying here at the sheriff's department that the bear goes
and
everywhere.
there's a car right in front of it that
like,
doesn't look like
our
it's going to
deputies,
get out of there
were Johnny
unscathed.
on the spot did a great job. They arrested
this guy, look at.
He should have been arrested.
And then, wow, look, he's trying to back into these guys while they throw stuff at him.
All the work that these
and then
deputies,
they break his windows.
Can you imagine
Watch.
being a family member of one of these deputies? You got a lot of families praying tonight that their loved ones come home and they don't get hurt.
What an idiot! Like,
so
here's the thing: is
I
like,
want to make sure the viewers understand
what are you accomplishing by doing backward donuts like that?
And by the way,
yeah, this is where they caught him. He just walks out.
Have immigration backgrounds. They have immigrant.
I thought I heard a shot
too.
as
I do.
They thought that he had a gun.
I don't have stats as I'm sitting here.
That would be crazy if he just kind of walked
or stats
at the
in
cops.
front of me right now. But that's something we'll tabulate as the night and morning goes on. We can follow up with our Sheriff's Information Bureau, and they'll provide that to you tomorrow morning.
And if I could ask you a personal question, as someone with immigrant parents, what do you think of what's going on with these raids that ICE is conducting of work sites,
the fire truck didn't even bother
Home
putting
Depot
out.
parking
I know.
lots,
So with
factories,
those kinds of things, if it's contained and it's not in the street or blocking traffic,
you know what?
Then
I respect
there's no
federal partners,
damage to the public,
if
so
they're
they
going
just let it
after
burn itself
individuals
out.
that are violent.
Exclusive one-on-one with Newsom right now.
National Guard, and he's putting lives at risk. I mean, is it truly unconstitutional? I know it's been done before. Well, I mean, in his own executive order, it directs the Department of Defense to collaborate with state governors. So by definition,
He looks
it's
mad.
illegal.
I've seen Newsom mad. I can tell he's mad. He's been yelling all day. His eyes are freaking bloodshot.
Rules of engagement. It was a reckless act that has
Let me
led
turn
to
one of these
conditions
into
that
this.
have
I gotta find
exacerbated
Fox
and it's
Local
putting people's lives at
11.
risk.
What is this?
So can't he declare an insurrection and go forward with this? Yeah, he potentially can, and there's latitude. But as it relates to the actual language in his
this will be over in a
there's
second.
a
You can
reason
hear
we're
it.
going to court tomorrow, and the reason we're confident that we will succeed. That said, he's pushing now out the boundaries, whether or not we're going to get into posse comitatus, and whether or not he's going to test the theories in that case to then require the State National Guard in a federalized posture to coordinate and collaborate with ICE enforcement, which certainly would not have a precedent in 100+ years. You think that's going to happen? I think we're on the precipice of that being a real possibility. I have zero confidence. He's acting recklessly. He's acting unlawfully.
So
he's putting people's lives at risk. And it's my job to clean up Donald Trump's mess, because he's making it by the hour.
Wow.
You guys talked the other night.
Wow.
What's that conversation?
Quote unquote,
It was a
it's
very
my
collaborative
job to
conversation.
clean
It was
up
a very good
Donald Trump's
conversation.
mess.
And he didn't
Gavin
really want to
Newsom.
engage on the
Dash
issues at all,
Gavin
which is the
Newsom.
great irony of this. He wanted to talk about a myriad of other issues. There was no suggestion, none, period, full stop, about the National Guard. Quite the contrary. And by the way, I have a lot of experience with the National Guard. So do you here in LA. Right. We've been using the National Guard. I've directed the National Guard down here prior as it relates to issues during 2020 riots. And so we have no ideological opposition of utilizing the Guard, but there's zero necessity.
Wow.
There was no request of mutual aid. LAPD, the Sheriff's Office, no request. CHP, more than capable. We've got 175
he's pretty long-winded, so let's find him, I guess.
Of what Donald Trump did with the National Guard. Well, we see some of the images in the streets today. We see cars burning. We see freeways being shut down. We see unacceptable. But it's clear that things aren't totally under control right now. That's right. Because
There
he's
it is.
created the conditions.
That was easy.
Yeah. He's exacerbated the conditions. This is Donald Trump's. These are images.
You think he wants it politically?
Of course he wants it politically.
Why?
Because he wants to divide us. He wants to attack the rule of law. He wants to attack the democracy. He wants to attack the best of what makes this country
the reasons our founding fathers lived and died. This fundamental notion of three independent branches, he can't handle. He's already taken over. Speaker Johnson's a joke. He's completely complicit. $2.5 trillion to your debt, wrecking the economy. Take Elon Musk's comments on that, just not mine. I mean, it's been a disastrous presidency. And so, of course, we're here with another distraction that puts, in this case, people's lives at risk. And he's testing the boundaries of the Constitution in a way that one can clearly argue is a constitutional crisis.
So how do you negotiate with somebody who may want these images?
You can't negotiate with them. Come on, no one can negotiate with them. I mean, no one can. I've gone out of great lengths to try to work with this guy. You can't work with him.
I mean,
you can only work for him, and I'll never work for him. And it's shameful, those that are, and that are complicit.
Have
in
a
this,
rational conversation with him.
And as I said, the founding fathers are rolling over in their graves right now watching this.
Do you, because the other night, or he came out and said that when you guys spoke, he warned you that if you didn't get things under control, he was going to bring in troops.
Stone cold liar. Stone cold liar. He made that up.
I hope you
like
guys
he
can
makes
still hear
up
me.
so many other things. He never said that.
And he also seemed to make up this idea that the National Guard did a great job last night.
I think I'm getting shut down by the man.
They weren't even deployed, and he claimed victory. He's lost it. He hasn't lost a step. And I saw him trip on the steps today. I mean, this is serious. He is not the same person that I dealt with just 4 years ago. And he's incapable now of even a train of thought. He's making things up, and he's putting people's lives at risk. And he's got a band of people that are complicit in this. And that's what's so damn alarming. And we need Congress to step up, and my gosh, do we need the courts.
But now that the National Guard are here, is there some good that they can do? I mean, those folks, there's a lot of great folks
They haven't even been mission taxed appropriately. There's only 300 of them.
Is there
anything
they can do to help you?
These are great men and women.
They don't have down
work with them all the time. They've been well received by the community down here. We know these folks. We care about these folks.
Thank you.
And I worry about them now. I worry about their safety. He's putting their safety at risk. He doesn't know what he's doing. They don't know what they're doing right now. I mean, I got the CRT teams. I got some of the best and the brightest CHP that are trained for this. By the way, if you're going to use the right National Guard, use the MPs that were out there doing the work here in terms of logistics and traffic management. But he didn't even use that
for the fires.
Those folks for the fires.
Right.
I mean, this proves it's just political game that puts people's lives at risk. So it's not a game.
I assume that you believe in immigration law and that there needs to be a way for these folks to carry out some of these.
We have never gone the way. State of California does not get in the way of federal actions using federal resources. I've also collaborated with the federal government and vetoed bills that would compel me not to over 10,000 times, 10,000 times from CDCR. We have coordinated with ICE on deportation. I am not sitting here arguing for criminals in our backyard. And I just want to remind your viewers, we have 394 National Guard down at the border that I've had there for years and years and years. Of course, we believe in immigration rules and laws. And of course, we were very vocal on the issue of borders. I think you and I went down 4 or 5 times on the border in events over the last 5 years. We are not passive in this space.
But when we have seen agitators getting in the way of some of these ICE agents who are trying to do their job.
Hey, these sort of anarchists.
What should happen to them?
They should be arrested.
Yeah.
They should be called out. We condemn that destruction of personal property. These groups come in, they have nothing to do with these peaceful protesters, these poor, peaceful protesters. These guys come in to take advantage of these moments, and that's exactly what we knew would happen.
Oh, no, he started a fire he's trying to put out.
That's exactly what his team knows. They help create these conditions to inflame them. This is Donald Trump's mess.
He's trying to use...
What you see in your nightly news is Donald
green
Trump's
tracers, bro.
And we've got to clean up this mess. If he can't do it,
Laser
we're going to have to do
pointers.
it.
It was interesting, the statement you put out reminded me, I'm reading Jonathan Ives' book
trying
about
so
Martin
hard
Luther
to
King, and he
fix his mess.
always tried to tell people protest peacefully. You're
Oh, no.
throwing.
Either that or
Basically,
he's
you
actually
said
trying to make a
that
fire.
if you go out and do violence at this point, you're giving Donald Trump what he wants.
You're handing it to him. So stop. These guys, these idiots that are jumping up on cars, that are burning these Waymos, these people, that's a disgrace. And the impact they're having on our democracy, there's a lot at risk here.
Getting shot.
I mean, this is not just a simple act of disobedience. They should be arrested. They should be held accountable. Anyone who attacks any innocent person, including a law enforcement person that's lawfully doing their job, they're members of our community just like everybody else. They go to the same.
Every time I see it, it does appear to be coming
going
from the direction of the sheriff's department. So we'll see. Now they're, of course, going to have to deal with this fire that is absolutely growing. So let's see, John's going to follow it back. Yeah,
Harm people, and that goes for them as well. We'll hold them, everybody.
Speaking of which, we are going to, in a
that's
couple
not
minutes,
what Trump
Sheriff
is
Moon is
after.
going to join
He's
us
not for
to
peacemaking.
kind of discuss,
He's
their
here
role in
for
this. They've been
war.
asked to do
He
mutual
wants a
aid
civil war
and
on
all
the
of that.
streets
Now,
of
here's another
America,
problem
not
where the
just
fire
here,
department's going to have to
testing
try to
the
get in there
boundaries
and
by
deal with that.
nationalizing
So
the federal guard.
hopefully that
What
happens,
are you doing?
sooner rather than
was
later.
just a year ago, sitting there with
and you know the
maker
silly
difficulty
Sean
oh my
Hannity.
God,
It's
no way.
outrageous that
Are you-
Biden is considering nationalizing the
drop
guard
something
in my
on,
great state?
What is this guy
Christine
doing?
Saying,
some sort of liquid and
saying,
someone just
what about
threw,
state sovereignties and
I want
state
to say
rights?
the firework in their
And where the
direction.
hell
He's
is
still
Christine
doing
Noem?
it.
Where the hell is Christine Noem?
This guy's gonna
They're
get
out
shot.
there just singing the siren songs of
law
chaos.
enforcement uses
trying to
This is
stop
insane.
chaos.
Yeah,
We're
and
watching
John
insane
found
stuff
out
happen
our
right now.
democracy
Oh, okay.
at risk that
This-
they used here.
He's just walking like he's not
This person was trying to help the
getting a
situation. We can't really
it
make
can
out
look
much.
sniper rifle aimed at him.
Regardless,
Very heated
it's,
rhetoric.
yeah, this
How do we
fire's certainly
cool this
grown
down?
now.
How do we get
in
things
that,
to
in that
calm down?
bush
How do we
there.
get
Well, that's
So
a
it's
fire.
going to be
That's
yeah,
a
it's tough
fire,
because you're gonna have
guys,
to
and
into
you
a
know,
really tight area.
there's a lot of
And then
bushes
we
and
need to
trees
go
around that area,
Might
so I
take
feel like we should
firefighter
Where
you know,
peacefully
your certification exam
probably stop
first
aiming
time,
things at
where
him and go do
and
something
exam
about
topics,
that.
we've got you covered.
Probably.
safe
seeing a crowd
Might just be
surrounding
me.
here, which
parameters
hopefully
of
would make it
engagement.
easier
I
to
mean, I'm not
get
smart.
here, but if you have to navigate
Oh no,
through
my
some
face
of
is
the,
covering up the fire. That's awful. Oh, see, this is exactly why I didn't have my face on.
Each time we
to
see a
enforce
fire,
federal law.
Let me turn it back on. My visions. There we go.
Sorry,
Sorry.
coordinated
Damn it.
you know,
so
they have to
that it's not
navigate
See, that's a
through
fire.
situation.
That's
and
a
this
fire.
one
Keeps
growing pretty quickly
families
here.
It's a bad fire. Lighter
As
fluid
it
or
goes
water.
after, but,
criminals.
We may
so
never know.
yeah,
I mean,
as far as
it didn't seem like if it was lighter fluid, wouldn't you like he poured it right on the fire? You would see like at least a little poof
right now, we haven't
like
really
of
seen
you know
much
of like accelerant. It leads me to believe that it was water, but if it was water, then it was a very stupidly low, tiny amount of water for what was going on. So yeah, I mean, it also that you know leads me to believe that it was some kind of accelerant, but it didn't act like accelerant. I don't know.
There's a lot of people who are scared.
Maybe
right now,
maybe it was
especially
Pete. Maybe he thought. I don't
people
know.
who are Latino who are here
taking up
legally,
your screen.
who are worried they
All
may
right,
be
let's,
taken away. That's a
this,
huge
but,
percentage
I
of
think we wanna go to
California's
Lori Perez.
population.
Well, it goes to 40%
I don't know
of the population.
what else we're learning from this. So let's go back over here to the fun fire.
Yeah, you might be able to see a stream of LAPD cars going by us. It has been a night for these officers. In fact, we
It's
just
been such
saw
a
one
night
of the cars
for-
going by,
what is going on here?
rattling on a flat tire as it drove by us. I mean, they have just been under assault for hours now with rocks and bottles and anything and everything.
Oh, it looks like they're putting out the fire.
Hauled at them across the street. You can
All
see
right.
a line of police officers. They are blocking
They
off
listen
the
to me.
street. This is Main Street in Aliso. They are blocking the way towards City Hall in the background. They do not want to let any crowds that should converge in this area. They do not want to let them back towards City Hall at all. And
Let it be
there are
known that
lines like
the
this on the
LAPD don't
overpasses
just shoot
and,
people.
on
They
the
also,
streets
you know,
towards, the
sometimes
downtown,
put out some fires.
Starting on Alameda and then here on Main Street,
Just in
on
case.
Spring Street, and then I'm assuming also up on Broadway, although we have been able to see, if we can swing around, we have been able to see some fireworks going off on
Oh, boy.
Broadway, so it seems that perhaps some protesters might
We're
have,
just gonna
or
keep
some
starting
agitators at this
fires.
point might have assembled up there,
Having
perhaps
fun.
because there's not as strong of law enforcement force up there, but we have been
This is
watching.
awesome.
as
Another
fireworks have been going
fire.
off. You can see
Is that the same
LAPD
place?
overhead, still
No.
trying to track everyone. I'm sorry, did someone trying to talk to me?
Yep. We're trying to tell you there's another fire.
Okay, so
Yeah.
so we're here on Main and Aliso, still keeping an eye on things. We have not seen any groups of people heading back towards this area, at least where we are here in Maine.
We got that guy, and we got somebody on a scooter.
To get back into the downtown
cool.
area. We do understand that that is an area that law enforcement wants
and
to
we
be
got
there. We certainly don't want them
we
to
got
lose
this
help.
aerial
We do not
view,
want them
live
in the
aerial
detention
view
center
shots. We
where
got
they
this
caused
guy
so
with
much
a
damage last night.
laser
We
pointer,
really want people to go home.
scaring
You can't stay
people.
here, but you gotta get out of here.
You better run away from my laser pointer. It'll severely make you hard to make things hard to see. I'll blind you. I'll totally do it. Promise.
Sheriff, can you hear us?
Yes, Leslie.
At least he was trying to do something.
I'm good. We've been monitoring the situation since about 4 o'clock
cops are
now.
just like,
we understand that you guys have
let's
been
point the
called
laser
for
pointer at
mutual
it
aid
and tell it
with
to stop burning.
LAPD.
Hey, yeah,
What
right?
is your role
Oh, wow.
now? What
Yeah,
has been the
look at.
sheriff's role tonight?
Imagine if it was a laser pointer that actually started that fire.
LAPD requested assistance from the sheriff's department. We ended up sending
hey, you quit starting that fire. Oh, shoot. What have I done?
You see our deputies out there, and not only out there, but doing.
All right, whose idea was it to give Larry the laser pointer today?
But I also
God, Larry.
For mutual aid for law enforcement agencies from the rest of LA County and other agencies from outside the county. So what you're going to be seeing in the next, shouldn't be too long from now, you're going to see a lot of law enforcement officers, deputy sheriffs coming in to assist our brothers and sisters at LAPD. We have additional CHP officers coming in as well. So I'm going to send this very strong message. Earlier today, there were some really good people out there protesting and demonstrating, and then you had people
but wait, there's more. Stream Elements says
acting unlawfully, which meant they were
what?
attacking police officers, deputy sheriffs, and causing a lot of destruction. If you are out here and that's what you're doing, there's a high likelihood you are going to jail, because part of the resources that I'm sending into downtown are our sheriff's booking teams, and they are able to book.
Is it just me, or does this guy sound like he's about 30 or 40 pounds overweight and has a big bristly mustache and tells kids to get off his lawn on a daily basis?
And
hey, goddamn you kids, get off my lawn.
There in that case that this is for
quit lighting those fireworks.
Specific set of time, or just indefinitely
those whirly
until
bang
the situation
thingies.
resolves itself?
We are here until we bring calm back to downtown Los Angeles. We want to see people get out
just
of
the way this guy is talking makes me want to riot.
We are here to bring order to downtown Los Angeles, and we're not gonna leave, bro. We're not gonna leave until we get it. We're not gonna leave till we get what we want, okay? We're big, strong, scary, burly men, and we know how to point our sticks and stuff.
Okay, we're going to work on getting
So you
Mike
better
Rogers
listen.
back up for us here.
Better listen.
Sheriff,
Listen
you know,
good.
yesterday we heard possibly your deputies may have been hurt from a Molotov cocktail. Can you give us a description
Nice
of how
having
your
you in
deputies
chat,
doing
Lost
out
Flaw.
there? And do you have a number of arrests they have made?
Oh, man.
I do not have a number of arrests.
I mean,
yet.
they were
We
Johnny
will
on the
have
spot with that first fire. It seems like they're just letting this other one kind of grow.
Leslie, I really
and
appreciate you
it's growing
asking
pretty
about
fast.
the well-being of our deputies. People forget that.
Oh
when
man,
police
see,
officers and
that's
deputies
oh,
go
that
to
is
work,
that is such a trigger for me. People that say the word deputy, that is such a trigger. It makes me just I just immediately point to the douchebag in the room.
We had
Just
deputies who
point.
were out there trying to keep.
But he said it again,
their
deputy.
job, and they were violently attacked. People were
They
throwing
were
things at
violently
them, including
attacked. It wasn't
high-powered,
fair.
pyrotechnics.
There was like
So
a
I had
lot of
a deputy
people,
who was
and
hospitalized,
they were mad.
after,
They were like really mad at us, and we don't know why. Gosh.
and yes, we had another individual throw a Molotov cocktail. And I
No.
say that it's sickening.
That is
has nothing to
sickening.
do with legitimate protesting or
Yeah.
demonstration. Those are
He's so right.
criminal acts that have no business being done anywhere. That everybody should come out and say that is 100% unacceptable.
Everybody should get right behind me and say that that's just bad, okay? And it's not fair. You can't throw Molotov cocktails. No. Bad protesters. You go to your corners. You don't get any bread and water. No, you get nothing.
And a Latina business owner was helping them put milk on their eyes to kind of wash that out. This whole situation started with federal law enforcement coming into Los Angeles County and conducting those raids, which, whatever your opinion on it is, it happened, and it has caused what we're seeing now.
People just walking past it like, so welcome to LA. This is the tour. On your left, you'll see some rioters and some graffiti. And on your right, you will see a bonfire. Yeah, we should probably get going. Keep going on the tour. Looks like it's growing.
So hard to build bridges, build relationships. That's how you reduce crime. That's how you positively impact quality of life. And a lot of what we've seen in the last
week, the fire could have been out had they just let the man toss his 20 ounce.
Our federal partners,
I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, maybe a 40, but you're probably right.
Committed violent or serious crime.
I still don't know what that guy was doing. Do you know what he was even doing? Like at first it looked like he might have been trying to put it out. And then I don't know what happened after that. Like he left and then came back.
A lot of our challenges here
he came back to pour more on it with all those cops there. Like that was ballsy. Let me say it. It was pretty ballsy. He's like, "What? I'm trying to put the towering inferno out with my little bottle of water. What's wrong with that? You guys are so touchy."
Being an immigrant or having immigrant families, that's part of our rich culture. That's why people come visit this area. And what you hear, this rhetoric about all these immigrants committing crime.
Here comes the riot shields.
Our statistics don't bear that out. Yeah, we have people who commit crime. We don't care if they're immigrants.
I think they're going to try to put it out by smothering it. They're all just going to jump on it with their riot shields. That's how they're going to take care of it.
But the majority of the people committing crimes here are not immigrants.
Yeah, and Sheriff Luna, we have heard, some situations where the communication between federal law enforcement and specifically the LAPD has just not been cohesive, hasn't really been there, has been off. Have you had communication with federal officials, including Department of Homeland Security,
having trouble communicating with your federal
as
officials?
They say, and we hear they're going to continue their enforcement for the next at least 30 days here in the Los Angeles area.
Pretty much all the same stuff.
Yes, I've had recent conversations with them, and my goal is to work.
I'm waiting for the cops to just start making s'mores at this point.
And the individuals that I'm talking to,
I mean, yeah, at this brush fire, yeah, for sure. Somebody break out the friggin' marshmallows. But I mean, I don't know, like. I looked up some of the stuff earlier when the Wegos or whatever the heck, when those automated taxis were burning. I looked at all the things like carcinogens and all that stuff. I was like, man, you guys are way too close to those cars while they're burning.
Humanity and empathy.
And then the lithium-ion batteries and everything that was popping and exploding off of those. That was exciting. But it was like thick black smoke, and people were just standing on top of the cars like. No big deal. We've never heard of carcinogen poisoning before in our lives. No big deal.
Federal partners. Historically, we have worked very well together. We work on human trafficking. We work on
that is getting really big.
Drug interdiction. We work on gangs and violent crime. We have been very.
Are they just going to let it burn out? We're like, you know what?
And just to follow up,
we were thinking about putting,
that the sheriff's department,
like a little park here,
because of our local laws and our state laws, you guys do not work with ICE on these ICE detainments, ICE deportations.
Oh, they're running.
But do you suspect that maybe federal officials will now be giving you guys any sort of heads up when they're doing these immigration sweeps?
Leslie,
somebody
you're,
fell.
you're 100%
Running.
correct. The LA County Sheriff's Department does not go out and enforce civil immigration laws. We don't have the staffing nor the training nor the time to do that.
This guy is like,
we do,
I have to say,
at
he's
times
just,
get involved.
he's just really fun. He sounds like he would be a barrel of monkeys. Let's listen to some other audio while we watch that. What's going on over here?
7 over it to show us what's burning right now. Gabe?
Yeah, law enforcement believes that this is an arson fire, and there's
oh, you think?
You know, a lot of these that have been set throughout the night. So LAPD, LA County Sheriff's,
it's an arson
all of the
fire.
law enforcement resources
This just
here. Now,
in.
LA City Fire
They
are
believe
literally
that this
trying
was set
to put out little fires in the downtown area. This is one
by
of them
somebody
that has kind of,
in the area.
spread pretty
They believe
quickly
that
up on a
it's an
hillside,
arson
going
fire.
uphill. We know
this just in.
brush fires in dry conditions, they burn very quickly uphill, but LA City Fire was able to get on scene pretty quickly here, and they're going to, as soon as they get those hose lines in position, they are going to be able to put some water on this and get it out, because it is this specific little area here, which is north of the 101 freeway off of Spring Street, is not an area that is heavily populated with protesters or
you guys can
demonstrators.
start
You can see that skirmish line on the right side of the picture there.
Any time.
Just trying to maintain security on, I believe that's going to be Hill Street in the background there. As I said earlier, law enforcement believes that this was an arson fire, and LAPD has their helicopter overhead trying to direct other available units, if they are available and they can safely do so, to try and take the person into custody that decide which one to tackle, because officer believes actually they don't have the resources in place to take one or the other unless they really coordinate that and really focus on sending a skirmish line to the north and sending another skirmish line to the south. You're going to have these two separate kind of hot spots, these literal hot spots burning. This one on Main and Alameda, and the other one near the intersection of First and Spring Street. So still tensions rising high as individuals continue to set fires here in the downtown area.
Since this is in the road, they'll, you know, I'm sure they'll have to send somebody out here to move it. You know? But since they're already over there trying to put out, like, you know, a brush fire. Oh, dang it. That was fast. Firefighters are just no fun, huh? Well, they're gonna have to come on over here. I like how it's like 1 for 1. It's like one goes down while another starts. Oh, whoa, what's going on over here? Oh, wait, that is the sound. Oh, okay. It's all people running. People just running over and adding fuel to the fire. There you go. Let's let this burn. Let's let the plastic friggin' tarp burn. Pretty quickly? What did I say? That guy is back! That's the same guy! That's that same guy!
Oh no.
Wait a second. This is freaking... Oh my gosh. This is a recording of what happened earlier. I can't believe I didn't notice it until now. I was like, did they start up another one? The dumpster is still burning? That was hours ago. Nope. Nope, it sure isn't. They just decided to play this like it was live news. Okay, wow. Okay, I can get rid of that one now, I guess. They had me for a second. They had me so good.
Police choppers as well, and
they had me so good.
Kind of, it's so odd. It's like
I was like, oh, they got another one
going here, and then you have all this action going on here too. And it looks like the police, they might be just going the long way around as they try to secure this area more. I think, as Mike has been saying, you know, they really want to close in on this and break this group up. And the more they do that, the better handle they're going to get on things here. And again, over there by the LA Times building, the old LA Times building, it's been a lot of attention over there with these protesters and agitators as this night has gone on. Again, remember, no one's supposed to be here. They declared this, you know, told everybody to leave. No one's left. Oh, some people have left. I shouldn't say that. There have been people who have left, but there's still been a lot of attention over at this building here for some reason, and I'm not quite sure why. Maybe it's because it's next to the PD headquarters. I don't know. But, and again, we also saw earlier, maybe about 15 minutes ago, we saw the people over there using the street signs as barricades, the street blocks as barricades as they were advancing with law enforcement, and then they went back as well. So there's definitely something going on. The choppers also have the
it's funny, they keep showing
and they keep shining it down here.
Like on the other channels, they keep showing the minivan going back, backing up and stuff, and that's a pretty crazy one. But like
for right now, again.
The
and I know the sheriff
also,
said that they're going to
have
enforcement. Right,
I'm not going to talk over you.
Bring it.
The crazy thing that also happened was somebody. I mean, like, and they didn't even, the crowd had already started like in on this guy before we even got to him with the camera. But there's some guy drove into the crowd with a scooter or like a little mini scooter of some kind, mini bike. And by the time we got to him with the camera, it just looked like there was a fight going on, so we couldn't really tell what was really going on. And then, like, it seemed like one guy was trying to get out, so they started following that guy, and, like, random people were just clocking him, like, as hard as they could every time he passed them. So, like, that's how you could tell that this guy had pissed off the entire crowd just by showing up. But, like, by the time he got out, I mean, his face, like, you could tell he'd been rearranged. Like, he got screwed up. I'm sure he is, he's at home moaning right now. If he even made it. I mean, they just let him go. Like, that's the weird thing is, like, the other guy just got out of his van and just walked up to the cops like, I don't know what you're talking about. No shirt on. Dumbass. This guy... The guy I'm talking about with the mini bike, I mean, he just got toe up. That gave me a good laugh. You were like, he's back! Straight up. I was like, oh my god, he's back! That guy's back! I swear, I don't know how, like, in my mind, I was like, I don't know how he got out of police custody and back into his car, but he's back! I was... Yeah, I had a good time thinking that was gonna happen for sure. That was really happening in my face. All right, let's see what's going on here.
Some of the other group just kind of take off down the street.
I do want to mention, too, for people at home who've been watching this with us, the law enforcement has been incredibly patient. Okay, there's another firework going off with this group here by this building. I mean, this has been going on.
Fireworks are pretty steady.
I don't know, for more than 3 hours. I mean, so
way longer
really
than I've been streaming for 5.
Do what they want to do over there, but when they ask them to disperse, they're not listening. Okay, what's going on over here? Let's show over here. Okay, the patrol car. I think they had an issue with those people over there. I think they were confronting the officers in the car, possibly. I'm not sure.
Thank you for telling us what you see.
On the other side there, probably to match up with the LA Times building over there.
What are you saying?
So you can see here, everything changes so quickly. As I'm explaining one thing to you, something else is happening on the other side of me.
People come and go so quickly here.
Plus, you got all the noise of the choppers and the sirens. It's a lot happening here. And you still, which just amazes me, you have people walking around as if it's just a normal Sunday. Like regular people just in the area with their dogs.
I mean, it's LA.
Yeah, we've seen that really throughout the entire evening.
Normal Sunday is very relative.
A striking image, really.
Especially, I think it's Pride
people,
the Pride Parade was supposed to be today, too.
As best they can, even when they're surrounded with so much chaos in their backyard. And, just seeing these images come across. And you hope, and I know we've been saying this for more than 24 hours now because you've been there for a couple days. And when we asked you this last night, it's you're hoping for the best when you're going through those ebbs and flows and things seem like they're on a downswing and they're quieting down, but then You know, you have a bunch of other you have a bunch of other fireworks and other things that that start to happen. So, you know, we'll keep an eye on that. Thank you for you, and we'll check back in here in just a few minutes with you. In the meantime, we'll continue to monitor this situation as SkyCal gives you the wide view of downtown LA there, and law enforcement establishing their lines and trying to keep things under control.
Yeah. And Gio and Leslie, I want to point something out because, you know, as we've talked about this discussion of federal immigration, we've got obviously the clashes that have happened because of it. But the city of Glendale is one of a few. I don't think there's very many. I know LAPD and LA County Sheriffs don't do it, but apparently, and I didn't realize this, the city of Glendale had a contract with ICE.
We're starting to dwindle
so
here.
They had an ICE detainee
on
contract
what's live
that
and
they have
what's
now
not.
canceled as a result of this. So this was something where essentially if ICE needed them to hold somebody, or if they had somebody in their custody and they would have otherwise been released, they would have continued to hold them for ICE. The city of Glendale.
So these trucks have been around for a while.
Yeah, that was a big controversy earlier this week.
Is that
I know
debt
that
cord?
City Council also addressed
Are those
that
giant
and
spools
that
debt cord?
They did cancel that as of tonight, saying that originally it was almost like grandfathered in, but they were the only city around their area that still had that situation. So that is news to many people who have been following that situation.
These giant construction
but we
trucks.
continue to monitor what's happening in downtown LA. I will tell you, for the most part, it looks like it is cleared from protesters, but we continue to monitor situations throughout the area, and we will continue to do that throughout the night.
Oh, okay. Thank you for that.
And on that note, we're welcoming our Channel 2 viewers to our breaking news coverage. Another night of chaos in downtown LA with several fires set throughout the city.
Yeah, LAPD declaring an unlawful assembly for all of downtown.
And now we're hearing reports of businesses being looted. You can see officers at one point outside of a store. You still see them there, where it appears the glass door in this video was shattered. Also tonight, things taking a strange turn.
Yeah, we were keeping an eye on a fire set by protesters when we saw a minivan. You see it here doing donuts in the intersection.
And another shot.
People then began throwing rocks at that van. The driver speeding off, almost slamming into a crowd, especially where our Lori Perez was standing.
I like how he's giving the crowd back their ammunition.
Came right at us. Just came right at us. Oh my God.
Yeah, I was following another guy.
Hurt. They are okay.
The AXN news guy, when this happened, he was standing on the ground.
For a few hundred
Look at this.
feet,
He got
out to move a trash bin, got back on the road, almost hitting pedestrians and other drivers, and was chased by protesters. He then tried to get into another car at one point. You see it there before he was eventually taken into custody.
And this was a scene earlier tonight. Downtown LA, destruction, explosions,
that is some crazy
fireworks
crap.
set off.
Those are the
CHP patrol cars were destroyed.
Those are the taxis that got
6
burned to the
Waymos
ground.
burned, and a big mess left behind as immigration raid protests do continue for a third day.
Well, good evening, everyone. I'm Gio Insignares.
And I'm Leslie Marin. While the immigration protests enter its 12th hour just today alone, they started out peacefully around 11 this morning, before then getting out of control around 1 this afternoon. This is where things are right now. Take a look. This is from a bit earlier when a crowd set
Why would she say that? Did you hear that? She was like, this is how things are right now. This is from a bit earlier.
For quite some time, but they were able to
immediately contradict what you're saying.
That crowd then dispersed. I believe this is a live look from SkyCal now.
Yeah, you're seeing
they don't even know what they're saying half the time.
Of the street there. Notice traffic still moving back and forth. It's sort of been that way for at least a few hours right now, where at least this crowd is not in the middle of traffic, but you see the skirmish line there from law enforcement. On that note, let's get back to Lauren Posen, who's been in this area all through the night. And Lauren, what are you seeing right now?
What you seeing, Lauren?
On the street to the old LA Times building, I see officers that probably are in SWAT gear. They're in that truck there. You've probably seen this throughout our coverage tonight. They arrive in these big trucks and they're all loaded
Welcome
in
to
the
the
back
stream.
there. Let's see if they get out. They possibly are gonna. It looks like they're
We are
slowing down.
following some.
So again, there's
some
something going on at this LA Times, the old LA Times building. That's why there's so much attention over there.
The old
Not
LA
quite
Times
sure what
building.
the crowd does seem to be thinned out from what we've seen from earlier tonight, but we continue to see fireworks going off. Very loud fireworks. Some of them being set off in this park across the street. Others just right in the middle of the road. I don't see that there was a fire earlier near the trash can. That seems to have gone away. And again, traffic is still moving here on both sides here, which is just
so
really
I'm seeing
weird
cars
to see because all this is going on and the cars are still going through.
And they have headlights, and some of them have tail lights too. And I believe, and I'm just getting word that there are people driving these cars. Okay, and also this is a town, and other very obvious things
that didn't seem to stop
are happening.
People from
in all directions.
LAPD headquarters there.
I don't know what to do with myself.
And of course, the sidewalks are all tagged. The federal buildings are all tagged. Everywhere I look, I see tagging. And I know you might be thinking, well, yeah, but you're downtown. Tagging is not that unusual. This is a new level of tagging.
Tagging of white.
Completely covered. And of course, we can't really show you what the words say because they're all profanity words. We can't show you that on TV. But they're all tagged.
Nothing to myself.
Again, now the line I showed you earlier today is no longer there. Now, I will say over here, though, the officers have moved their cars up. I think they're just getting in position here. I've noticed that too, right in front of City Hall. They'll move their patrol cars up and just kind of be stationed there.
Happening right now,
I'm
hours
hearing
ago.
honking going on at the intersection, a block from where we are.
Happening
here.
right now, hours ago.
There
was some stuff that happened right here.
We've heard honking,
even though
we've heard screaming,
it looks like there was sunlight in this previous recording.
Some people are yelling at
Pay
the
no attention to
officers
that.
right in front of us. It's not even, the officers aren't even flinching with that. It's not impacting them at all.
Oh,
and
thanks for
that's really what's going on here. It's, you know, it changes by the moment here, but it seems like, I don't want to say it's getting calmer because we all know what happens when we say that things take a turn, but it's definitely quieter than what we've seen in the last, just say 15 minutes.
Okay, so if you notice,
we're seeing,
there's a box and they're handing out
you know, that row of officers there on
the
Street,
less than lethal explosion popper thingies. So everybody's gonna get popped here in a second.
Holding up a banner, waving flags, and getting, you know, a couple of them are getting up a little bit closer to law enforcement. You see one.
Crane's neck would ruin her vacay.
Oh my gosh, right now.
She's
Seriously?
waited all year for this.
Stop it.
Cases even going face to face with officers, but like we mentioned before, when it turns into a numbers game, there are certainly a lot more law enforcement personnel than there are protesters and demonstrators in downtown LA and across the general area, especially when you consider when we talked to the sheriff earlier and he said that there will be more sheriff's deputies and law enforcement that will be down there to help out eventually.
Mike, but you're seeing what exactly LAPD was worried about here.
Right, and two things are happening. First of all, John, I want you to show them the windows again. This is on the side of the LAPD headquarters building. Dean, on our digital desk, had seen some social media chatter about them, about people using scooters to break the windows, and John's going to have to probably slide to the right a little bit. But right on the side of the LAPD building there, we just noticed multiple windows, multiple windows that are busted and broken there on the side of LAPD headquarters. So we're looking at that. We're also getting some word, and as soon as John gets a shot of this, I'll have him go look over there. But yeah, there you start to see some of the windows, especially on the left there, right there. So that is probably what prompted. Remember earlier when we saw the fire department coming in?
protesters.
That's probably what prompted that. I would assume
it's
that the
not
shattered
fair when they break windows.
It's
not fair, okay?
Quickly, John, 8th and
I didn't want a breeze in my office. Now I have a breeze.
So we're going to go move John over there and take a quick look at that. It shouldn't be too terribly far, so we'll let you guys know what we see when we get there. But John's going to go look at that right now.
Yeah, SkyCal is making their way to that area. That would be at least
got a few headlights
business. We're hearing possibly looted. We want to get to our Lori Perez. Lori, what are you seeing?
What are you seeing, Lori? Tell us what you're seeing.
We're here on the intersection.
And don't record it while you tell us, so that way we're surprised.
Like us are kind of on standby, waiting to see what reveals itself in the next couple of hours. Here you can see they are blocking the entrance. They are not letting anyone or any cars down towards City Hall, down towards the downtown area. If we take
Funk
a look
Soul
at the
Brothers, right about now. Sorry.
Over the 101 behind me, you can see another layer of law enforcement has lined up there. Again, not letting anyone past that intersection towards downtown. A lot of activity all around us in the sky, choppers overhead, and of course all sorts of law enforcement all around us, really keeping an eye on the situation. This area further down, that's where they pushed the agitators about a couple of hours ago down towards Chinatown past Olvera Street, and that's where a lot of that chaos unfolded. Some of the things that you showed at the top of the show, where there was that out of control minivan, and then really a lot of fireworks being set off, a lot of protesters throwing rocks and bottles and anything that they could at passing LAPD officers, or passing law enforcement officers, I should say. And then additionally, also launching those rocks and everything at that Chevron
Speak up, lady.
station, really causing a lot of damage there. You know,
take your job seriously.
The damage that has happened along these pathways, you know, and I'll just echo that. It's on the sidewalks.
What's this guy doing? Is he window shopping?
It's on windows. Really, everywhere that they went through, they left their mark.
What are they doing?
So that'll be a big cleanup.
What you doing?
Once things get back to normal, who knows when that will be?
That guy looks like he's literally filming the corner of the building.
And really,
this is really great architecture. Yeah, I thought so too. Maybe we should take pictures together.
Yeah,
okay.
We'll go right to
I just met
Mike
you, but I think you're pretty
here.
cool.
Mike, is this that Adidas store you were talking about that was possibly broken into?
Yeah, and as John's coming around with SkyCal, these buildings make it hard for us to get a good angle to see, but it does look like I see kind of a shattered window. Certainly LAPD is here. Actually, even a shattered window on the second floor.
Second floor shattered window.
They tried to throw something at it from the inside. That's kind of weird, but
nice to meet you. I'm Mr. Jim.
This was the report.
Mr. Jim, we just met you like 5 minutes ago. Calm down.
Broadway. John, what's on top
he
of that police
really
car
wants
to the left
attention.
there? Well, there's that door. Same way that the other store was.
Yeah.
The door was right on the flat. So it looks maybe they recovered some of that merchandise that those officers are bringing back inside of the store.
Strange.
Interesting how that's happening. I wonder if they're
Is it
using
weird that
a
that's
tool or
exactly
something like
the
that
same
to
door?
Have those doors fall in the exact same way. There's a
kind
bottle
of
of
like
liquor
the
right
same
there.
kind of door.
Just put on the ledge. So we're getting a crew over there right now.
All right, so now we're narrowing it down. Now it's the guy that installs the doors. It's got to be that guy because he knows how to take the doors down.
Have to go in and clear that whole business to make sure that there's nobody left inside. We saw them do that at the last one where that looked like a Jordan store. They went up on the roof where there was a basketball court and had to clear through that. So they'll have to do that here as well and make sure there's nobody inside. It looks like they probably already have done it. Or
now I know that this isn't a recording.
Coming out of the store now.
Yeah, I also saw a couple people walking by with their phones
Someone
and
should
taking
really
video,
bring this woman
presumably
a decent
of the damage
mic
or anything
many
else.
times they have asked her about what she can see, what she can't see
throughout the night and throughout the early afternoon, where you have people, in some cases, just taking video, taking photos.
I know,
of
right?
The damage, the chaos, or any assortment of things that was going on.
We still can't figure out what you
can
see and what you can't see.
They did have,
and we also can't hear you.
Yeah.
In their hands, arms full. Oh, yeah, you can see a lot of those boxes that were
open.
Sifted through.
I'm kind of wondering why they broke the windows from the inside.
Trying to get that merchandise,
weird,
but
right?
It's interesting. You did see that liquor bottle.
They're like, just in case we need to, in case they come up the stairs, we're going to jump out the windows.
They were bringing back into
this is our escape plan.
So maybe they were able to get there in time to arrest some of these people, or you know what? It could have been one or two people. We don't know at this point.
And a lot of the times, while we're still working to gather details and figure out exactly what went on, we really just have the video and the body language of officers to go off of right now. And based on their body language right now, things seem to be
they actually have more than that.
Under control
they have,
in the sense that they are returning some of the
they can
stolen
listen to the chatter on the
merchandise.
radio. They can talk to the people on the ground. There's a lot of different options that they have.
Make sure everything is secure. So right now it seems like it's in the aftermath of whatever happened. But Leslie, as you mentioned, this is one of two, right? Because it was that Jordan store a little bit earlier where we saw some shoes scattered around near the front entrance and the door, the window smashed in a similar way to what we're seeing.
The fitness industry doesn't want women over 40 to know this. Have you seen this guy? The one that keeps telling us.
Get frustrated. That's where things start to get really dangerous because people they lose their patience. They step on the gas to move through people, and late at night, this is when people start to really get hurt. So Jamie, it is a scary moment out here for everyone that's standing here.
Yeah, Jamie, we thank you for your reporting on the streets. No doubt we'll talk to you within the next couple of hours as well. We want to welcome everybody to the KTLA 5 News at 9 o'clock. Rick Chambers in the studio along with Mary Beth McDade. Kai Goldberg is here adding his 2 cents here and there.
Did you hear that? He was very, very eager to shut that guy up just so that he could start introducing everybody on his team. Yeah, that's what that was. He was like, "Oh yeah. Oh, yeah, it's great. You're reporting on the ground. That's great. But for people who care about me, because I care, because I matter. Oh crap, this isn't live. Dang it. Dang it. Skip. 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 We might be SOL. We might be out of luck on the live stuff. We'll just keep looking though. Okay. Hold on. While we look, unlawful assembly in Los Angeles.
Sky Fox that is still flying overhead in this area, keeping an eye on everything as it looks like folks are starting to disperse there. Now, the LAPD chief was asked how long ICE will be in town, but he said he did not know, but that the National Guard deployed by President Trump will likely be in town for about 30 days. Police say they do plan to use videos and social media to identify some of the people who
jewelry district, but it's 2 shoe stores smashed up. Yep, yeah, I heard that too.
ICE raids there in LA, but encouraging some
2 shoe stores
protests. And this is the 3rd night of anti-ICE protests in LA County that we've been watching.
I don't know what's going on. LAOC TV. I don't know where this guy's going. I think this is one of the guys with a
I do want to pop this up.
With a police scanner.
Thank you very much, Veronica, for the Venmo.
Yeah,
great
that's
coverage.
this guy.
Be safe. Watching from Central Valley. Nice.
Wow, you really almost ran that red light? Why? Okay. Cool.
Here are the current calls.
2869, possibility to be a suspect
Gas leak, fire alarm.
3780 RD 2019.
Traffic collision, traffic ahead, traffic collision, collision. So yeah, it's done. Well, that was fun, guys. Well, that was fun, people. I had a really good time. Usually I don't do stuff like this. Usually we just play video games, but today is a special day because, you know, the area where I live has been under martial law, basically. No, I mean, you know, they descended the National Guard on us, you know, for the last few days, so I figured that should be worthy of some time, and we should talk about that. And you know, it was nice to have Lost Flaw in the chat with us. Thank you so much for joining me. That was huge. You are the legend. Come on back anytime. I usually play video games like 7 Days to Die and a bunch of other, you know, survival type video games, zombie apocalypse stuff. Anyway, if you're seeing this later, hi Mom. If you're seeing this later on YouTube, because I will be uploading this, yeah, hi. And please consider leaving a like and subscribing, and you know, send me a comment, tell me what you like and all that fun stuff. Hey, just like that. Thank you so much for the follow.
Legend.
Yes.
Thanks so much for the follow.
Huge.
Lost Floor.
Yeah, huge. Thank you. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. Thank you for the good comments, and thanks for the follow. You are the legend. Yeah, like I said, please come back anytime. I usually broadcast every day from 4 p.m. or I'm sorry, from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. my time, Pacific Standard Time, and that's usually during the weekdays. This is kind of a special today because this got kind of crazy, so I decided to go on Sunday. But anyway, I will see you tomorrow and for the rest of the week. Thank you so much, and have a wonderful evening. Be safe to yourselves. Be safe to your family. You know, give your mom a hug. She's a good person. Anyway, catch you soon. Bye.